Alright everybody, hello, welcome, this is Hyper Game Dev. I'm gonna work on this game. It's a game about an alien who's invading Earth, and as you can see, abductions are a thing. Yes, they are actually a part of this game now. It's been a plan for a while to have abductions, but as of yesterday's live devlog, well, they're real. I will show you that they're real. We implemented this system where if I grab onto one of these meat objects, that is to say a human or a cow, and I drop it in that bubble, it gets sucked up into the sky and the abductions number goes up. Let's go. So there's a few things that I want to kind of improve about this system. I just sort of got it together as quickly as possible so it would kind of work, and we can, as soon as possible, have the version of the game that I want to have. The idea is that it's this kind of survival runner, roguelike kind of thing, and I want to just like prototype it. When I say slap the thing, the abduction thing together, I also mean I want to slap the game together. I want it to just be something that's playable. I want it to be a prototype that is what I imagine the game to be, and that game is an alien who is either abducting humans to send back to their home planet, or eating those humans to heal themselves from their injuries. You can injure yourself. That is another main mechanic of this game. So if I run into the side of this house, you'll see my arm is flashing because it hurts. Ouchies. If I hit it a couple times, you're gonna start to notice that it's shrinking and getting smaller. And the idea there is that your actual abilities as the alien are gonna be reduced, and you won't be able to reach as far or be as strong and stuff like that. You can also injure your legs to the point where they break all the way off. Those get smaller. Your head can get hit as well. Actually, if your head gets hit too much, you die, is the sort of idea. Yeah, bye-bye. It's a roguelike, so if you die, you die. So it's going to be very important to heal yourself, to be able to save yourself. We do also have some other cool things in this game. You can smack helicopters out of the sky. You can break houses into a billion pieces. That's kind of something. The helicopters can even hit you if they run into you. Watch out, they will do some damage. Bam, okay, it keeps missing me. It's good fortune, all right? That's good fortune, but they will hurt you if they hit you. You can actually destroy them before they hit you. I mean, look, it's rough around the edges, but there we go, there it hurts you. But that's kind of the point, you know, the point is just for it to be good enough, so that way I can see how this game plays, learn how to balance things, and someday get feedback. I want to be able to put this up on itch.io, and people give me feedback, tell me what they like and don't like, and then I want to go through and I want to remake the game, or you know, iterate on that. So that's sort of my plan. Today, in particular, on this day, in this here stream, my ambition is to do two things. One, not necessarily in this order. One, I want to improve on the abduction system. So there's a few problems that it has, and I would like to resolve those problems. The second thing that I want to do is I want to try to get healing set up properly. So whenever we, you know, get our little shrunken limbs or whatever, our head is getting very small, we're about to die. You know, I want to be able to take those same things that we could optionally abduct into the sky, and I would like to either be able to, or optionally be able to, drag them to the player, right? So here we have a little feedback. Whenever you click on this, the orb descends from the sky. Excellent, good, we love to see it. Right? So the player knows, oh, there's something, when I pick up things, something happens, that comes from the sky. I also want the alien to sort of light up or give it some indication that you can do something to it. And then ideally you can actually take that object and put it over it, and then there'll be some more feedback, like, do you want to heal your limbs or do you want to heal your head? And somehow that needs to be communicated. I don't know how that's going to be communicated, but I would like to somehow communicate that. So that's sort of my challenge. And then also actually applying the heals. That would mean those limbs need to get bigger. So yeah, so number one, improve the abduction system. Improve the abduction system. and get the healing set up proper. So that's my goal for today. We'll see how far I get. There's always a couple different ways this stream can go. You know, some of y'all know where I'm about to go with this. Either, not that, get that out of here. That's the wrong thing. I got all kinds of buttons on here. I never know which button does what. Yeah, we got buttons. We got buttons. Where's the one that I'm looking for? The one that I'm looking for is gone. Oh, cool. Wow, I got rid of that button. Good job. All right, cool. Hey, what's up, Gab Games? Good to see you. Hey, Psychotic. Yes, it does work. It does work. Psychotic is one of those people who, when they come and hang out, they often take us down one of these two paths. They often help us go down one of these two paths, and I'll tell you what those paths are. One of those paths is going to the left, and one's going to the right. The left one is the helpy path. Sometimes someone is like, hey, what if you do it like this? You could do it like that. And sometimes I'm like, nah. But sometimes I'm like, yeah. And then we're on help path. Yay. But you know what I also like? The hacky path. I like the hacky path when I'm just doing my best to slap it together. The code isn't going to be great. It may be an suboptimal way to do it, but I need to learn. I want to go in there and I want to make mistakes. I want to do the best I can, get the game together, and realize, you know what would have been easier is if I iterated over a for loop instead of using a collision area. Duh. But like, you know, I want to make those mistakes first. So hacky path is a possibility, but you know what? Either one works for me. I'm open to it. So those are different ways this stream can go. That's just part of the Hyper Game Dev experience. So welcome, have fun, enjoy. Yes, the abduction is super working. Check it out. So as you can see here, we've got a number, abductions, 1. If I click on this little critter here, you will see the orb descends. When I hover over it, it'll like bounce. If I drop it, it goes away. So let's take it further. I'm gonna let it go. It rises up and it gets consumed as an abductee. Let's go. So yeah, we can keep doing this. Now there's a few like pain points here that I want to improve about it, but the general thing works. Kinda nice, right? Kinda nice. Yeah, I was really proud of it because I feel like I pretty much hacked the whole system together myself, which, hey, all right. I think you helped me out a little bit, but, you know, for the most part, I was really proud to use everything I've learned to make it work. Now, there's a few issues with it, and I think I have some ideas on how we can resolve that. One of the issues, well, one of the simpler issues is sometimes you can kind of see how the cow is, like, sort of in front of it. Sometimes it's, the Z position of the thing you're grabbing and the orb aren't lined up right. So I want to make sure those are aligned a little better. That's a pretty easy thing. The real concern that I have is if you want to grab things quickly and dunk them quickly, which is going to be pretty important for gameplay. So I'll show you what happens. So if I start grabbing a bunch of them, so and something to keep in mind too before I show you this, they actually visibly rise up in the orb. I'm not sure how easy to see that is because they go up a little high and you kind of miss it, but they are actually physically inside of the orb and rising up. And before it comes back down, it should be empty, but like kind of not the end of the world. But so if you notice, there's still a human in there when I go to drag it. I'm actually putting multiple in there. I just put like 4 in there. But as you may notice, the number only went up by 1. So, yeah, basically it only looks for if there's one thing in it. It's not adding up how many are in there. It's not queuing up, oh, you put 3 things in there. And what it does is it checks to see when it is above a certain... we are carpooling them. We are carpooling them. It's much more efficient to carpool, guys. And unfortunately, you know, well, I guess in some ways it's better for the environment, but it's not better for abducting humans to take to an alien planet. That much I can tell you. So what I want to do is I want some way for it to queue them up and know that I've put a bunch in there. So what it does right now, you can even see I miss sometimes, and the Z, because the Z positions are off. So that's why I need to fix that issue. But as well, we need, well, okay, so the way it works is once it's above a certain Y position, that orb, basically when it goes off screen, that's when it registers how many are in there. Well, it's not really registering how many are in there. That's just when it runs the update script or line of code. And so, you know, I just might want to adjust that a little bit. We might want it to, you know, be running part of that sooner. So that way it can be, oh, there's 1 in there. Oh, there's 2 in there. Oh, there's 3 in there. Oh, there's 4 in there. That way when it does do that calculation, it knows to add 4 as opposed to just the 1. So yeah, so that's something that I want to fix. Somebody made a suggestion about like changing like the color of the orb, and I thought about it overnight, and I was like, okay, maybe we could make it a little brighter or something when you like hover over it. The little things like that, nothing too serious. And then the other thing that I want to focus on today is setting up the healing system, which so instead of just having an orb come down, I would also want there to be a like highlight around the player so you know that you can drag stuff to the player and potentially heal the player's head or the player's limbs. So that's what I'm up to today. That's what I'm going to do. We'll see how far I get. Gab says, you motivated me to get back to work on my outline. You're welcome. Oh my gosh. That's so cool. Outline for a game you're working on, I presume. Sounds cool. I'd always be interested in hearing a little bit about that. Good luck. You got this. I like that you're starting with an outline. Nice. Let's go. Yeah, nice. Dev docs are awesome. An operating system? You must just be typing OS. Surely you're not making an operating system. The Invisicup return. The Invisicup returns. This is Invisicup 1.0. One day, I dream of Invisicup 2.0. And I want it to be even greener. It could be greener. It just could be, you know? So, like, right now, this is, like, kinda green. You see, it's pretty close to the green, but it's a little bit of a different color. It's like bluer a little bit. So I want it to match that green, and then it will really be invisible. Cup 2.0. Cup 2.0 one day. For now, it's Invisicup 1.0. We'll get there. We'll get there. You're trying to make an OS along with... You mean that? You're trying to make an operating system? That's cool. That's so cool. Why not? Wow. That's awesome. So are you trying to make like a Linux distro or like actually from scratch? Like assembly code or something? Like nuts and bolts? You make your own BIOS? I don't know. Like what? That's so cool. I don't think there's no... I doubt with the utmost highness that you are dumb. With the utmost highness, if you're even attempting to approach making an operating system, I'm afraid that you fail the test of being dumb. That's just my opinion. So yeah, so as far as the abduction carpooling goes, you're too dumb for that, but that's the idea of, I heard a good team. You have a good team? It's the idea of something a good team. I might understand that sentence. That's why you love this place. You love this place because I don't know. If you get, okay, now I understand. I'm too dumb for that, making it yourself, but that's the idea if you get a good team. Gotcha. Cool. You're awesome. We're awesome together, comrade. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Let's be awesome together. Yeah, but I understand. Like you have ambitions and you want to lead projects. Kind of sounds like what you're saying. I'm just here doing my best, sharing my journey and trying to get through it, you know? All smiles here. Ding! I used to have a ding sound effect once upon a time, and it would literally it would be on like a delay, so I could press the button and then go ding. Those were silly days. Maybe someday I'll bring that random crap back. So as far as the abduction issue goes, let's do the easiest thing first, which is bringing it a little closer. So I can't actually, if I adjust it here, it doesn't actually do anything because it's actually interpolating. That is to say, so see here, I just threw it, I just thrust it into the distance. Well, that's the mesh. We wouldn't want to throw the mesh. I'm gonna push this way out there into the distance, right? And it's still going to come back to the top, right above where we usually are, because it's actually being moved by code into that position. And so you'll notice if I grab this and move around, it's actually kind of following the camera. It basically is following. It's for all intents and purposes following the camera. Which is kind of cool. Boop, boop, boop. I don't know why it's disappearing there sometimes. It might be disappearing because I pushed it so far away or something. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna bring it back there. Yes, we're gonna bring it back there. So I can't just move it, you know, by dragging it around. I need to adjust the code. There might be a way to adjust the rendering so it's always on top, just like visually. So it's always on top, just like visually. Oh, yeah, well, so it's not even visual. So I need it to be on top. That's interesting. But I need it to be on top, like, actually in front. Because otherwise, sometimes the cow or the human will actually miss it. Because maybe this is a mistake I'm making. But there is actually a collision on the cow that this is detecting. You know, maybe it's better if I use like distance, you know, distance from the orb, but I don't know. I feel like that'll feel a lot less responsive potentially. But sometimes, like you see how like right here, you know, it's like not detecting it. It's like not quite detecting it because it's just outside of the orb. So I need it to actually effectively be in front. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move, I actually have this dunk Z offset. Wait, I don't remember which direction does which. I'm gonna make it -10, which is incredibly ridiculous, and it's gonna be way too far. I'm sorry, I don't remember if that makes it go this way or that way. I just don't remember. Further or closer. That makes it go further. Very much further. So instead of -10, let's say -1.3 or something. So because it was -1.5. So there it's a little bit closer. I think we could even get closer than that. Let's say -1.2. See what that's like. Yeah, so like pretty much as soon as I bring this into here, it's going in. I think we could go even closer. I'm going to say -1.15. Yeah. Honestly, I say even closer. Because I had tried -1, and I remember feeling like that was not quite right. This seems pretty good. This seems like a pretty hard one to miss. So we'll see. You know, I'll just have to keep playing and testing it. Something else is I kind of wish that they snapped a little lower. So that way we can see it abducting a little better. So that is to say, when we drop it in here, I want you to be able to see it a little more. And I think as it gets carried away. And I think we do that right here. So we dunk is at position. That calls a function. If it has been dunked, it sets the meat object to the position of the dunk. I would say we could even do that with an offset. So I could say export variable dunk or abduction y offset or something. And maybe it's just 0.5 for now. When you grab a subject, person/cow, how deep on the z-axis are they hovering at? It's hard to tell because perspective. Yeah, you're right. I could just like actually mathematically make it the same. So that is actually right here somewhere. Somewhere on here. Here. Grab distance offset? No, that's not it. Not here. Very nearby. Very, we're getting warmer. We're getting warmer to where that is. I think it's here. Plane, it makes the plane here. Camera global Z position minus grab distance offset. Yeah, it's right here. This is it. This is the spot. So it's looking at the Z position of the camera. That is to say, when you grab the object, it takes the Z position of the camera and it puts it at 14.0 from the camera. 14.0 from the camera, which is not the same as the relative. So it's like I'm not really sure how to convert 14 units on the Z-axis away from, or negative 14 away from the camera global Z. Like, I guess I could try to figure that out. I could say camera global Z. I guess I could do that. I guess I could set the offset. Maybe I could do that. I don't know. That's one big neighborhood. That's one big neighborhood. What? Wait, oh, because it keeps going endlessly. Yes. It is a very big neighborhood. You're right. You know, some of these neighborhoods are quite large in this world of ours. It's true. It's true. Yeah, so I'm thinking that sounds more, I feel like I'd rather just incrementally see if they line up, but technically that's how that would be calculated. So I guess I could say the orb, the Y position or the Z position of the orb could be set to something very similar to this, right? I mean, if I had these same values over there, which I could do. I could do that. It's an option. What's up, Jay? Or we have members in the house. Dragon Blade dragged themselves on in. Dragon Blade dragged themselves on in, and with their blade of exacting code science is making sure we know what is right and wrong. Dragon Blade dragged themselves on in, and with their blade of exacting code science, they're making sure we know what's right and what's wrong. Welcome, Dragon Blade, who dragged themselves on in, and using their blade of exacting coding science is letting us know what is right and also wrong. Welcome, Dragon Blade. Good to see you. Another member in the house. We do sing songs for the members. J Jorn, hey, you're here. 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 Welcome, J Jorn to the stream. Howdy, Insane Alpha Beta. Insane Alpha Beta is here in the stream. Oh yeah, Insane Alpha Beta is here in the stream. Oh yeah, Insane Alpha Beta is here in the stream. Oh, yeah. All right, Insane Alpha Beta, welcome on in. Good to see you. You thought you were disturbed. That's not very nice. I just sing songs for the members. It's what I do to let you know, that I appreciate you being here. So thank you so much for supporting Hyper Game Dev, you guys. It's true. Look, I can show you how disturbed I am to you too if you join up as a member. Maybe that disturbingness is something you need to accept in yourself. I know I love myself. You should love yourself too. Don't forget about that. Dragonblade says, that sounded like the first day of a church choir and they never sung before. Thank you guys, thanks. I appreciate it. You guys are nice. I sing you a song and this is the thanks I get. You know what, no more songs for you. No more songs for you. You know, no, I'm just kidding. I'll still sing you a song. As I like to say, for that song, you're welcome. You are welcome. I'm also sorry. I am sorry. All right, so Yeah, I don't. So what do you mean the count? So my ego is just like, right? I'm here singing you guys songs, considering never doing it again, right? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! All right, all right. Well, maybe I will never sing you a song again. Jeez, jeez. But then that wouldn't be fair. I guess, okay, all right, here's the deal. Here's the deal. Everyone else gets a song except for Dragon Blade. That's how this goes. To be fair, Dragon Blade, you were gifted the subscription. You didn't actually pay to get it. So why would you want the perks? You didn't volunteer for them. So it actually makes sense. You can be you. Just be awesome. God, you guys, you just keep coming with it. You're just smacking me. Now it's discrimination? You asked! Oh, because you're a gift sub? Get out of my face. Get out of my face. You guys are feeling... You guys, chat. This is not the kind of chat that I once knew. What happened to the chat that only said things that made me happy? I thought everyone was my... I'm just kidding. I don't really care. Sing the song for Dragon Blade. I want to see him suffer. Ooh! Oh, never mind, Dragon Blade, you do get a song. That's an excellent point. So yeah, so what do you mean the calculation is incorrect? No, but seriously, I wanna talk to you guys, you know, it's fun to talk, but like for real though, how is it incorrect if it does a thing? It only works because the alien is walking on the negative Z axis. Okay, so it's correct then, is what you're saying. You're saying it works, therefore it's correct. I think I've stayed pretty much the same. Insane Alpha Beta thinks they've stayed pretty much the same. Do I remember what that's responding to? I don't know if I do. I don't know if I do. Oh, chat being nicer. Oh, yeah. I think you've become, yeah, I think you are the same. I think you are the same. You know, Insane Alpha Beta, you're good. You're good. It's everybody else. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So... You give it to me, I'm gonna give it to you. So I don't care, right? Because I feel like it works and everything's fine. So anyway, I want to focus more so. Was there something else I was gonna do? But mostly I want to focus on fixing things that are seemingly broken. If you want to make a new level, if you don't take care to align the axis, it would not work as expected. Yeah, so there isn't gonna be a new level. The levels will actually load into this scene. So that wouldn't be an issue. Yeah, so that wouldn't be an issue. I believe that, I think I might understand what you're saying. Like, so you're saying, let's say I were to move the camera. Is that what you mean to say? And you won't take turns left or right, so it should be fine. Yeah. That's kind of what I think. But like at the same time, like I'm gonna make hacky code. Oh, this is still kind of out of alignment a little bit. But maybe this is like your point, and I'm down to like take it. Like believe me, if you've got actionable things. Oh, see here it lines up really well, right? And then I guess I have to think like if we are moving faster, will that, because the camera actually moves back on the Z axis if we're running more quickly, right? So that could be a problem too with whether or not it's in the same place. So there's some, so maybe what I should do is I should, instead of having it be in relation to the camera, we pick a Z position, a global Z position, and that's just the Z position that all these things go to. Like that would be okay, right? Like honestly, you know, you're making a good point. You're making a good point. So what if I say, I mean, I don't really know. Let's see, where do I want to say? Like, what if I just say, I don't know, like what would the Z position be? Can I just like drop something in the scene and that will give me a global Z position? Is that how things work? Correct me if I'm wrong, I beg you. Literally, I deeply, deeply beg you. So I'm gonna, please God, please help me. So if I put a mesh in here, so I can just see it. And I'm going to make it a capsule. And let's say I put this, I mean, I don't even really need to move it much of anywhere. But let's say right here, right? and this has a Z position of negative 0.35. All right, so let's say I come over here to my script and I say global negative 0.35, right? Will that be good for everybody? So global position Z, I don't know, that doesn't make sense though, because it has to be relative to something. I can't just grab a global position Z. Like, right? Like, that's not how that works. Because this is going to look at itself. It's going to put self global position Z, which is not what we want, right? So if I want to fetch that, I need to put like maybe an object in here and literally reference that object and have that be like the anchor for where all these grabs go and where things stick to, right? Like that maybe sounds like it could make sense. Honestly, no idea how to do this in Godot. There should be a function for it. To take the forward vector of the camera, you should use that for the plane vector and multiply the offset by it too. The forward vector of the camera. Interesting. And so that would be... I barely understand what that means. I'm just going to be real with you. I don't understand what that means. So I'm going to... like... I kind of get you, but like also what do you like, how would, like, you don't even know. So that's fair. And I appreciate that because you teach me so many things. So I don't expect you to know everything. I barely know you to expect everything. I barely expect you to know everything. But still, I'm just gonna do this because this sounds like it could work actually. So I'm gonna say, I mean, the only thing is I need to be able to get that value all the time. Get the forward-facing vector of the camera, right? But like, so even if I do that, like in my head, I don't really know what that means. Like, does that mean whatever a forward-facing vector is would be, like, what the hell does that mean? Like, I know, like, I know like a vector 0, 0, 1, right? 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, right? Like these can represent, or negative x negative 1. I don't know. Like I have some like vague amalgamation of what this could mean in my head, but like, and it determines like which way it's facing relative to other things. Like these are the words that I have to understand this, but I barely know anything about this stuff. So, you know, it's like, if I get that vector, why does that help me? Why does having that help me make something that no matter what the position of the camera is, will be, okay, all right, but why will that help me have a place where when I grab things, they're always there on the z-axis? And how will that help me make sure that I can put that orb at that same place on the z-axis? Make sure that's the same place as the character. You know, it's like I guess what I really want is I want an anchor point. So it's always the same, you know, I guess relative to each other. You need the perpendicular vector for the plane. You need the perpendicular, right? That makes sense. That makes sense. That's your forward vector. Right, so there's a plane that's being created, right? That's how this code that actually Dragon Blade wrote for me, that's actually how it works. So when we grab something, the object, the human, the cow, it creates a plane, right? An infinite plane at the point that we grab that thing. And that's what this is doing. And this is creating a plane perpendicular to the z-axis. X, Y, Z, we have a 1 here. Therefore, it creates a plane perpendicular to the z-axis. And then the other part of this, there's different ways this can be written. But in this case, it's this one? No. Points, it creates a plane from the normal vector and a point on the plane. I don't remember which one of these is the one. Which one of these is the one? So your plane will always be facing the camera no matter the alien's rotation. Alien's rotation. The alien doesn't rotate. Your plane will always be facing the camera no matter the aliens. You mean like the camera rotation? The camera rotates. The camera doesn't rotate, but it is rotated. actually. Oh, that's interesting. So, and I am using the camera. Oh, that starts to make a little more sense to me now. So the camera is actually at this angle here. This is the angle of the camera, -9 degrees. So if I'm, so what you say, like forward vector, that's going to mean this blue line here, right? Like this, that would, or this blue arrow in theory would be representing like a forward vector here. As opposed to when we're pointing down like this, we have a slight angle. And so that's why you're saying it's going to always be a little off, because we're just getting the Z relative to that angled version of the camera. Is that, is it starting to, I don't know. There's a way to get the front facing vector of an object using the transform basis matrix. Oh, I forgot exactly. Let me look it up. Interesting. Yeah, you know, we've used that once before, and it was a lot, but something. For a generic system, if you want to reuse the code for another game or for your jam template, you would need it to be dependent on the camera in case you can rotate your character. Otherwise, you will be stuck to always move only on the -Z axis. I'm not sure I understand. I wish those words made sense to me. I wish they did. For a generic system, right? So that's like the gold standard to make a generic system, not what is necessary for the game that we're making. I guess that makes sense. Like if I want to make changes or something, I might want it to have flexibility. Or like you say, if I want to use it for something else, that has a different, you're right, I often pull code from other projects, and it would be nice to make sure that it could be usable elsewhere. That seems like a good thing to do, for sure. I guess what confuses me a little bit is what movement you're talking about. Like the alien doesn't move, the level moves. The alien stays put. The camera follows. The alien only moves left and right. The alien does move left and right, but the alien does not move forward and backward. The level moves towards the alien constantly or stops moving. And the alien, you know, if the alien rotates, you know, the camera doesn't have to rotate to follow it or something. But I guess if in theory it does, you know, this isn't Maze Runner, you know, or whatever that game is, like a Temple Run. Like there's not going to be turns or whatever. It's just constantly going down one strip. That's going to be the whole game, period. But I hear you. Like if I wanted to make like a different project, I might want to keep that in mind. I feel like I would just make a different system that suited that project better myself. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, these are some definitely interesting problems. I like how this is broken now because I have this thing here. I guess this thing causes problems. Let me just smash some undo buttons here. Smash that undo button for me, guys. It's not still broken, right? Oh, probably because I came in here and I made some changes or something. I did. I just said global position Z. That'll do it. That'll break it. That'll break it. That'll break it right there. Do you remember that game that I made last time that the camera rotates to follow the character? Yes, I do remember that game you made. Yeah, I do. Why? Does it have some relevance to this? I could only assume. I must assume that that's it. I think you posted it in the Godot category. I cheated and used the phantom camera play. Oh, man. I'm not looking that up. No, but that's fair. Like if I have yet to have like found a reason to need it, but it sounds like you're saying that you think that there is a good reason to need it. See, if I start running fast, now they're not grabbing at the same rate. Because if whenever the alien runs faster, the camera moves backward. The camera pulls backward, right? So I would need to then adjust the position of what you grab to actually be forward a bit. So that way it's not too far back. But then, it just gets a little messy that way. I feel like we need to not base it on the camera, if I'm being honest. Let's say you want your camera to smoothly look at the character when you move left and right. Right, which this already does. And have something grab. The position where the cow will move just because your camera moved. The position where the cow will hold will move just because your camera moved. Right. Yeah, that sounds, I mean, right. Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, I hear you. It looks like it's not moving right now in a good way. Right? Like, I feel like that's fine that it's not moving. That's okay. I like that you're trying. So, look, all of this feels like it's not getting me anywhere, but it's all very interesting. Truly very interesting. I think what I want to do is I want to say, let's just make it all relative to the player position. Because if I've learned anything here, the Z position of the player is not going to move. The Z position of the player is not going to move. The Z position of the player stays put the entire time. So I think that's what we should have the grab position be relative to. And the orb as well. I mean, even though the orb doesn't move, so we can just kind of put it in place. I think that's what I'm going to do. So do we have the player on here yet? We don't. So that will be interesting. We have to do one of these to get the player. So I'm just going to duplicate this line here. You like the comment on detect floor? Is this necessary? When will this be useful? Thank you. Yeah, nice. I thought someone like you might appreciate that. Yeah, so it's just like, it's basically I mean, if just to add some context since you brought it up. When I grab things, unfortunately, they're able to pass through the floor. Generally, they don't. So if I grab this and I gently pull down on it, you can see it collides with the ground or the floor fine. No issue, we're good. But if I go a little quicker, there we go. It will get sucked under the ground. See? You gotta kind of go fast, but if you do, it'll get sucked under the ground. So what that raycast in theory was supposed to do was turn the collision of the object on when we hit the ground, if it sees the ground. That was when I was turning off the collision when we grabbed the object. But I've now turned the collision back on when we have the object grabbed, so we don't even need the raycast anymore. However, at some point, I do want to find a way to resolve that issue where you can quickly and it'll happen even easier if you move. I would like that to not be the case at some point. Oh, you're right. Whoa, yeah. How did you know that? Dang, no kidding. Oh my gosh, so much easier. So I would ideally like that to not be the case. And so I'm thinking I'll keep the raycast there for now for a couple purposes. Number one, to remind me to fix that problem. And number two, in case solving that problem does involve the raycast, well, it's already there. So that's the story. That's the story behind that comment. All right, we're gonna call this character body 3D. And specifically, we want to get player, which I believe it is called. I believe it is called that, and we're gonna call this player. And now I'm not exactly sure where it's going to appear, but I think I could even just say appear at the Z position, or be at the Z position, whatever, pointing at the Z position of player. No constructor of plane matches signature plane. Okay, so I think we need to say player global position Z. Yes? Yes. Let's see what that does. Let's see what that does. Collisions hate angles. Oh. When you are not moving, it has velocity only downwards. But when you move, it has a velocity that moves it forwards and downwards, which collisions hate. Great. So using transform basis Z returns the forward-facing vector 3. Sorry, I'm not keeping it much. Not sure if this is what you need. That's interesting, though. Transform basis Z returns the forward-facing vector 3. Wow, nice. Oh, sweet. That's good to know. So what I kind of like decided for now, or at least, so that's ride the cow, baby, ride the cow, and that's why we need to change collision layers. So what I did was I changed it to come the Half-Life 2 speedrun strat. Really nice. Well, not here. So what I did was I have the cow, instead of using the forward facing Z or anything like that, I'm experimenting with having it appear at the position of the player, which, as you can see, is yielding some unintended consequences. But the Z position of the player isn't ever going to change. When I move forward, when I start speeding the character up, oh, we're trapped next to the cow. When I start speeding forward, the camera actually pulls back a bit, right? Which I feel like, even if we use, and correct me if I'm wrong, I could be, if I use the forward-facing Z, is that affected by that offset? Probably not, but I just don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, there might be interaction with stepping on cows. Actually, that is something I was not planning on, but someone suggested it, and I thought it would be a good stretch goal thing if we want to put it in the game. But not really necessary. It could be. But we could always just add like some other way to tell if they're squishing the cow, you know? But yeah, I'm thinking we just put it on a different collision layer. You know, we could put an area 3D or use like, you know, a distance calculation to see if it's colliding with the cow, or have like ray casts on the feet. That seems like that could be problematic, but you know, if for whatever reason we needed to do that, I don't think we need the collision between them to do that per se. And couldn't we even just like do it one way, right? We could say that the cow can see if the player steps on it, but the player can't see if it stepped on the cow. So that way one won't, that way if the player bumps into the cow can say, hey, I just got bumped into by the player. But the player won't be like, I just got bumped in by the cow, you know? So I think that'll be fine. An area around the feet isn't so bad. Yeah, right. There's like other ways to deal with that if we want squishing. I'm just kind of having fun with lifting up this alien right now on the back of a cow. I find that very entertaining. So yeah, so that's but yeah, I don't know, as far as the forward-facing Z from the camera goes. Like, let's try it. Let's put it in there. It'd be interesting to see what happens. But I'm thinking we use the player Z position, since that's never going to change. Probably. I'd be very surprised. So we'd say camera transform basis Z. And then I guess I'd want to add the offset on there as well. See what that does? Oh, Insta issue there. Oh, I see. So this is only the z-axis. So I would need to do the full vector 3, right? I'd have to say, what? Vector 3, 0, 0, and then this? Something like that? Perhaps? No? Incorrect? Maybe you want me to wrap this up in a little parenthesis here. Just parenthesis that up. Make it a little more obvious what we're doing here. No? Okay. Integer, vector 3. Oh, wait, transform basis is a vector 3. Okay. Okay. So, what's the problem then? Why is that not working? Z is a vector. Right. What was in there originally? Originally, it was camera... I don't remember. Let's undo apocalypse it back in there. It was, yeah, right. It was camera global position Z. Yeah, it was just global position Z. That's what it was. But then if I make that this, invalid operands vector 3 and float for the minus. Oh, this one? Maybe it's that these don't go. Instead of vector 3, 0, 0, 1, use basis Z. What? The plane function? This is something Dragon Blade came up with to help us establish a 2D plane that the cow or whatever we're grabbing will move along at the point that we grab the object. And that plane is perpendicular to the z-axis here. So are you saying that that just completely replace this like that? That can't be. I must be doing this quite wrong. Got me some Chef Boyardee spaghetti, got some soda, and I'm ready for a long stream. Let's go. Let's go. I got some seasoned quinoa and green beans. I'm also ready for a long stream. Cheers, my friend. Change the camera back to camera global position. Z. Wait, which one? Let's go! Cheers! Use the aliens transform, not the camera for your game. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, so we're just done with all of this? We're just done with all of this. Player. That means my idea was the winning idea. I win! Wait, but can I still use the camera transform basis Z as the just to be visible? Just print the aliens basis Z. The basis Z? All right. I will say this is quite fine using the basis Z as the perpendicular point for the grab. I mean, isn't that the same thing as doing vector 0, 0, 1? Isn't that just the exact same thing? I'm just guessing. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm just guessing. Plane transform basis Z, camera global position Z minus offset. I mean, I think that's gonna have problems, but let's try it for funsies. This is fun. I love when we got some coding stuff in the chat. Mind doing a brief recap as to what we were figuring out? I don't mind. So what we're figuring out is camera global position. Never mind, you're way off, ignore you. Okay. Thank you for your help though. I mean, it's definitely relevant to what we're up to. So So what we're doing is we're finding a position that what we grab will go to. So when I grab stuff with the mouse cursor, I want that thing to go to a certain place, right? I want it to go somewhere. I could say go to its Z position. So when we pick it up, it just lifts off the ground a little, right? And I don't know. I still am not sure that I'm convinced that it's any different to just do 001 than the camera. Oh, right. Dragonblade was saying we could print it to check and find out. So for example, this is kind of an easier way to look at it. So when we grab something, it's going to create a plane, a 2D plane, and that plane will be perpendicular to the Z-axis. That's what this little line of code does. It creates a plane perpendicular to the Z-axis. The second argument is determining where on the Z-axis that plane is going to be. So hopefully that kind of makes some sense. And the placement that it had was previously relative to the camera. So I was doing camera global position Z minus an offset. So I have an offset that's like 14, basically. Which, what this line is saying is, look at the camera's Z position, subtract 14 from that, and draw this plane there. And then this plane is what the thing that we're grabbing moves along. And the way that that works is the plane is, and this is further up in this code, that plane is looking for the intersection here. It's looking for the intersection between the cursor and the plane. And so whenever the cursor moves around that plane, that intersection point is where the thing we're grabbing is teleporting to. And that plane is just like infinite in that 2D space, right? And then so what ended up being the issue of doing it this way is since it was based, since the Z position of that plane was based on the camera global Z position, whenever the camera moves on the Z axis, which it does, for example, if I speed forward like this, the camera moves back slightly, which means that when I grab the cow, it's going to be grabbing at a different position if I'm moved back. So right here, when I grab it, let me stop it so you can just see. When I'm not moving and I grab it, it lines up just fine with the score dunk. No misalignment at all. Everything is great. So this is 14 points away from the Z-axis of the camera. Now if I start moving quickly, and then meaning the camera is back and I grab it, now it's in front of the bubble. And that's because I gotta be moving when I grab it, because that plane was created in a different position. And so, yeah, so I think what I'm gonna do instead of literally any of this is I'm just going to get the position of the player itself. Player global position Z, and that's it. So just create the plane at the global player position Z. And I assume we don't want it in front of the bubble. Yeah, because if it's in front of the bubble, then it's not going to detect that the thing we're grabbing is inside of the bubble. I want us to be dropping stuff in that bubble, so that way it gets absorbed into it. And so here it is too far in front, which means I need to move the bubble forward. But the player is fixed. The player never moves. Like when I do this, we move forward like this, it's still going to be the same Z position because we're not actually moving the player forward. The player does rotate forward a bit, but the Z position should still be the same, as far as I know. So we can still bump into it, and we can even lift up the player, which I think is hilarious. Not intended, but hilarious nonetheless. And certainly an interesting idea for a power-up. Who knows how that would play out. But, so what I want to do is I want to make sure that the player doesn't see the cow, so that way they don't bump into each other. And I also need to bring the bubble closer. So let's do that. Isn't that kind of awesome? Like, I don't know, maybe there's like some ability where you can just like fly for a second, you know, and clearly that's quite okay. Like, it doesn't seem to break anything. So yeah, and that is an interesting thing to discover. That is possible. All right, so let's make the player not collide with the cow for a minute, forever, possibly. It's not a bug, it's a feature, exactly. It certainly is intriguing to know that it's possible. And then you can see why the Z positions aren't lining up here between the dunk and the player either. So for the player's collision, that'll be interesting because I have to change a few things, actually. So these collisions, these collisions need to be reworked badly because they're not actually moving with the arms. I'll probably want to use like a remote transform node or something to try to get them to move with the arms. Or animate that. I don't know. I don't really know what I'm gonna do, but that's a whole thing to sort out, is making sure these collisions move with the arms and the legs. But for now, they're just floating there, and I do have separate collisions for the arms, the legs, and the head. So that way, and the body and stuff. Well, just those, just legs, arms, and then body. And then we do have a separate area for the head. That's just the head shape. But I need to update the body, so the player, all those collisions feed into the character body. And the character body is on the layer 16. And since it's on layer, am I updating this in code anywhere? Sometimes I update the collisions and stuff in code. Not here. So you said you made the alien in WOMP and ported it over, right? How hard was that? Not hard. The only thing is, and well, WOMP has made some changes since I did that last. But when I did it, the mesh was incredibly complex. It had like hundreds of thousands of polygons, which is so very too many. It actually still has too many polygons. But so when you bring it into Blender, you're gonna need to either retopologize it or decimate it to reduce the number of polygons, because it just comes from it exports out of WOMP with tons and tons and tons of polygons. And I'm gonna remake it in Blender now, because at the time I didn't really know Blender, but now that I do, I'm confident I could make something better in Blender without using WOMP. At the time I didn't know better, but now that I do know better, don't need it. But yeah, so it was pretty easy. It was very easy. It also, for whatever reason, comes from WOMP very large, and by large, I mean like the dimensions are extreme. Like I usually have to divide it by like hundreds of times to get it to be a normal size. So, you know, but for the most part, it's really easy. It's not complicated. It just is a complex mesh that you bring in. All right, so I'm gonna make the player, or the player's on 16, and what are the collisions on here? On the health stuff, we've got a lot of stuff going on here. So the mask for the health objects are 16, so that way it can collide with the player. Now, actually today, something I'm gonna wanna set up is a way to get the health objects to collide with the player, but more from a detection standpoint, not a physics standpoint. So I guess it's still running on the physics engine, but I don't want them to physically collide. So I think we can say, although this is being set to false, which is interesting. It's interesting that it's being set to false, and yet they collide. Oh, but it's on collision layer 1, which, wait, it's on mask 1, and the player is on mask 1. So the mask is what it collides with, and the layer is what it is. How should it need to be on layer 1? Are they on layer 1? They are. Why would they be? That must be why it's colliding then. Because the player has mask 1. I'm confused. I'm curious if the textures and such remain intact. A little bit. A little bit. I feel like they weren't exactly the ones that I had set, but sort of, yeah. If I remember, they do sort of. It basically exports them as like image files. This doesn't have to be on layer 1. That's not true. Maybe we've changed the system since then. But guess what? That just doesn't fix it, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I didn't think they needed to be on layer 1, but that doesn't do any good, so. Why is that? Yeah, okay, so this is garbage. Absolute trash. Don't need any of that. And then I'm so surprised that this is set to false. I mean, this is gonna make it fall through the ground. If I put, because the ground is on layer 1. So if I set the mask value to false on 1, then the health objects are just gonna be gone because they're just falling through the ground. So that's not good. An object with mask 1 will be blocked by objects in layer 1. Well, the player isn't in layer 1. The player is in layer 16. There must be something else on the player that I'm missing here. Why? I'm a little confused. Are we sure the player isn't being set in code to be on a different layer? It doesn't appear to be. It's interesting. I guess I have an old print here. You can just run the game and check the players. Yeah, that's what I'm about to do, actually. Yeah, same. It's what we expect. Layer 16, which is being read in the bits value. 32,768. That's 16. Layer 16. Mask 1. So. Why would that collide? I guess we could do the same thing with the cow, just to see. Or the health objects. Just to see like what's their deal? What's your deal? Let's drop that in there, and then we're gonna say meat layer, meat mask. What's the layer of the cow? It should be 4. No, what is it? Not 4. No layer. The cow has no 4. It is 4. Oh, it's 4. Wait. And the player. Nope. Yep. Not wait. I unweight. I've taken back my weight. Layer 4 is what we're setting in the code. Layer 4. But we'll print it here and see what it says. This needs to spawn in, and then it will show up. Oh, it didn't. I forgot to comment it in. That'll do it. I don't know much, but I know that'll do it. All right, try that again. Little do-over there. All right, then when it spawns in, we'll see. What? Oh, that's what that note was for. What? It is on layer 1. That's what that comment was supposed to be saying. It was trying to tell me that it's on layer 1, even though I'm not setting it to layer 1. That's why it's colliding with the player. What? Why? How? What? Okay, that's a mystery. That is a mystery. That is a mystery. And it's not even on layer 4, even though I'm saying set collision layer value 4. It's just like, no. Is it because 4 isn't what I think it is? I mean, what if I comment that line out? I mean, do we need to use bitwise here? Or not bitwise, but you know, the bit value? That's not it, is it? No, it's still on layer 1, mask 1. That didn't have anything to do with anything. And actually, it's not even on mask 16. What the flip is going on here? This is confusing. I mean, suppose I don't set it in code, right? I mean, suppose I just what if we just comment all of that out? Don't even put any of that in there. See what it says. Same thing, 1 and 1. Now I do have it marked as mask 1. So let's say layer 4, as I have coded in here. Does that show up? This is quite mysterious. This is deeply mysterious. No 4. What if I take mask 1 out of here and I don't mark, so I just took off mask 1? What does it report? Same thing. Somewhere. Okay. All right. Somewhere. The collision is being overwritten somehow. And it's just completely ignoring anything I try to set in code or here. I guess you just can't have collision without layer. Or that it's being overwritten. I don't understand. Yeah, it's super mysterious. I mean, here I've given a layer to it. So I've given it layer 4 and mask 1. But it's still just switching it to 1 and 1. I have to have a bite of green beans and quinoa to think about this. Angry chewing. Full screen! Let's go. I'm so glad you got your computer stuff set up. For your own sake. Is there something weird set up on here that I didn't realize? So I remember you were like all on Xbox for the most part. Is there some like setting that I don't realize is like marked or something? I almost want to just like make like a new thing. Read the code way better? Nice. Yeah, you just got to get through YouTube compression. But that's good. Yeah, that probably helps a lot with that. Makes sense. What could be happening? What in the world could be happening? No idea. Not a clue. Very mysterious. Maybe there's something on the and that doesn't make sense either. I guess I can look up the problem Is that something anybody has ever experienced? I don't know. Godot collision layer mask 1. Don't want it to. I don't know. This isn't gonna help me. This is just people trying to figure out the difference between collision and mask. Setting collision layer mask after the collision. I mean, I almost just want to make a new object and see if it has the same problem. You know, it didn't seem to matter if I made it a rigid body or not. The problem seems to be continuing. Maybe. I find ChatGPT doesn't help that much with those things, but you're right, it's possible. Yeah. Dang. I mean, this is just like its own little mystery. This is its own little mystery. I'm going to try creating something new. I don't know why I think it'll be any different. Maybe. It could just lead us down paths that aren't helpful. What could change the layer? Nothing. Like, what could change the layer? You know? Like, what could change? Like, something, like, there would have to be something external that was looking for a top level of something maybe in the group meet, but there's nothing, but you know, that's not something, I don't think, because I don't think we're doing anything. I don't think this is even referenced anywhere except in the score dunk where it just looks to see if it's on there. The script on arrow hover can't. The script on arrow hover is just applying a sub viewport texture. So that one can't. And that's the thing. It's like an isolated, you know, scene. That's what makes it so mysterious, too, to me. Maybe, I mean, well, so where I am actually putting these things is on this terrain here. Script that, yeah. So the cow is not particularly spawned. It's just on this terrain block. The terrain block is spawned. And so this terrain block has no scripts on it. The terrain block itself has a ground that's on layer 1. And then we just, it's just there. It's just there. You know, I could try putting something else on here. You know, here's something I could try. I could come to the main scene. The node itself of the scene in the world has what collision? It has layer, it has no, it's just a mesh. The top level node is just a mesh. And it's on layer 1, but that's just a visual layer. That's not a collision layer. So the top level has no collision. And then within that, there's a static body. The node of the cow. The node of the cow is a rigid body. That's where we have the script. And the rigid body right now, it just has mask 1. Yeah. Rigid body is the top level node that represents the scene. And, you know, we tried some different things. I made this whatever in the world scene. Yeah, so what are you talking about? So this only exists as a separate scene, and currently it only exists as a child of the terrain scene. But I was just thinking, what if I try to put it in the main scene? And maybe that's what you're talking about. So it's not actually in the main scene. But that might be something worth trying, is putting it in the main scene. You have 3 cow scenes. Inside a terrain scene, those 3 nodes the cow. What's their collision layer? You have 3 cow scenes. Inside a terrain scene, those 3 nodes of the cow, what's their collision layer? What? What do you even mean? What do you mean? You must be saying things. Are you talking about down here in the bottom left? What's up, Echo? Is that way to say your name, Echo? I still don't understand the script portion. I just was able to figure out some terms for debugging pretty easy, at least for Godot. All right, cool. Welcome, Echo. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Are you talking about that Pong game that you were making or something else? In the terrain scene, you have multiple cows, no? I think there's only 1 cow in there. There's only 1 cow in here. 1 cow. I could put multiple cows, but right now there's 1 cow in here. There is a human as well. So there's the human and the cow, and then there's also the house. There's the house, the human, and the cow. Sounds like you're doing the debugging. I mean, that's an important part of learning code, for sure. Nice. What is the one that's in here's collision layer? I see what you're asking. This one. 1 and 1. So if I were to delete this, okay, that's very interesting. I see what you're trying to say. So this has 1 and 1. So this is overwriting the instanced scene. You hate not joining for like 4 to 3 months. Oh, that's okay, Cheetos. I do have to tell you some bad news. I'm no longer accepting Dreams entries to the game jam. I'm gonna take a bite of green bean quinoa while you process that information. I'm sorry. But I just can't do it anymore. I just can't do it anymore. It does override it. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? You was using a tutorial for reference to figure out what was wrong and still couldn't find it till I said screw tutorial and tried making sense of those debugging statements. Nice. Tutorials can get you only so far. There's a point where you really just have to kind of figure things out yourself or, you know, learn elsewhere. Good on you. You already moved on into Unreal? Wow, that's cool. All right, Cheetos, you got this. I love to hear it. That's awesome, Cheetos. Good for you. Oh, is their username a League of Legends reference? Where's that chat message? That's not it. That's not it. I'm pulling up all the wrong messages. Let me find the right one. Echo used Flash. I see. Used to main him. I play Team Fortress now. Gotcha. Looks like you were eating some small animal sacrifice full of blood. This looks like I'm eating some small animal sacrifice full of blood. This looks like I'm eating some small... The gall. The gall. Make milk heals. What? Only small animal sacrifice could look so yummy. It is so yummy. They look like bones. To be fair, I mean, it is green screened. So it could be... I guess I could see that. They're supposed to be green beans. But I feel like their shade of green isn't really getting keyed out. Oh, yeah, it is. Wow. Okay, that's a lot different. Everything looks so different. Why don't you make humans ragdoll when they get grabbed? I do plan on adding an animation, actually. So the reason why I don't is because I haven't gotten to it yet. Because it's more important to me that we get the gameplay before it starts looking cool. You know what I mean? But that is something that I want to do. I might work on that on Monday in the member stream. They're not going to ragdoll, though. They're going to be like, ah, please put me down. Ah. Have to finish packing. Just wanted to stop in, say sup, make a statement of progress because I'm proud, and drop a like. Thank you for hitting that thumbs up button. Hyper smash that thumbs up button. It means more people will see this live stream and be recommended to the live stream after we go live. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for stopping in too, Echo. Well done on your progress. I'll see you around. Good luck packing. Ooh. All right, so this overrides that. I hate that. Human kind of looks like a human fall flat-haired. Oh my gosh, it does. It does. Don't forget. It's easy to forget. It's easy to forget to smash that thumbs up button. It's easy. So if I remove this cow from the scene and I put a new cow in here. So over here on the cow, right? Over here on the cow. The instanced scene, the separate scene, right? If I just say, it doesn't have a mask, it doesn't have a layer, nothing. I've chosen nothing. And I save it that way. And now I'm going to come to my terrain block. And I'm going to drop it on in. Is it going to assign collision, layer, and mask? It is! Wow. Alright, suppose I do choose something. Oh wait, this is cow 0102. What's cow 0103? Now I'm confused. This one's smaller, this one's bigger. Oh, dear God. I was working on the wrong cow. I was on the wrong cow. Yeah, I think we found it. I think we found it. Okay, open this scene. Click on this. Look at this one's collision. It's 1 and 1! I had the wrong cow open. I had the wrong cow open. I despise the YouTube mobile app. It buffers for no reason. Stop buffering. You stop it. You stop buffering right now. There's no reason for that. You stop it, mobile app. I see you, mobile app. I see you. You stop it. You behave. Sorry, Psychonic. I gave it a stern talking too. Okay, so now I'm gonna not mark any of these because I don't want it. I don't even want to bother setting it there. One more slice of pizza. No context given. Just one more slice of pizza. That is all the context we're given for this comment made by Dragonblade. I suppose I could make some assumptions that you've had other slices of pizza since you say the word more. So you might have had one, you might have had two, you may even have had three. Maybe you ate most of the pie and there's only one more left. You're eating one more slice. Understood. That's all I'm gonna extrapolate. Nice, and now it doesn't have any layers set. But I wasn't putting the wrong cow. I see, I wasn't putting the wrong cow on there. I was changing the settings on the wrong cow. That's why they weren't changing. Okay, all right. But let's still see if it works. You might be on your fourth entire pizza. How big are the pizzas? How big are the pizzas? And over what period of time are we talking about here? Don't compare yourself to others. That often never leads to good thoughts. Nice. Wait, who was doing that? Who was doing that? Who was comparing themselves to others? Who did that? Stop it. Wherever you are. Wherever you are. Are you in the chat? Are you in the chat? Stop doing that. Stop comparing yourself to others. Whoever did that. Don't do that. It's a good point. It's a good point. Compare and despair, as they say. Oh, you were? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry. That's true. That's true. It really does. Compare and despair. We're all on different paths. And here's another thing. Someone will always be better than you. Even if you're the best. Even if you're the, like triathlete champion or something. There's someone who can still do all that stuff better than you. Even the best person still has someone who can do it better. It's an impossible standard to expect that compared to yourself. Well, that's not fair either, because we change. If we're younger or older, we may be wiser or weaker or stronger or whatever. We change. Some days are better than others. With that said, it's easy to do. And I understand. Okay, so let's see if this actually resolves the problem. So I'm going to come and comment back in all of these coded mask and layer changes. And let's see what it reports being on. Now, before I do that, let me check the human. Let me check the human here, actually, before we finish this and go on to the test. The human has layers 1 and 2 marked. If I open up the human scene, we see that the rigid body indeed has 1 and 1 marked. I'm going to unmark both of them. Save that. If I come to the terrain scene, and we check what's going on with the human has no longer those 2 marked. So now I want to see what it prints as being the things that are the masks and layers those objects have. Zero and 0. Okay. All right. I mean, that's concerning, and it's not even true. Look, if it was truly 0 and 0, these wouldn't be standing on the ground. These would be falling through the ground. So that's just not true. But I guess that's because I'm putting this in the ready function, meaning it can't see what we're adding on there. That's why it says 0 and 0. Like yesterday, I only had 1 pizza, and today you had 4 pizzas. Gotcha. So you're just comparing. I mean, that sounds like a useful comparison. Sounds like I feel like we should at least keep track of how many pizzas we have every day. At least. I mean, you know, the reasoning for having the pizzas, whether or not we should have the pizzas, you know, don't even worry about that. Don't even worry about that. You know, just stay mindful. How many did I have? Start there. I think that's fair. So this person made a short film in Blender. Took him 5 years, spending every day from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. 5 years to make a 13-minute short film while I'm waiting to make a series with it, mildly deflating. I mean, yeah, there's a lot. I mean, I hear you, right. There's a lot of context missing there. Everybody's different. You don't know you'll have their same journey. Why did they have their journey that way? Who knows? A lot of different reasons. Could be for a lot of different reasons why it took them that long. I would say, yeah, there's, I would say, I don't know what to say about that. Remind myself not to compare myself to that person. Yeah, don't. Your journey could be totally different. Completely different. Rio 3D TV in the house. Thank you for the like. Thank you for the like. I like you. I like you. Dragon Blade is leaving an important word. Slice. Okay. All right. Slice. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Slice. We should always have the pizzas. We should always have the pizzas. Hey, Donnie. Welcome. Donnie with the pizzas. Donnie and Dragon. The pizza people. Do 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 do. Oh, Donnie calling Insane Alpha Beta Ian? Almost. Almost. I'm a beautiful lady. I'm a beautiful lady. Thank you. Okay. So they're not reporting those. It's fine. It's good. The question is, does the health thing collide with the player anymore? Guys, I'm thinking of changing my hair, by the way. I'm thinking I'm going to take out my locks and I'm going to have just like my natural hair, like the way it is. I mean, this is my natural hair. You can't really see it. You can't really see it, but like this is hair that isn't locked, right? That's what my hair looks like if it isn't in locks. It's like this. That's my hair. And this is stuff that's grown since I started twisting my locks. And I'm thinking that I'm just going to undo all of my locks one by one until it's going to be like 3 times as long as this. That's what I'm going to do. And I wanted to tell somebody because I'm excited. It's going to take a lot of work. The hair is excellent form, staying up like that. Yeah, that's that African ancestry. That's my father's genes coming through, baby. Yeah. Black hair defies gravity. That's what makes it so beautiful. But you know, I wanna have it be all of my hair. It can be undone. Yeah, you don't have to cut it. It just takes a lot of work. Basically, what I have to do is I have to get like a sharp object. Not scissors, but for example, something like that. And then little by little, I have to come from the very tip. I've done it before. It's a lot of effort. I have to come from the tip and just start unweaving it. Little by little. Not a pair of scissors. I would need sort of like a sewing needle or a crochet needle. And we just come through here little by little. All the way up on each one of them until they're undone. It's possible. It's just a lot of work. And cutting them makes it a little easier. Plus, mine are like natural and loose. That is to say, when I say natural, I mean like I didn't pay anyone to do this. I didn't do it very, very tight. They're kind of loose, which locks end up being a protective hairstyle in that sense. Well, in any sense. But basically, the idea is that you're keeping your hair locked down and under control and protected. So it's just kind of sitting there waiting to be unlocked and revealed. So cutting it isn't really necessary I don't know. I can't speak for everybody's hair types, but for my hair type, I've definitely been able to unravel it. And it's, it's a lot of work. You're leaving out that all those pizzas had the word slice removed. All the pizzas that you ate had the word slice removed. Very smart. Beautiful and smart. Beautiful and smart. That's right. You all are probably beautiful and probably smart too. That was not a compliment. I'm sorry. I didn't want to make judgments. Look, to me, you all are beautiful. And certainly you all are smart. You're here. You must be smart. That means more cuddles with the kitty because no more toy. Yes, the cat will not constantly attack my locks. Hopefully. We'll see. Unlock the locks. Unlock the locks! Watermelon girl. Watermelon girl? I don't even know. I hate when my hand gets stuck in my tangled hair. I would not survive undoing them. Yeah, it's a lot. So I'm gonna be doing it like over a long period of time. So like gradually you guys will see my locks start to disappear and be fluffy one by one. Maybe like every day I'll do a lock. I don't even know. I'll do like half a lock a day. It's gonna take me so long. It's gonna take forever. Forever. Watermelon Girl. That's the Blender short film I was referencing. Oh, interesting. Now I gotta put that on my watch list. All right, so is it colliding with the player anymore? It is not! At long last, we are not riding the cow. And it's not carrying us up into the sky. Although, man, that was so entertaining. I just want one last cow lift. Can I just get one more cow lift before we part? I would just like to see it. Because it was just so satisfying. I don't know. I thought it was so satisfying. I want to lift myself up in the sky with the cow. Oh yeah. There we go. Riding the cow, baby. Riding the cow. As long as we are not riding the cow and it isn't taking us into the sky. That's my dream, baby. That's my dream, to ride the cow. Or the human. The human, we can ride the human as well. It's a little harder. Doesn't have as strong a back as the cow does. Cow is much more sturdy. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, we can see the whole world from up here. It's the super cow. It is a super cow. All right, so we don't actually want to do that. I actually just wanted to confirm that it was all good. We're in control of the choices we're making. So all of this has been to change the layer that the grabbed object moves to. So that way, whenever I'm running forward or not, the position of the cow or whatever we're grabbing is not different. And the problem that came, so I started using, originally I was using the camera to decide where the cow or whatever you grab, the human, jumps to. But the camera changes when we move really fast, and the camera goes back. And so that meant when I grabbed it, if we were running fast, it would be in the wrong position, which means it would be harder to dunk in our score dunk up here. But now that I'm using the player position to decide where the grabbed thing goes, well, we ran into the issue where it was colliding with the player. We've now finally resolved that, thanks to Dragonblade, and Psychonic Joe helping me out a little bit too. Because of y'all, now it doesn't collide, but now I need to move the score dunk to be at the same position as well, so we can actually abduct these cows. You're getting attached to the name Score Dunk? I mean, was it playing Paragon, that free game on Epic for a while? It was like this MOBA, this like third-person MOBA. I feel like it had a score dunk of some kind. I don't really remember how it worked because it was so long ago that I played it. But that's where I picked up the terminology score dunk. Paragon was awesome. It was just a MOBA that was in third person, and it was a lot of fun. But I guess it had problems, and they pulled it, and then Fortnite blew up, and they were like, "Screw this." So that was before Fortnite, and it had some. I think you could like halfway through the map, there was like a score dunk where you could take like an artifact or something like that and get something extra for your team, like a special power up or something. And I was like, oh, score dunk. Okay, that's a thing. Something like that. All right, so the position of the orb is right there. I would like to move it back. We should do this programmatically. So right now, the score dunk actually is being moved. So like wherever I move the score dunk, if I put it way up in the front, it's still going to come back to that same position because code is moving it to where we see it. So that means I'm going to need to code in its Z position, which is just true. Right now I have an offset. I'm honestly kind of just thinking I'm just going to keep adjusting it. I'm just going to keep adjusting it. Let's put it at 0, a 0 offset. And I'm just going to see where that gives us its position. I could set its Z position to just be at the player, and maybe I should. So that seems like that's too far. And it's missing it the other direction. So I'm going to say -0.5. See if that does it. I'm a little nervous. Like, what if we might have changed the collision of the cow, that it no longer collides with the score dunk. Yeah. So we gotta change the collisions up a little bit. What is collision 4 supposed to be? Is that like meat objects? It is. So I have it labeled on the right there as health. I think my zoom is in the right place. Yeah. So I have it labeled as health. So like number 3 is obstacles, number 2 is NPCs, number 1 is ground. For whatever reason, number 16 is player. And so I think we were just kind of lucky that it was colliding before. But now that we are able to actually control the collision of the cow, thank goodness, I'm going to want to adjust the score dunk to be looking for the mask 4 or layer 4. I guess we want it on, no, mask 4. So I'm going to actually, I prefer setting the layers and the masks through code. I don't know, it just makes me feel more secure. So that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, because we're on layer 4 on the cow. And so I'm going to do mask 4 for the score dunk. I think that makes sense, probably. Probably is fine. So here's the ready function right there. And we're going to say set collision mask value for true. And so that should now collide with it, I'm pretty sure. I think. I might need to do it the other way around. I might need to have the cow be able to detect it as well. Okay, that looks fine. Nope, we're good. Done. Abducted. Beautiful. So now we can drop our health objects into the orb and abduct these things. Now we still have the other problem, which is that I can pile multiple in here, but they don't. Whoa, the camera position is still different. Uh-oh. Problem not solved. Camera problem is not solved. If I'm running and I grab the cow, look, it's too close to the camera. The player Z position is changing. So maybe we should do the basis. Wait a minute, we're not done yet. We ain't done yet. Oh, geez. All right, okay, interesting. So this whole problem goes back to the plane that is being created. And just to recap, the way that this whole thing works is that a 2D plane is created at the position that we grab the object that we're grabbing. And that 2D plane is perpendicular to the z-axis, and which part of the z-axis that it spawns at is determined by this argument right here. And I was setting it to the global position of the player, and I thought that would mean that when we're running fast, the Z position would be the same. But evidently, the Z position is changing. Evidently, it's changing. Let me get rid of some of these prints in here. And I think we need to run some tests to figure out what's going on here. Can I just say, full screen, even with it being early on this game, looks quite good. Can't wait to see it once we get to the fun art stage. Yeah, same. I mean, you know, yeah, same. That's a far away stage. That stage is far, far away. Yeah, you know, I really want the game to like play well and to be fun, and then once that is established, you know, think about how we can make it look better. But I like that you're excited about that. You know, hopefully the more like stuff that we put in the game, that will add visual appeal. Because especially since it's basically a rail game, like an on-rails game, it is important that there's visual stuff to look at, since, you know, you're taking away the player's, you know, need to think about moving forward. There needs to be something that compensates for that visually, so it's like, you know, you're not just like bored what you're looking at. So it is actually going to be a really important part of the process, for sure. I want it to tell me, and actually I'm going to set this up a little better here. We're going to do plane Z position. And I'm going to set that to player global position Z, and then let's print plain Z position. We want to create that variable here. And then I will be happy because that's good. But we want to put that in here too. Plain Z position. Real quick, I'm going to put on some YouTube music. Yeah, it's YouTube music. It's free music on YouTube. The music that I'm allowed to use on YouTube without getting demonetized or, you know, any kind of restrictions that they may place. And they will place. And so this music is, it is what it is. It is what it is. But I need it. I'm feeling it. It's feeling too quiet. I can't concentrate. Yeah, give me some music. Alright. So this is going to tell me what that position is, because I'm very curious. And it's going to tell me at the point of the grab. So it's going to print that down here at the bottom when we actually go to grab something. So if I grab this, right now it's at 0.00316. That was not running. Let's do it again. 0.00316. You wouldn't mind making some music for the stream? Okay. The intro and outro music and some other tracks that I have are actually by Freakers, who I think you know. And I wanted that because I liked it, genuinely, and I felt it fit the vibe of the stream. Other than that, this stuff, I'm just kind of taking what's free and what I think sounds good and fits the vibe of the stream. So I'm probably going to be very picky about it. And the other aspect of it is I don't want to have to fiddle around to play it. Right now, I play it via YouTube's built-in music player. Ideally, I would download all these tracks, but unfortunately, I have to download them one by one, and there's 164 of them, and I just haven't made time in my life to go through and download each one. So, you know, as of right now, I wouldn't be able to, like, weave in your music in a way that it would fit in this playlist. And yeah, so those are some caveats that I think you should know about. And then the other thing is you have to also promise that you never license it, so these streams don't get hit with a licensing thing. So there's all the details. Enjoy, and maybe don't make music for the stream. All right, so I'm gonna speed up really fast, but like, you know, if you want to, I'll listen to it for sure, and I'll see what I think. But I'm picky. So I'm gonna go fast and grab it. Wait, it's the same! It's printing the same value. Something else is in a different place. Trying, yeah. All right, Insane, yeah, go for it. Go for it. Let's do it. Let's see what happens. That's interesting that the movement, so it's something else that's causing it. I wonder if the score dunk is moving. I think maybe the score dunk is moving. Dragonblade, was it that one more slice? Is that why you feel bad? Was it that extra slice? Maybe it wasn't. In honor of your extra slice, I'm gonna eat some more greens and grains. Do you feel better? Because I did that? So yeah, I wonder if the orb itself is moving. Just tired. Yeah. It sounds like you've been having a rough go of it a little bit lately. The orb, or the score dunk, moves. It follows the player, actually, doesn't it? Yeah, the score dunk follows the player. But it interpolates. It's an interpolated movement. But if the Z position of the player isn't moving, and there's no offset, why would it be different? Why is it different? I'm just confused now. Genuinely don't understand what's happening. I mean, we are pretending like there could be an offset here. I mean, what if I just comment that out and we just don't do any kind of Z? I mean, I don't know why that would do anything. But it should just be like doing literally nothing. So that was not running. Here I'm grabbing it running. That is doing something! Now it's... everything's better. Everything is better. Everything is better! Really? And if I comment that code back in, it's gonna be at different positions? Let's see. I'm running, I grab it. Yep, it's in front. Wow. Okay, I guess we need to comment that line of code out. Excuse me. All right then. It feels a little too close, so I'm going to adjust its position. Luckily, we can do that pretty easily with the Dunk Z offset. I think? Unless, did I just comment that out? I don't think I did. Did I? Isn't that what I just commented out? Now that I think about it, I don't think I can control that anymore here. So I make this 10. Yeah, the Z isn't being controlled by this no more. So... then where is it going? How does it know where to go? Mysterious. It must just be right above the player. That has to be it. Its position... I actually am very confused. I'm actually very confused at this point, if I'm being honest with you. So if the offset doesn't matter, we have its Y position changing when you grab it. That makes sense. That's what we expect. Nothing bizarre there. For its follow position, we do want it to change on the Y-axis. So if we jump, it moves up with us. And we want it to change on the X-axis. So if I move left or right, it stays above the player. So I'm jumping, it moves with us. I don't know why it's disappearing like that. I have some theory as to why, but it's not a good one probably. If I move left or right, it moves with us. My theory for why it jumps like that is because of where I've put this. So I bring this closer. Some weird things happening. And this is it, you know, I just want to fix this score dunk so it works the best it can. No, it'd still be disappearing. Why would it disappear if I jump? What is that about? And what if I put the line of code back in there with the follow position? Does it still disappear? Mysteries. Mysteries abound. It does. And is it actually gone, like, effectively? Like, can I dunk it while it's invisible? It would seem I can. Yeah, no. Wait, what? think so. So it's just something I think I know. Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. I have its visibility being turned off when it's above a certain height, I think. Yeah. That's why. We're saying that when it's above a certain height, it disappears. That's why. That's why. Which also means that it will run the dunking function if something is in there when you jump. Which means you can dunk it sooner if you jump after you put it in there. Which is problematic. When you put the code back, while it still disappears, I notice it takes a tiny bit longer before it vanishes. Really? So if I put this in here, and I mean, it doesn't, I wouldn't say it really dunks it faster. Wait, it does. So see here, it took that long to dunk. Here, if I jump, it dunks right away. So you can speed up the dunking by jumping, which is not intended at all. So clearly the height of it is a bad way to calculate when the dunk happens, which makes sense. We need to dump that dunk logic. When you put the code back, it takes a tiny bit longer. Maybe. It was ever so slight. It took like a half second longer before it vanished. Interesting. But you can see it's still kind of showing a little bit. Which isn't actually the worst thing. Like, maybe there's something good about it being there. Like, I don't know. Not really. I don't like that it's there. Because we want to imagine it's going to and from space. So I think we just need to send it up higher. Right. Leave it in there as a speedrun strat. Something for them to figure out. I almost like that. Almost. It's more fun if I didn't intend it and they break their way into it working. So I think this is a problem. I think this line is causing issues. So instead of it being, because my other issue is that I want to be able to dunk multiple at a time. Lee's game a part of games done quick confirmed. Yeah. In my dreams. In my dreams. I feel like a lot of people have said you can't make a speedrunning game. Speedrunners just have to choose your game. So it could be after a certain amount of time. I'm thinking an animation player. I'm thinking we instantiate an animation player every time a dunk begins. And that way it can queue up those animation players and we can see one after another. So if you dunk like a bunch at a time. So if I dunk one, I dunk another, I dunk another. Right now, it's only going to count one when they all process. But instead, what'll happen is it'll queue up an animation player, and then after a certain amount of time... I mean, the only problem with that is they'll get absorbed before the whole thing goes up. I guess I don't really want that. I guess I kind of want it to, like... We might just want to do an await and have it be like a timer. You can't make a game for speedrunning. Yeah, that's what I've heard. The helicopters have a 2 and a 1 beside them. What does that mean? Good question. So these are debug numbers. That is to say, they're not going to be there in the final game. They're just there for now. But the 2 on the left represents how many hit points they have as living things, if you will. So if I hit it once, the windows break out. If I hit it again, it crashes and it dies. Now, that 1 represents its sub hit points. So if or its obstacle hit points, let's say. So if I hit it once and twice and then a third time, it'll actually explode in the air. And the advantage of that is if I hit it twice, it'll come and it'll actually run into me and hurt me, right? And so it'll like crash into the player and hurt you. Basically, it's a third hit point. And so if you want it to not hit you or hit something else, you hit it that third time and it'll blow up in the air before it hits the ground. So that's what that is. So like I could even come into the copter script and increase that number. So I've got over somewhere. Oh, here. I can set its sub-obstacle hit points to 2. And when I do that, you'll see there's going to be a 2 to the right of it instead of a 1. And if I can get one to spawn up really high, this makes it easier to show this. So here's one that's up high. So I'm going to hit it once, twice, and then if I hit it one more time, you see that 1 goes down. And if I hit it a second time, it'll blow up in the air. So yeah, so that's its hit points after it's crashing to the ground. If you want to keep it from hitting the ground, is what that is. Yeah. You can try to make a speedrunning game, but doesn't mean people will do it, yeah. I think people tried to make games for speedrunning, if I remember correctly. Speedrunners are demanding that the game is perfect. Whoa, so keep fairness. If your intention is for speedrunning, make sure everything is consistent. Interesting. That's interesting, you know, because, you know, so much of speedrunning is, like, about, like, finding exploits. That is to say, where the game isn't consistent. But that doesn't mean that that makes for a game that's fun to speedrun. Like, most of the game maybe won't necessarily be inconsistent exploits. And so it's not as fun to like come up with automatic ways to blast through it. Banned exploits? Why? Speedrunners must never be happy because games are never perfect. Yeah, right. Right. Well, that sounds like a lot of gamers in general, actually. Now that you mention it. What was they doing? Oh, right. Right. Coming up with a different way to calculate how many things are dunked. Yeah, maybe a timer. Maybe it's timed. No, because I really want it, well, so if I have a timer, I guess what we need to look for is if the animation, well, it's not an animation. Currently, it going down and coming up is in code. So it tweens itself moving down, right? Yeah, and moving back up. Maybe if I make that an animation, and then every time that you start to dunk something, you're actually interrupting that animation. And when the animation ends, then it will calculate how many you have dunked. So it's going to need to keep track of the number of things that were put in the score dunk. And then only when that animation of the retraction finishes playing, will it actually calculate it. The only thing I'm not sure of is how interrupting an animation is gonna go. I'm a little concerned about if that will look very good. Because will I be able to interpolate the interruption of the animation without using like an animation tree? And maybe I should use an animation tree for that. I'm not sure. But I think that's what I need to do, or at least try that. The idea is, if you make a game specifically for speedrunning, your game mechanics must be perfect, consistent, don't balance based on it, and no random stuff. Right, yeah, speedrunners hate randomness. Yeah. Plus, if a game was perfect, then there's no exploits for them to discover and quicken their time, so I kind of doubt that part, yeah. They will abuse the hell out of a game to make it faster, but if the game is not consistent with it, they will not do it. It's not about breaking the game to do it faster. Interesting. It's kind of interesting. What an interesting demographic. Speedrunners. It's like they have lore unto themselves. Okay, so if I create an animation that moves it down, that would have to replace what is currently happening. Which is not a tween? What is it? Where is that code at? That code is... Oh, it's... Wait, where is that code? What lowers it down? I forgot. I know I just did this yesterday, but I already forgot what moves it down. When the grab begins, grabbing becomes true. Oh, here. Oh, we're using the built-in interpolation that already exists, or the code, the interpolation offset code here. That's how it's happening. And then we move it down. Okay, so I need to replace this with an animation. And this is saying if we're not grabbing, it goes back up. I mean, it almost makes me think we need two different animations. I think that would make more sense. And then when is grabbing ends, or when the lowering animation ends, it automatically starts playing the retraction. Unless you grab something else, then it comes back. So it'll switch to the other animation. I assume it can handle doing that. That'll be very interesting to see if that works. But I'm not sure. Of all that, the one thing I definitely have heard is how much they hate randomness. When your run is determined by random chance, and that's infuriating. Yeah. Watching speedrunners do their thing with games is so fun to watch. It is fun. The things they figure out and do is just so crazy to see. Yeah. I do really enjoy watching tool-assisted speedruns and seeing, like, how, you know, people can use AI, not like AI like ChatGPT, but, you know, like actually machine learning, training a model to, I guess that's very similar, but anyway, using AI models to try and speedrun a game and designing it to do it just the right way. I also think it's really interesting to watch people like actually set that up, like not show off their results, but like some people do live streams where they're tuning their tool-assisted speedrun to fit the game. I find that stuff really fascinating. And then what people come up with is also impressive too. Okay. So I need to create an animation. I'm not exactly sure how this is all gonna work, but we're gonna find out. We're gonna say this is descent is what I'll call this one. Now this is gonna be tricky, right? Because we're using the interpolation stuff. It's probably gonna ignore. So I need to tell it to also ignore the y-axis, but I don't want it to ignore the y-axis. Oh, I'm not sure what to do. GTA 5 has some interesting exploits. What does that mean? Do I want to know what that means? I'm a little concerned here. Let me try something. Let me prove to myself that this might not work. And if I take, I mean, this is gonna be really weird. If I take its current position, and we have to do X, Y, and Z, this is risky business. I don't think this is gonna work. I don't think this is gonna work, is what I think. So what if we're just running this? Is it even gonna happen? I'm just gonna have this just play in the ready function. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say animation, play, descent. What happens? What is that like? Is it anything? Is my question. It is. Well, it's moving the player? It's moving the entire camera. And the player. What is happening? It must be moving the player, and the camera is following the player. The helicopters also follow the player. This is wild. It should stop if I grab something. If I can even grab something. Dear God. This is very unpleasant. I don't enjoy this. Okay, alright. So, something is following. Why would stuff be following the score dunk? Why would anything be following the score dunk? The score dunk is... Wow, I'm confused. Score dunk isn't on any... It doesn't even have collision, so it's not like it's colliding with anything. It's moving its position to the player. So why would animating it animate the player? I am extremely confused by that. In GTA, if you go in behind wall cover, call someone on your phone, and get into a car and drive away, before they pick up the phone, when you get out of the car, no matter where you stop, the game will move you back to the original position at incredible speed. That's awesome. If you pick up the phone and you call someone, and you get in a car before they answer it, when you get out of the car, why would you need to know where the player's position is when they receive a phone call, or when someone picks up the phone? That's got to be the kind of bug that, like, somebody's like, oops, that was my fault. Oops, I shouldn't have left that thing in there. Like, what an amazing, amazing bug. Hey, Pierogion! Pierogion is not gone. Pierogion is not gone. You can tell, because Pierogion is here. Welcome, Pierogion, who's not gone. Thank you for supporting the game stream that we do, the game dev stream that we do. Welcome, Pierogion, you're not gone. There you go. Sorry for that song. Sorry for that bad song. But you know what? You're welcome at the same time. I was made to feel a little insecure earlier by others who didn't appreciate their songs. And so, you know what? I'm a little weak. I'm a little weak. And that's okay. I'll get over it. I'll move on. I'm a tough chick. But you know, it's just sometimes things kind of get to me. But it's all right. I keep moving on. Not everybody appreciates my gift of song. Edward is here, starting off this morning with some dev trouble because you can't open Roblox Studio. I love that you're learning Roblox. That's cool. Good for you, Edward. You got this. My favorite part about you singing is the I'm sorry, but also I'm not sorry. I always appreciate your songs, even when the volume jumps up a bit. Oops. Oh gosh. The like subtle criticism in that compliment. Oh. Hey, look, if people want to use Roblox, let them use Roblox. I mean, look, I just would not recommend people use Roblox. I wouldn't recommend people use Dreams unless they want to be on those platforms. And I feel like Edward is somebody who wants to be on the platform. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Edward is attracted to the Roblox platform and understands what limitations are imposed by being on the Roblox platform. And as long as you're aware of that, like, you know, go wherever you go, even if it's Dreams. I guess I'm harder on, honestly, to me, Roblox is more legit than Dreams. Let me put it that way. I'm harder on people for using Dreams. There are limitations on Roblox, of course. I mean, you're locked into the platform of Roblox, right? It's not like you can export your game, not be on the Roblox platform. Making better looking games than AAA? Yeah, but I bet they're not making that AAA money. I bet they're not making that AAA money. But yeah, you can do some awesome things on Roblox. Absolutely. 100%. But like, you know, it's like you're beholden a bit to Roblox. I can't make a living on Roblox. I do suggest you do some research into, you've made like 40 bucks. Well, if you've made 40 bucks on it, then it must be true that you can make a living. I suggest you do at least a little research on what, the way people get exploited on Roblox. And as long as you're okay with that, you know, go for it. But the like... Sign you up. I mean, look, that's something. You know, that's something. You know, that's not nothing. That's not nothing. I feel like the Robux to money conversion rate is not great. Right, and then the amount of time you put in it and the money you get out of it, maybe not great. Maybe it is, maybe not. Maybe it was a fluke. You know, did you make it making assets and selling assets? Did you make it making a game and selling things within the game? Like, you know, I think there's some context we're missing there. I'm confused on how the engine works. It's a blocky engine and a person made a game that looks like it has ray tracing. Yeah, I don't really know much. I don't really know much about it. I mean, from game development? That's awesome, Edward. I didn't know that. And selling things within the game. Nice. Nice. I mean, hey, that's cool. That's cool. What's up, Christian? Welcome back. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hello, hello to you. I'm having some bizarre issues here. I mean, okay. Suppose I cut out the Y position following. Is it still gonna move the entire player? Why? Why is it moving the entire player? I'm doing pretty well, Christian. Thanks for asking. I'm solving some problems. Things are coming up that I don't understand, but that's okay. I'm here to try to do my best to fix them. That's what I like doing. I love having problems to solve, so that makes me happy. $40 is a very low amount of money, but I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just, I don't know. Am I wrong to think that that's not a lot of money? I don't know. Like, I guess it depends, right? Like if it's $40 because I you know, whatever, put in a few hours of work and I got $40 out of it. Great. Cool. You know, but that's like I'm gonna need $40 for at least what, 6-7 hours of labor. I don't know, maybe less than that, ideally, with a good job. Yeah, I'm not saying $40 isn't a lot of money, but like, depending on what went in to get that, it's enough to buy a triple-B game. All right, so let me be clear. $40 is not nothing, and it is a lot of money. But when I'm thinking about, you made a game and you earned $40 from making a game, that doesn't sound like a lot of money to me. That's all I'm saying. $40 in my hands feels good to me, and that I can use this for things that I need. I can buy like half of my groceries for a week with that. Less than half of my groceries for a week with that. Get out of here with that. Games that market as AAA but aren't as good. The F is a triple B game. Triple B is definitely funny. There are different costs of living everywhere. That's true. That's true. I assure you, I am not rich. But yeah, again, we still don't have any context here. So I'm commenting on the context of however much effort Edward put into this game, right? Was $40 a fair return? How much money, and let me ask you this, how much money did Roblox make that you didn't make because of that $40? And I also want to be clear that you were saying you can make a living on Roblox, followed up by, I've made like $40, so. Right? So I'm comparing making a living to making $40 for something that you did. You know what I'm saying? So like, let's keep things in perspective here. A living, $40 is not a living. All right. SVC, you must have gotten gifted a membership, and so I sing you a song. SVC, I see that you're here. SVC, I see that you're here. SVC, I see that you're here. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. SVC, I see that you're here. There's your song. You got gifted a membership. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're welcome. But I'm also sorry that you now get that song. That's part of being a member. I sing your praises when you come in here. That's how it goes. I'm sorry. Maybe you should turn off your gift membership so you don't get sung songs. Seems we're not going to get that context from Edward about how much labor went into $40 from Roblox. Okay, so why is the entire player moving when the score dunk moves? That is mystifying to me. Positively mystifying. Can you make a 2D game from a bird's eye view? Sure. Why not? I can. Yes, I can make a 2D game from a bird's eye view. Yes. If you mean the royal you, also yes. One can make a 2D game from a bird's eye view. Yes. Guys, Guys. Y'all. Edward spent 1.5 years making a game on Roblox. 1.5 years. And is trying to say that you could make a living off Roblox based on the fact that after 1.5 years working on a game, Edward made 40 bucks. Now, riddle me this. Who benefited more from that arrangement? Edward or Roblox? Roblox paid Edward $40 for 1.5 years of labor. Got a game out of it. And probably a lot more money. Or at least a very unfair percentage of that $40. In the almighty words of the Roblox character, oof! I don't know if I can do it. Oof! Oof! So yeah, like I said, your first mistake was using Roblox. I mean, look, as long as you are willing to accept those limitations, like, knock yourself out. Like, learn what you want to learn. That's certainly more than something like Dreams will ever give you. On Dreams, they had us making games and they didn't give us anything. But that's a, you know, and that's the thing. What's your ambition? If your ambition is to make money, please maybe reconsider using Roblox. Maybe. If you're okay with making a very, 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 very small amount of money, go for it. Roblox. Or a small amount of money relative to the amount of effort. The payment was the friends we made along the way. I wouldn't call that payment, but it was a great bonus, for sure. I'm not trying to say you can make a living off of $40, 1.5 years of labor. That's true. It's just possible to make a living off of Roblox, even if you have to make unfun, pay-to-win games. I think possible is true. I would really expect that those are a very, very small minority of people who are creating on Roblox. And I would also argue that, or propose, hypothesize, I would hypothesize that those creators who are making a living off of Roblox would have a better chance making a living if they made a game not in Roblox. Just a guess. I think so, SVC. I think so. I'm sure they have their specs. Really, you just have to have like a modern, as long as you have like a modern graphics card, you should be fine. I think you need like a Vulkan graphics card. There are some computers that you can't run Godot on. I know ProGigon has a computer that can't run Godot. And it probably just doesn't have like a Vulkan graphics card or whatever. So, you know, there are some possible limitations. I'm not sure that the limitations that you've shown me answer the question of whether you can or not. If it wasn't Roblox, maybe there wouldn't have been even $1. Yeah, maybe. The friends we made along the way didn't come from Media Molecule. Yeah, for sure. I'm just making the game for people to have fun playing it. All things bought in the game are cosmetic and don't affect gameplay. Yeah, if you're not in it for the money, go for it. But like, if you're in it for the money, my personal opinion is that you shouldn't do Roblox if you're in it for the money. Because I believe there's a lot more money to be made not using Roblox. That's just my opinion. And obviously, yes, you could not make money off of Roblox Dragon Blade. You could not make money on Roblox. It's not really a point. More arguably, they came from Twitch. The friends. Yeah, for sure. I'd say it is a combination, because Dreams was still the thing that brought us together, but also Twitch. Yeah. Don't expect to make the next Fortnite. I mean, never expect to make the next Fortnite. What? Fortnite was made by AAA game studio. That's not gonna happen. It's a deeply unrealistic expectation. It does kind of serve as a way to get into game dev, perhaps. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, right. And so I'm all for, hey, you want to learn Roblox? Just set realistic expectations. You're not going to make a living off of Roblox. You're not. And if you are one of the 0.01% of people who do make a living off of Roblox, all right, I was wrong. You did it. Congratulations. You beat the odds. You beat the odds. I doubt that's going to be you, though. I'm just saying, I doubt it's going to be you. Like I feel like that's an embarrassingly safe gamble to say that you're probably not going to be the one to make a living off of Roblox. And the amount of work that you have to put into that is work that you could be putting towards something else. And the thing is, something like Roblox is a platform that could be gone tomorrow. Right? It won't be, but it might be. Your game will always be stuck on Roblox. If you make a game outside of Roblox, not only will those skills transfer well, and maybe some things from Roblox will, but your literal game can transfer to any platform, potentially. Right? If Roblox goes down, your game goes down. If you're making a game in Godot and Godot goes down, you still have your game. You can still put your game somewhere else. Your game still exists. But not if Roblox goes down. And so you could have your whole business model, you could set up a whole company around making games on Roblox. But that company is now dependent on the existence of Roblox. There's no pivoting if something goes wrong. You're completely dependent on Roblox. I just feel like it's not a sustainable way to make a living. But for some people, you know, if you are in the tiny percentage who can blow up, great. But like, why would you want to live on a pipe dream when you could get probably a lot more than $40 for a year and a half of work by making a game on your own? That's just the way I see it. Just my opinion. Shout out to anyone who remembers Fortnite as a horde mode kind of game, not Battle Royale. Yeah, I do remember that. I do remember that. You had to pay for the original, though, and then they had the Battle Royale as like a free extra one. And that is what blew up. Most of the people who beat the odds in Roblox had a bad plan that worked out. I would believe that that's true. I don't know if that's true, but that sounds like something that would be true. With the amount of money they're making, Gone Tomorrow probably ain't happening. Maybe. You don't know. I mean, things that make a lot of money collapse. That's like a thing that happens. And the thing is, Roblox could change their business model, right? They could change the way they function in a way that fundamentally makes running a business on Roblox completely different. You could argue that some Roblox creators are very skilled at targeting the niche audience of Roblox players, in which case they make a good plan. That's true. That's true. Right, and so to me, that's another limitation of making games on a platform like Roblox, is you have to cater everything you make to people on Roblox. You don't have the creative freedom to come up with a unique thing. You have to make your thing be appealing to the Roblox platform. Whether it's making cosmetic assets that people on Roblox like, or whatever, or the type of games that are appealing to that niche, you're stuck with that audience. That's the way I see it. If you're making a game that is targeted to Roblox players, it's not a good financial plan. Yeah. You'd be surprised how many successful companies are out there that depend on a specific service existing. If that goes away, they are done. I would not be surprised. I would absolutely not be surprised. I mean, look at what happened with Unity, right? When Unity announced their runtime fee, that made a huge issue for studios who were in the middle of working on games that or had released mobile games especially that were made in Unity, because it would completely destroy their entire business plan. That's absolutely correct. There are lots of companies where that's an issue. And I'm saying that something like Roblox, it's even more of an issue. It's even worse. They can always shoot themselves in the foot. Let's take this thing that's working and change it to something worse because reasons. Yeah. You keep meaning to look at what happened with Unity and all, but you keep forgetting. Yeah, I mean, basically, they introduced a runtime fee, or the concept of a runtime fee, where every time somebody, they somehow would have a way to track how many times people installed your game. And then they would take a cut of those installs. But it was only applying if your company made over a certain amount. There were lots of caveats in there. But and then in doing that, they also changed their EULA, their end user license agreement, sneakily, so that they could make this change and it apply retroactively to games that had already been made. And so this brought up a lot of controversy. Spyware, right? How are they going to track this? It also brought up a controversy of, like, you know, retroactively charging you for things that have already been made under a different license. And then, you know, obviously, if someone had a business plan where they weren't expecting this runtime fee, now that they have this runtime fee, it's going to mess up their whole business. So that was kind of it. And then also the trust that was broken because of all that. And they walked it back in a way. It's only going to apply to the next version. And instead of being a runtime fee only, it's either a runtime fee or like a flat fee, whichever one is less. Something like that. And it's like self-reported instead of their weird spyware, which still seems, or their weird spyware, which still seems kind of sus. And again, that trust has really been broken at this point. The company that I work for is 100% dependent on some Adobe services, and the company works only in Europe. If EU, for example, bans Adobe for some reason, like US and TikTok, the company is dead. Dang. It sucks. Sure, the company, it has a reputation on the market and would find an alternative, but from a 2,000 employee, by next 3 months, it would probably drop to 200. Dang. I mean, I'm not surprised, but I am like sorry. I am like very sorry. And it's interesting. It's interesting to hear. Installs, not purchases, which completely screwed games on Game Pass and PS Plus and such. Right. So if somebody released the game for free or the game is available for free, they would then be charged for that. And the reason why it affected mobile games so much is because mobile games were often free to play. And so it just totally messed with their business model. That's kind of messed up. No wonder people got so angry. Yeah. These companies' inability to just communicate is outstanding. At least, yeah. Yeah, it didn't even censor it on my end. But no, it's a fair reaction to the situation. But yeah, all in all, I would say your risk of things going awry are greater on something like Roblox, in my opinion. Or let me put it this way, you're in much less control over the outcome with something like Roblox, in my opinion. But again, like, if you just want to make games and have people play them and you like using Roblox, like, freaking go for it. Like, whatever. That's great. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But make sure you don't expect to make a living, in my opinion. And if you do want to make a living, in my opinion, you should go a very different route. Kind of on the same topic, even with the mirror adding exporting, I still feel it's kind of sus. Too many bad experiences. Same. Yeah, I agree. I mean, you're still, you know, making stuff for a platform as opposed to, you know, gamers in general. And yes, you can export it, you know, but what's the main appeal going to be is going to be the platform, which to me is always a bit of an issue. All right, so maybe I'll work on this game. It's possible. It's possible maybe I'll work on this game. I'm having a bit of a strange issue where when I animate the position of my score dunk, it's moving the player. Whoopsie for what? No whoopsie. No whoopsie. We're here to chill. To discuss. Why would this move the player? The player is separate, as far as I can tell, in any conceivable way. The player is not... Now, the player... No, the player... I'm completely confused. I'm just completely confused. The player does not follow. Even if they derail, I do love all the in-depth discussions we have about these things. Me too. Yeah, me too. No, it's not derailing. It's just something else. It's just something else. It's part of it. You know, and it's up to me. Like, I can choose to not to talk about it. I don't have to talk about it if I don't want to. You know? I would say instead of a derail, it's just taking a different path. It's just taking a different path. A detour. It's a detour. Just mind-boggled. I have this animation running on the score dunk, and it moves the score dunk downward, and then back up. And for some reason, the player is jumping when that happens. And appears to be, like, colliding. It does look like we're headbutting. It's like we're playing some football, some soccer, or whatever. It's very confusing. Because all that I've animated is the score dunk. And indeed, you know, if we look at it here, just the score dunk. New game unlocked. Keep the ball bubble orb sphere in the air for a very long time. Very talented alien dribbles with its head. Yes! At least. If only that was intended. The reason why I want to animate it, there's a lot of reasons. Well, the main reason is I need to calculate multiple... So let me at least just recap what I'm up to. Very confused why this is how it's turning out. But what I'm up to is I'm trying to resolve this problem. This problem is... Well, let me tell you what the not problem version is. Wait, why are we moved back further? Why is the camera moved back? Wait a minute. I'm just gonna do some severe Control-Zing in here. Okay, now we're in the right place. So the problem I'm trying to resolve, well, here's it not being a problem. If I grab a human or a cow, and I dunk it into the score dunk, it gets abducted, and we get an abduction point. Now, right now, that abduction is calculated when the orb is above a certain Y position. So in the code, it's, well, the orb is interpolating. It has an interpolated offset. That is to say, if I move to the left, it slowly catches up with the player. If I move to the right, it slowly catches up with the player. And it seems to be moving with the camera. But in fact, it's just moving at the same speed as the camera. It's interpolating in the same way that the camera interpolates. That is to say, the camera follows the player in the same way that the score dunk follows the player. Okay, and it does it on the y-axis and the x-axis, but not the z-axis. Now, when that interpolation brings it back up, its y position changes, and once it hits a certain y position, it calculates the abduction. Now, the problem with this is if I try to collect too many of these at once, which is a very valid game strategy and likely to be what people do, it's only going to calculate one abduction. So what I need is for it to say, oh, you just got like 6 of them, right? I just got 1, 2, I just got 2, but it's only going to calculate 1. That time it didn't do any, and that's a separate problem. Not even going to talk about that right now. So I'm going to put these in here. We have 2. It's going to go up there. It's only going to calculate 1. Put 1 in there. There, it got it in time. 1, 2, 3. So what I need to do is I need to come up with a different way to calculate it. And so the way that I was going to try was add them all into a group once they enter the orb. That's a good idea. It's a good idea. Let me tell you what my other idea was, and then I'm going to circle way the back to that idea. Then get the group and count the nodes in the group at that number. It's a good idea. Let me tell you what I was going to do, and see if it contradicts that idea in a bad way. Okay, so what I was going to... I might do that. What I was planning on doing was instead of using code to interpolate the orb coming down, I wanted to animate the orb coming down with an animation player. And then animate it again when we let go and it goes back up. And when that animation player ends, the one that brings it back up, at the end of that, it would calculate how many are in there, which would actually be, we could use the way Pierogigon is talking about to do that. So I think Pierogigon's solution doesn't resolve the issue of when to calculate it. It resolves the issue of how to calculate it, but not when to calculate it. And so what I wanted, like I say, is to have an animation, so every time we grab it, it plays the descent animation. Every time I let go, it plays the ascent animation, and it goes back up. And whenever that animation ends, it then calculates it, whatever is in there. We'll say how many, you know, health objects, meat objects are in the group. Now the problem is, whenever I tried animating this to come down, for some reason, the player was moving in the opposite direction, and I don't understand why. So, I'm just gonna try it again. Yeah, I think, Rogi, I think your idea is something I can use in tandem. So I'm gonna say, we're gonna make another descent. I'm just gonna try this one more time. Create a keyframe here for the starting position. What if I just do that? And I'm gonna loop it. I'm just gonna tell it to have a starting position. I'm not even gonna give it somewhere to go. And then in the ready function, we're gonna play that looping animation. That's it. I'm literally just keyframing that one spot. Alright, so it's animated down to that position. You can see the interpolation is broken because it's locking it into that spot. So now it doesn't move via the code that interpolates. Interestingly, it does. It seems like when we grab the first thing, that is overriding the animation and canceling out the animation, which is interesting. Okay, all right, so far not too bad. Maybe I just had, so I did a bunch of undos before, and maybe there was something I just did on accident, I don't know what, that caused things to go awry. All right, so now I'm going to animate this score dunk moving down. And I'm going to keyframe that position. So the animation will be that looping, bouncing down like that. A silly animation, but we're doing it. So removing the orbit code, but also animation. Yeah, just for now. Okay, we're good. We're good. I don't know what happened before. Then we started talking about Roblox, and I don't know what the hell got down. But we're good now. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the code, Rogi. I just wanted to see what would happen if I did both. All right. I just did something on accident that was causing that weird player jump thing. I think we're in good. I think we're in a good place. So now that I've got the descent, I want to say, instead of changing the Y offset, this is where the descent is occurring via code. Instead of changing the Y offset, if is grabbing, and we don't need to worry about the Y offset stuff. Just if we are in the middle of grabbing something, then play the descent animation. I do not need it to be a loop. And let's make it considerably different. Let's make it maybe that long. Maybe a touch shorter. So we'll say 0.4 in its length. And so that will be the descent, just like that. Now the code is still telling it to retract, but we can change that. So if I grab one of these things, down it comes. Okay. So we need it to stop. It seems to be repeatedly playing it over and over again. Since it's in the physics process, it's playing it over and over. What's with companies and changing their TOS into most abusing stuff? Capitalism? Oligarchy? Late stage capitalism. The answer is late stage capitalism. This reminds me, I need to add a couple credits on here. Dragonblade been helping me. Psychonic been helping me. Let me do a little credits update. For the grab mechanic, I believe we had some ideas from Psychonic earlier. Actually, remember yesterday, Stormrun gave me an idea that I appreciate the suggestion for, but I never gave a credit for it. And then Dragonblade has been helping me a little bit with Score Dunk today, and Prokigon as well. Recalculating. That is late. What is late stage capitalism? What is late stage capitalism for $0? That's hilarious. Apparently, a cloud hosting company changed their TOS, which makes it so that they own all the data you put on their servers, even though you are paying for it. I gotta take a bite of quinoa green beans for that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That is horrifying. Yeah, what's the company? Volter. Volter. That is deeply shocking. Deeply shocking. Incredibly concerning. Thank goodness someone is reading these things. Their name is literally Vulture. Oh my gosh! Oh no! It is foreshadowing. It is foreshadowing. Oh my gosh. Holy shoot. Thank goodness somebody read all this. It's AI stuff? Of course it is. That's why they want your data. That's why they want your data, so they can train AI models on it. I could be wrong. I literally didn't read any of this. Dang. It's bleak. It's bleak stuff right there. And unsurprising at that. Okay, so this is running in physics process, which is not great. That made more sense when we're changing a dunk Y offset, but this doesn't make sense to be running this here. So we actually want to consider playing this animation when the function is called and when isGrabbing is set to true, which raises the question if I need to be setting this flag at all anymore. That's looking like a no. So this is gonna make the code better probably and more performant and stuff. So I'm even just gonna get rid of this entirely right now. And then we'll say when the grab ends, I'm even gonna get rid of isGrabbing. So yoink all this out of here. And then we're just gonna animate its ascent. Not to hate on vultures, actually. Oh, that's true, right. They're probably good for the environment. They probably balance the ecosystem or something. They're pretty kind for carnivores. They don't kill things and they clean up. Wow, wow. Yeah, I guess they have like a negative connotation the way we like talk about them. You like burbs? Man, the other day, a red cardinal landed on our like internet wire outside. And it was like right in front of me. I was just like, wow. And then it flew away. And that was it. I just had like a few seconds to marvel at this beautiful creature. And then it was gone. I feel like that's like bird watching. Your sister has 3 birds. Yeah, post them in pet share. Let's make an ascent. I'm gonna duplicate this animation. We will call it ascent. And instead of being what this is, we're just gonna flip these keyframes around. I do actually want to move this up a little bit. I want to move this up. It's a little too low. I want to do that on both of these. So we're gonna grab the score dunk. I'm gonna move its Y position up considerably. I'm gonna make it something easier to remember. I'm gonna say 3.8, or that's 3.7 is what that is. 3.88. Thank you. Keyframe that. So that is... Oh, that's the bottommost. Oh, my bad. I forgot we flipped them. My bad. Now I'm confused. I think I want it at 3. Okay, let's put it at 3. I like nice numbers if we can swing it. So that keyframe is at 3, and then when it gets up here, it's 4.5. Or we want to be a little higher. What is 5 like? Is that really, really high? It's not too bad. So on the low end, we want 3, and on the high end, we want 5. So I'm gonna come back to descent here. We want 3 on the low end and 5 on the high end. Okay. And then I need to run that when the grab ends. And I'm probably going to want these to have some interpolation. So let's give them a little of that. Maybe I might want that, I think. Possibly. That reminds me of this comic strip meme where a cardinal lands on a branch and the person says, oh, another cardinal. Pfft. So the cardinal flies to Oregon where it's rare and is so happy. That's funny. They are very common where I live. So I'm actually not surprised that there are people who would react that way. But they're still so cool. Okay, so this is working badly, right? It seems to be thinking the grab is ending all the time, which is amazing. Nice and sane. Why would you do this? Alright, so what calls grab end? It's not even the... We have some problems here. We're gonna have to... They're cute? Okay, fine. I'll look at them. We got some issues. I do still need it to stop at the finished position. The green one looks friendly. Rogi with the subtext kills me. The other one's not so friendly. But the green one, very friendly looking. Dragon Blade, you be posting in live text, but not telling me. Then I don't know it's there. Oh, the green one does look friendly. I don't trust it yet. I'm just saying. You can't help but be honest. No, you know why it looks friendly? It's because the eye is so, like, isolated. Its eye looks kind, right? It doesn't... Whereas these other ones have, like you're anthropomorphizing some, like, you know, expressions onto them. Because there's more, like... You don't trust the light blue one? You guys are anthropomorphizing. What are you doing? It's easy to do, naturally. Of course we would do that. The light blue one greets me almost every morning. It's the nicest one! It's the nicest one! He also murdered a burb? What? What? It murdered? See? Like, it committed the crime of murder under the laws of our nation. Or it took the life of another one, generally speaking. That little fella's a murder. I know something was wrong. We were right, it was a murder. He killed a previous burb, and he is so tiny, which makes it crazy. Have you seen this bird? Beware. Wow. There you go. I don't know what to say. Oh my goodness. They're all quite lovely. He also gives kisses, so who knows. So nice to humans, not nice to other birds. So perhaps you guys aren't anthropomorphizing. You guys just actually see things the way birds see things. I didn't realize. I'm sorry. I sit corrected. You guys know what it's like to be in a bird's mind. Green one has wing clipped, can't fly, so he climbs around. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. They're so beautiful. They look like birds that are gonna live longer than humans. They look like good birds. Kisses, or he's just trying to eat you. You see? You see? Oops. Like, I don't know much about birds, but I feel like this is one of them that they say lives a super long time. Dude, that's wild. That's so weird. And not in a bad way, just like amazing to be like, I know you're gonna outlive me. It's so weird. You're just a little bird. They're young too? Dang. It's interesting. The big one is Pablo. The green one is Pedro. The small one is Elvis. Elvis the killer. The other two look like they don't have a thought in their brain. But the light blue one... Oh! Oh, you know, I kind of see that. He's giving the side eye. He's like... You looking at me? You got a problem? You thinking about something? What's going on? You think I can't fight? You think I'm like them? You watch out, alright? You be careful. I'm watching you. Yeah, I see it. I guess I could see how this one is a little unhinged looking. It's kind of just like, I'm a bird. I'm a bird. I'm gonna do bird stuff. Watch out. I'm gonna do bird stuff. And this one's just like, I'm here. I'm here. Hello. I'm here. Wow, now I'm anthropomorphizing. I guess it's pretty fun to anthropomorphize. Anthropomorphize. It's hard to say. So wait, Dragonblade put some stuff in live text? How is this? Wanna be friends? And this, the same game. Oh, they're both made in Roblox? That is pretty amazing. I mean, I feel like you could ask the same question about other game engines. I feel like it speaks to the legitimacy of the engine. Right? It's a powerful engine. No doubt about it. Should see the previous one that looked at me. Should see the previous one that looked at me like that. Killed. Killed. Yeah, those are some pretty good examples of the difference. For sure. Alright. When is on grab ended called? I guess it's being called a lot, apparently. That one's playable in Roblox. That's a yes. Grab begun. Grab ended. Oh, it's literally just in the process function whenever we let go of the mouse. That's literally all that's happening. That's the only thing that's happening here. Grab is ended whenever we release. We do not want that. We want it to actually know that it had been grabbed. So right now, we have it emitting. It's called front lines. We have it emitting when has been grabbed function runs. Has been grabbed function runs. I guess this worked fine for the old way, but for this new way, I kind of need to reimagine how these go together. Alright, Insane. I guess you have Roblox. Have fun? Where does that get called? Where does that get called? Has been grabbed. Oh. In the physics process, if it's in the group grabbed. Right, because when we click on those things, they get added to the group grabbed. So if it is in the group grabbed, and it hasn't yet been grabbed, according to this flag, then it's gonna run the has been grabbed function. That is one interesting way to set that up. I would rather do this with signals, man. This feels awkward as hell. If I do this with signals, then I get a much more precise thing, I think, in my opinion. But whatever, we'll do it this way. So we call this function, that's fine. Now if I let go of it, so if it has been grabbed, when does it set that to false? Because that's going to become true here. So we could say if has been grabbed is true, and you release it, and then it becomes false after that. So right here, we say set has been grabbed to false. So we need to say and has been grabbed as true. That might make it run less often. Let's see if that's true. So I'm spamming clicking, no problem, but I haven't grabbed anything yet. Grab something. It's still gonna loop when it comes down, probably. Oh, I can't grab anything now. Oh, grabbing is broken. Wait, how did I do that? How did I just break that? How did I just break that? I'm confused. Surely it wasn't adding that one condition in there. You must jest. You must. What? By saying if the input is released, having an extra condition is keeping things from being grabbed at all? Confusing. Let me print in the process has been grabbed. What's going on here? I don't know how much healing stuff I'll be able to do. I feel like we're just gonna be doing score dunk fixes today. False, 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 false. Okay, cool. If I click it, it never becomes true. Something is keeping has been grabbed from becoming true. Oh, wait, no. If it's in the group grabbed, and if has been grabbed is false, then it's gonna run the has been grabbed function. The has been grabbed function, I mean, that shouldn't matter. We shouldn't even have to worry about any of that. That's where it sets the plane position. If the plane position is set, I don't understand. Print meat is in group grabbed. Mystery. So let me see if this message even comes. Let me get rid of the true false thing, so it's not chaos spamming in the output. So that runs. Wait, and it's grabbing. Sometimes. I'm clicking my little heart out. Perhaps it's not being set to... I don't know. I grab it once. We got it. Cool, good, fine. I grab another one. It's fine. So grabbing is fine. We have no problem grabbing. I see already a problem with the animation. Since it's not interpolating to the position of the player, it's moving. Well, it is interpolating, but the animation point position isn't. So it's not coming straight down. It's moving over, which sucks. We got some serious issues here. I have an idea though. Instead of animating its position, we could just animate a function that moves its position. But now I can't click anymore. Now the clicking is broken. Oh my god. Alright, I'm not interested in using this, adding it to a group anymore. I think adding it to a group is causing me problems. So I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna say back on the camera where the raycast comes out. To see if we've grabbed something. Which, by the way, this still says something about a cow. Which is not supposed to. So we need to fix all of that. Here's where it sets it to the group grabbed. When we press the grab button, if the raycast has a collider, we're trying the grab, it gets added to the group grab, the collider. I am not gonna do that. I am gonna say messenger grab attempted emit, and it's going to emit raycast result collider. Or rather, we can say variable, or could we just do raycast result? I guess we just want the collider, huh? I could say variable thing grabbed equals that. And then we want to emit thing grabbed. On the messenger script, I'm going to set it up. Signal grab attempted. Over here, I'm going to connect the signal. Messenger grab attempted. Connect. And here what I've done is I've run, we do need this in the physics process to run. I suppose. We can have has been grabbed run. Let's just reimagine this. I'm gonna say on grab attempted. I'm gonna make a new function. We're gonna have some redundant things here I'm gonna have to deal with. On grab attempted. Thing grabbed. If thing grabbed is self, then I'll set has been grabbed to true. If has been grabbed, it's a really good game. Nice. If has been grabbed, then it runs this. And in here, we say has been grabbed becomes true. When we release, if has been grabbed is true, and we release the grab button, has been grabbed goes to false, and the grab becomes ended. What is that gonna do? Is that gonna not work? I feel like I must have missed something here. And we may still have a similar problem as before. I'm not sure. Grab does not work at all. Definitely not better. So let's see what we got. Is that becoming true? Where did I make a mistake? Stuff like that. Somewhere. Unsurprisingly. So let's see what's going on with has been grabbed. And if that's getting set. So it should be a bunch of false. Tons of falses. So many falses. Evidently, it is set to null. Good is an understatement. This is really good quality for a Roblox game. Like, wow. Nice. Are we not setting its default anywhere? Has been grabbed false. Why would it become nil? I'm assuming that when it tries to print it, that's when it becomes nil. I'm actually quite confused because now it's not happening. And I do not see a true printing anywhere. So where have I gone wrong? So over here on the camera script, let's see if this is working. Print thing grabbed. Let me see if I've set that up correct. That may be where I'm wrong, because I don't actually know what this outputs. I didn't write that code. So I'm not exactly sure what it does, to be honest. I kind of do, but I also kind of don't. I can only infer. And I think I'm inferring incorrectly. So when I grab it, it should print something down here. So that's probably what's nil, huh? Meat eggs in a pasta nest. That honestly doesn't sound good. Like the way you worded that sounds really gross. Like eggs in a nest. Crumble crust cream block. You haven't sold me on this. Crust block nest egg. Those are like all gross words. Rolled up in bread moons. Okay. So here it's not receiving the thing that's been grabbed well. So it must not know where to put the plane. And I don't even know what it is that it sees. So like, how would I do this instead of the way that it is? I mean, what's the raycast result? This is irritating. I'm going to comment out this line for now. And let's have it print thing grabbed. I mean, it's probably still gonna give me the same error. Or worse. Ground? And only saw the one thing. It's not even updating it. bud crusties. Disgusting. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Disgusting! Alright, I am just messing this all up so badly, and it's stressing me out really bad. So I'm gonna do some undoing here. We're gonna do some control-Zing, some severe control-Zing. We're gonna reset this. Unfortunately, there's a lot of changes I have to make here. And yeah, we definitely want up to here. I'm gonna put this back. We're just gonna undo all of this. I'm gonna reapproach redoing this. So we have a lot of problems with the animation and everything, but now it will grab and everything like that. The problem is the way it's being called. I don't want it to be ending constantly all the time like that. So every time I let go, the animation is playing that it's ending. I need to change a lot. There's a lot of problems with a lot of this. I could kind of keep it similar. Tincho is here. Yo, what's up, Tincho? Tincho is here. Yo, to Tincho. Liz is kind of angry right now. And so Liz doesn't have a lot of wherewithal to sing much of a song. But she does it anyway. Tincho, oh Tincho. Welcome to the stream, Tincho. Tincho, Tincho. Welcome to the stream, yo. Welcome to the stream. You're welcome for that song. And I'm also sorry. I'm in a bit of a tangled mess, and it's irritating me. It's irritating me. And I have to use the loo. So I'm gonna do that. But I'd like to set things back a little bit here. I'm starting to think that we could keep... that we don't need the animation player to actually animate it up and down. I mean, in some ways, it's nice, but I think in other ways, it's not. I'm glad you appreciate the song. Some of these ungrateful chatters just don't appreciate it. Oh, I don't care at all that you're not being active. That's quite all right. Live your life. Enjoy yourself. I'm glad you like that there's a game that's fun. 4 more weeks till work is done. You got this, Rogie. You got this. I'm going to also undo setting up the animation player because I don't think that is a good idea anymore. I think that we can use an animation player or a timer. I do still like the animation player idea, but I don't think it needs to be an animation. I think we can use something as a timer to calculate the retraction without that. Why am I in that mood? Well, there's just some stuff that I have to do to figure this out. And it's just a little tricky, that's all. It's just a little tricky, you know? So we've got this nice score dunk set up where I can abduct things, drop them into that orb. The number on the left, on the top, kind of goes up, which is great. Every time we grab something and we drop it in the dunk, that works out really well. The problem arises when I try to put too many things into the dunk at once. So if I put 1 thing in there, 2 thing in there, 3 thing in there, the orb is juicy, yeah. Yeah, for sure. So if I put a bunch of things in here, I put 3 things in there. It's only going to calculate it as one thing. But I want it to calculate all of the things that go in there. Now, while we do have a way to calculate multiple things in there, the problem isn't so much the calculation as when the calculation occurs. Right now, the calculation occurs when the orb is at a certain Y position. And when it's at that Y position, it runs that calculation. And so I need it to, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's fine. I guess I don't need it to calculate differently. Well, there is a problem. Here's the problem. The problem of waiting for a Y position is if I jump, it's going to calculate it quicker. You see how that went up to 15? If I do it without jumping, it's going to wait until it gets up there, and then the number increases. If I drop it in here and then I jump, its Y position goes up faster. Yeah, there's a problem. So why is it calculated on the Y position? I mean, because that's just, because it worked. But I'm looking for a way to do that. Move the calculation to the moment when it's captured. No, because we want it to be abducted. The idea, and actually I even need it to go further up so you don't see it. The idea is that you are sending these things into space and then they get abducted. Not you put it in a bubble and it goes to space. It's that you put it in the bubble and visually we see it rise and then it's abducted. So I need that timing to be there. So there is no animation right now. There is no animation right now. I got rid of the animation and I need to make a new one. That's why I was going to start to do that. When the ascend animation is passed, yeah. So that's what I was setting up. That's what I was already setting up. And I was having the animation be actually bringing the orb down and lifting it up. But that was causing problems, that I had the animation be what was bringing it down. Because then it wasn't interpolating or it wasn't following the player anymore as it was supposed to. So that was causing a lot of issues. It also brought a lot of issues up on when there's not animation. No. But so we could use an animation as a timer, or I could just create a timer or something. But that's not great either. Because what if, again, you keep grabbing more of them? We need that timer to reset. So there's a bit of a tricky problem to solve there, and I just have to figure it out. Can there be a signal that emits every time an area enters the orb that increases point to the abductions, and then when the orb finishes animation, it applies it? Yeah, there's not an animation is the problem. Yeah, there's no animation. It's not an animation. That's what I was trying to set up, though, was an animation. But the animation didn't work, because if you can see, the orb is following the player on this axis. Now, there could be a way for me to set up the animation to only affect the Y and not the X and stuff like that. So maybe we'll set that up. But unfortunately in Godot, it's taking the position, the vector 3 when we animate it. So if I'm going to animate just the Y, then I need to set up a function that the animation calls that plays, that tweens the Y coming down and up, right? Which, is its own situation. So that way we can still move left and right and it follows us. So you see there's some issues. How does it know to ascend? There's got to be an offset. Yes, there's an offset. You could use the offset instead of the Y. That would make it relative. What? We are using an offset. What's the actual problem now? When the ball goes up, it only counts 1 point? Kind of. It applies when it reaches a certain Y position, like on the actual system. Yes. So there's 2 separate problems. And one of them is, in theory, very easy. Okay? The easy problem is if we collect a bunch of things, right? It's only going to calculate 1 after it hits a certain Y position. There are some ideas that y'all have already given that I can think of that we can put together that will calculate multiple of these. Not the problem. although that is something we have to implement. The problem is when it calculates it, right? I need it to calculate it not based on the Y position. And the reason why is because if I do it normally, it gets to the Y position, no problem. But if we do something like jump, now it's going to calculate it more quickly, and the timing is off, and that's not intended or good. So I need to not base when it calculates it on the Y position. And so I'm looking for something different to do that. If you're changing the offset to make it go up and down, just check for if the offset is the number that means it's high up in its animation. If Y offset is set to max offset, calculate. That's a good idea. So here we have where the offset is being set, right? We have the constant here, and then the one that changes. The dunk Y offset, and then the constant. So I guess what you're saying is yeah, if dunk Y offset is set to dunk Y offset, which it's going to be at the beginning, so we need a little more than that. Unless we want it calculating all the time. Which maybe if there's nothing to calculate, it doesn't really matter. But then this would be calculating constantly. I mean, we could say if not grabbing, which again is going to be all the time. But, you know, whatever. If dunk Y offset is set to dunk Y offset. Calculating all the time is slightly inefficient, but I think it's fine. Yeah. And so the calculation happens down here. Originally, it was if the position Y is greater than this. So instead, this visible thing I'm not really using anymore, if I'm being honest. I still kind of want to use it, but we've gotten rid of it for now. So all of this, we get rid of then. Drop it in here. And so we say when it returns back to that position, then calculate it. It's a pretty good idea. It's a pretty good idea. See how it works. Oh, so it's immediately calculating it and destroying it. So I think we want it to be the opposite. I see. So we actually need to say, like you said, max. Right. I see. I did this wrong. So we need to define because right now it's 5.0 and then we adjust it by 1.5 and then it goes back to 5. So what we need to say is I'm actually a little confused why that's not working right, if I'm being honest. Let me actually print what this is all saying, so I can know better how to calculate this. Okay. So, well, the code is all available in the repo, if that helps you understand it better. I'm gonna say print till we have offset range from 0 to a number, maybe negatives. Okay. Dragonblade says, make the ball stay lowered for 1 to 2 seconds unless there's activity. Every capture will delay the time. And then move it up to abduction. And you can't delay it if you're not fast enough. 1, call mothership. 2, give victims. 3, mothership leaves. You can't give more victims until it's available again. I like that. I sort of understand that. You can't delay it if you're not fast enough. So once it starts moving up, so there's like a period, like when you first grab something, it comes down. I mean, I guess on some level, I don't understand why punish the player. Like, I kind of want the player to be able to, like, have the abduction be available to them whenever they want. Like, it's a superpower that they have that they can just, like, send it whenever they want. But maybe that's not what you're saying. But I like the idea of the timer a little bit. Yeah. So much profit. Somehow. But I like the idea. I mean, if we lower it and then we delay that timer. Every time something else is grabbed. It feels a little complicated to wrap my head around, but we could do it. Do I happen to know what folder this script is in? Unfortunately, I think it's just in the main folder. This is on the camera 3D. I have yet to organize that, because that was one of the first things I made, and I just haven't moved it. So it's just in the main folder. Yeah, that's I like Rogi's idea because it works with the existing system. Dragonblade, I like your idea because it brings in another system that might also work. Have the space shop that keeps victims in a force field, and you can send it home at any point, but the helicopters will target the ship. What? That's a whole nother game. I like your idea, but to me, that would be like for a later iteration. That's a cool idea, and I'll write it down. But in terms of actually doing that right now, I feel like that would take me off course instead of keeping me on the path of getting this done. But for me, my goal is to stick to the plan of the gameplay as much as possible so I can get the first iteration of this game done and then have people play it, get feedback like what you're giving. And if someone or we decide, you know, it would be more fun is if there was more challenge to abduction, and if that seems like something the game needs, then we add it in. But that's just kind of changes the game a lot, you know? So I don't know how I feel about that. But I'll tell you what, abduction folder in here, and we say Dragonblade idea. See if I can copy this text. Dragon Blade idea as a total change, or as a way to make abduction more difficult, if for some reason that becomes desirable. Alright, note taken. Saint Alpha Beta going with the idea train. What if you take limb damage, get smaller, and if you get small enough, you can steal the helicopter pilot and use their weapons against them? That's silly. Good night, Dragon Blade. I gotta give you a game concept credit. This might be your first game concept credit. Get some sleep. You deserve it. I hope you feel more rested soon. There's your game concept credit. Thank you for all your help today and your company. I appreciate it. Take care. See you next time. So you're trying to recreate the Survivor's Kid cannibalism thing, but in a more palatable form. Yeah, I think that's what Insane Alpha Beta is referring to. I think that was Insane Alpha Beta's joke. I'm pretty sure. And Rogi giving me some score dunk ideas here. Okay, so I want to see exactly what this offset is doing. Dunk. So I'm going to say dunk Y offset. Or Rogi, are you talking about what I'm doing in general? I don't know. Dunk Y offset. And then we want to print that. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Looked at the code. It looks like the offset is adding an amount to Y until it hits a certain amount. Otherwise, it subtracts. Okay. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you should probably study more what's going on here, because this is what's making the interpolation work. It only has restriction on one side, so I'd assume just shoot off forever. Yeah, I know. I don't know what to tell you, but this code works awesome. This is how the camera also moves. So this is on Score Dunk, right? Oh, the Score Dunk script, actually, I should have told you. I told you this was in the wrong place. I told you it was in the main folder. That was a mistake. You probably figured that out. Score Dunk, I don't remember. I think it's in the player folder. Yeah, Score Dunk script is in the player folder, my bad. But the camera also has this on it. This is kind of what is actually making it. Yeah. This is what's actually making it work. Is this. And then when I do the offset, this is what handles the offset's functionality. Yeah, you can get there. You can figure it out. You're smart. And I feel like you can also figure out this code too. It can't be that complex. Don't, if you want to. Obviously, don't expect it. Dunk Y offset, and then I want to also track the dunk Y constant, and we'll say dunk Y offset. Okay. So let me see where these are at. Obviously, dunk Y offset is going to be a constant, the capital. Oh, that didn't look like I thought it would. Let me space that out. Okay. So they're both at 5 right now. When I click on it, it goes down to 3.5. When I let go, it goes back up to 5. Makes sense to me. And so therefore, we would assume that if we run dunk y offset, if it's set to dunk y offset, the constant, we'd want to say print, let's say dunk match. But I think what we're going to find is, for some reason, that's not how it's happening. So dunk match is just constantly running, which makes sense, actually, because they're the same. If I click on this, they're not the same. If I let go, so basically, right, oh, roguey, so that's why it's not working. That's why we use, I knew I had a reason for doing it. So that's the reason why I was using the Y position and not the offset, because the offset immediately goes back to 5. It's the interpolation that's happening in the rest of the code that's causing it to go gradually. It's this that's making it happen gradually. That's why I was using the Y position, because the Y position is the actual representation of where it's at. So you might want to say dunk follow position. Yeah. So that's why that doesn't work. Okay. I don't think offset is a good way to go in that case. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all. Apparently. I think this game is gonna be a slam dunk. I think so too. Oh, this variable is being calculated somewhere else, unfortunately. So we'd have to test this down here. If we wanted to see what that's reporting. We don't need the dunk match anymore. Right, and so this one, I mean, we don't really need, let's just do Y. I don't need to know all the position data. Okay. And so this kind of ends up being pretty much what I was already doing. And indeed, if I jump, you can see the follow position is changing. So that just brings us back to the original problem. So we can't follow that. All right, so I think we go with Dragon Blade's idea then, where it comes down after certain, or for a certain amount of time, and every time you grab something, that timer gets extended. I didn't really want to do it that way, but we can do it that way. It's just this one is a path of less resistance, but it doesn't work correctly, so it's not a good way to go. So we say that whenever you grab something, a timer begins. And if you grab something else within that timer, it extends the timer. And only when that timer ends is the calculation going to happen. Now, the problem that I have with this is we need to make sure that timer is actually aligned with when the orb is off screen, which is part of what made it convenient that we were just using the position. Hey, Joe, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. I'm trying to get multiple cows and people to be detected when we dunk them. Right now, it's just gonna see 1. Well, now it's none because I've gotten rid of that code. But, the point of calculation is sort of what I'm adjusting. So I'm just going to do a bunch of Control-Z's here. We're going to put it back to the way it was, with the unideal but functional to some extent position calculation version, which was literally just looking for the position of the orb and to see if it was at the place to actually start the calculation. And so this version is calculating that we abducted something once the orb goes off screen, basically, more or less. Not technically, but essentially. So when the orb is at a certain height, it calculates it. The problem with that is if I jump, or who knows what else, that calculation is going to speed up because the orb follows the player if we're jumping. And we don't want that calculation to be sped up. So I need to find a different point to calculate it. But what I want, the behavior that I want, is that the orb arises, ideally is disappeared, and then it calculates it. So I need some event at the moment that the orb has ascended off screen. And we're trying to find a way to get that. And if we do a timer that starts whenever we grab something, the timer is going to need to somehow be syncopated with when this goes off screen, or not. You know, but it raises the possibility of something that could get out of sync for some reason, or not. But that's kind of what I'm up to. A timer in the scene tree that 1 resets the current time to 0 and 2, starts the timer if it isn't already. Yeah, something like that. If you want, I could voice the alien since I can do monster alien sounds. Oh, nice. Noted, noted. Yeah, I actually hadn't even thought about a voice for the alien. Hadn't even thought about it. I haven't thought anything about that. I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind for sure. You know, those are the kind of things that, you know, I'm looking to get, you know this, but I repeat it all the time. You know, I want to get the base gameplay done so people can play it and give feedback on that play, including myself playing it and being like, what is this missing? What does this need? And it's like, you know what it needs? That alien needs a voice. And if nobody ever says the alien needs a voice, including myself, then maybe the alien doesn't need a voice. But, you know, the point where that, and I think that will come up, and the point where that comes up, it's like, okay, we need a voice for the alien. What's it going to be? What's the context? Who are we going to get? I will definitely see if you're a viable candidate. What's up, Zayad? Welcome. You inspired me to start learning Godot and switch from Unity. What? That's awesome. You welcome. You welcome. That's so cool. Congrats. I do love Godot. I do love Godot. I actually like hated text code before I started using Godot. But learning GDScript and just Godot's like general UI and everything, I just feel like I can make stuff here. I just feel like I can express myself making stuff here. And I'm glad that like it's cool that someone can see me using it and find that like, yeah, you know, there's something to that program. That really makes me happy. Thank you for letting me know that happened for you. That's great. You got this. You got this. And Unity's cool too, but you know, it's Unity. Now Unity kind of is a little suspect. Triggered by on meat and dunk. Why? Because you're a vegan? Alright, let me go use the loo. I'm gonna be right back. I think we gotta try the timer thing and just see what happens. It's kind of sus these days. It's a little sus these days. Alright, I'll be back so fast. Less than 2 minutes or so. Gotta use the loo. Enjoy the music, stretch your legs, get a snack. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm almost back. Sorry. Almost back. Sorry, I had to deal with something. I'm back. Olaf. Oh. Hey! Olaf, thank you. Thank you for gifting a subscription. That's awesome. Let's go. What? Dang. Welcome, Olaf. Oh, Olaf. Oh, Olaf. Thank you for gifting a subscription to Zayad. Thank you for gifting a subscription to Zayad. Olaf, Olaf. Thank you for gifting a subscription to Olaf. Thank you for gifting a sub to yeah. Thank you, Olaf. Thank you, Olaf. Oh, Olaf, welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, now Zayad gets a song too. Zayad, see ya, Zayad, I see ya. Oh, Zayad, I see ya. Oh Zayad, I see ya. Now you remember you got gifted the membership, yeah! That's some party music, dang! Feels like a party in here. Gift, subs. Let's go. I guess I'm back by this point. Welcome everybody to the stream. I just had to take a break. Took a little longer than expected, but not that bad. Thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate it. We gotta make sure it's up on the screen. What? I used to have a bot that did that, but I hate bots. I don't like bots. I just do it myself. Alright, music. We get it. You're hype. Me too. Unity sounds kind of sus. That was an amazing misunderstanding. What was the misunderstanding? Triggered by meat. Oh, you're not actually saying like that because you're a vegan. You're triggered by meat and dunk. I see. You're saying like literally something is triggered like in the code. A timer in the scene tree resets to the current time 0 and 2. Starts the timer if it isn't already. Triggered by on meat and dunk. Gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense. I see. Godot will be like the Blender of game engines in the future, in my opinion. Agreed. Agreed. Seems like Unity's got a lot of problems and doesn't really care about their community. Yep, it does seem like that. I couldn't agree more. So what am I working on? I'm trying to set up some different timing for when abductions occur. We've got this orb that descends from the sky. You can put things that you grab into that orb, and then it ascends, and when it ascends fully, the abduction number goes up. And the way that it decides to calculate the number of abductions is based on its Y position. That is to say, if it has reached a certain Y position, then it calculates the abductions. But I do not want it to calculate the abductions that way. Instead, I want it, because the reason why I don't want it to calculate it that way is because if I do this, right, it takes a little bit and then it calculates it. If I jump, the orb will follow, which means if I jump, it's going to calculate it early. And that's just with jumping. You know, whatever else could change the Y position of the orb, it just makes it not a good way to calculate it. And it introduces a weird mechanic. I don't know. I don't like it. It's not intended. It's not the way it should work. We shouldn't be able to jump to change the position of, or to change the calculation time. So we're coming up with a different way to do that right now. Saying Godot is to Unity and Unreal what Blender is to Maya and 3ds Max is honestly very accurate. I think it is too. So, yeah, I think we should set up a timer. So we gotta create a timer somewhere. And that timer needs to be able to be updated. Great. Okay, so variable dunk descent. It's not just descent, it's also it's ascent. We can kind of have it come down the same way, right? Yeah, we can have it come down the exact same way. It's really the ascent that we care about. So I'm gonna say dunk ascent timer duration, and we can set it to, I mean, 2.0 seems a little long to me, but whatever, we'll start there. Maybe it's fine. We also need to create the timer in general. So I'm just gonna go look at where else I've created a timer so I don't have to think too hard about how I did that. That is not the thing to search for. Was it like add child or something? Add child? Is it add dot child? How you do this again? How does this? Where is this? Where is this? I'm just typing child. Add underscore child. No, that's close enough. Right, so we'll create a new timer. This is on the spawner, if I want to come back to it. We'll create a new timer here. And we're gonna say dunk ascent timer. Thank you so much, Olaf, for that. Thank you. Olaf, you're so generous. I appreciate you. You single-handedly are gonna get me finally paid on YouTube. Like, literally, YouTube won't pay me until we hit a certain threshold. And you're the one who's gonna get us there. Thank you. Making moves. Dunk ascent timer is created there. And then back on the spawner, we want to, now when this, we do want to connect it, so if we connect it to a function, that's going to be something to think about. Even memberships don't give you anything? Correct. Well, not until it builds up. So at the end of every month, YouTube looks and says, has HyperGameDev accrued at least $100? If no, then I have to wait until next month for it to check again. Has HyperGameDev accrued $100? If no, wait till the next month, and then it checks again, and so on and so forth. Yeah. Yeah. And the memberships I've set, unfortunately in some ways, I set them pretty low. I like them low, because, I don't know, it just seems silly for it to be too high. And there's the Patreon, which is a way you can support the channel with more money if you really want to. But at the time, I was trying to just basically have it be the same price as a Twitch sub, and then Twitch announced they're increasing their sub prices. Which is fine. So I was trying to kind of match the Twitch sub price and even undercut it a little. And so I could say, it's cheaper to sub here than on Twitch. And it sure is, that sure is true now. But, you know, so that means, you know, if we have 10 members or something, you know, and that's like $3 each, that's maybe $30 a month, which is awesome. I am here, $30 a month is a lot of money to me. Contrary to what y'all were trying to say, Edward was trying to say about, you know, the game. I see you, Edward. Was trying to say about Roblox $40. $30 a month is a big deal for me, and I appreciate that because it means that people care and it helps a lot to get that money. But that's the problem, is YouTube won't give me that money, right? YouTube won't. They will make me wait. So, you know, by that math alone, if we have 10 members, you know, it's gonna take 4 months at $30 a month, right? For them to even give me anything. So it is what it is. And you know, it also is kind of designed to like pressure the creator to work even harder So it does actually come every month, which kind of sucks. Random fun fact, this music is what YouTube uses for video premieres. Yeah, right, yeah. Wish I had known I'd have subbed on Patreon to make sure you actually got the money. Oh, that's nice of you. Yeah. No, I know. That song is. I know. I heard it, I liked it. I didn't realize where I recognized it, but then someone in the chat was like, that's the YouTube premiere music. I was like, oh yeah, it is. You're right. Yeah, and Patreon will let me access the money as soon as it's available. So as soon as someone makes a payment, bam, gamedev gets that money. Which is nice. So yeah, so that's kind of, at this point, you know, it's tough. It's tough because, you know, I can't offer as many perks if I don't use YouTube membership, if I use just Patreon. There's some extra things we can do, like you can have badges and emotes, and I can use YouTube's member stream system, member video stuff system, which is all really nice. And it encourages people to contribute without me having to like constantly promote it. So if I wanted more people to the Patreon, I would really need to promote the Patreon harder, which, you know, I could do, and I might do someday. But for now, remember, YouTube membership is awesome. It helps. It truly does. It's just, you know, not as immediate as the Patreon. Plus, YouTube takes a bigger cut than Patreon takes. So, you know, if you want to support the channel more directly, Patreon is a good way to do that. Unfortunately, it kind of divides the audience, right? Because it's like, well, what do you do? Do you do YouTube or do you do Patreon, or do I do both? Well, that's a lot. It's kind of a... And the thing is I started the Patreon before we had access to YouTube memberships, you know? And so then now I just have both. And it's like, what do I do? I don't know. It's a weird situation. That's creator economy for you. Alright, so I'm creating this timer. It's gonna run a function. That function... Well, on the score dunk right now, it's happening in the physics process that it ascends. So we could just say if, well, it needs... We want to start the timer in here is where we want the timer to start. And then that is going to connect us to a function. All right? And run the function. So I think we kind of want to put this there. Right? You're stubborn, you upgraded on Patreon. What? What? Are you serious? Are you serious? Really? Insane. Thank you so much. Dang. Dang, you stubborn B-word, you. You stubborn B-word, you. Thank you so much. That really also helps a lot. I'm starting, I did one member stream. So something I'm trying to do is do special Patreon streams that are just for patrons. Look what we got here. Look what we got. Oh, that's your name. Well, that was you. Oh, I just doxed you. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't dox them. Hey, to be honest, if I had one of those bots that popped it up, it would just put your name on there anyway. Thank you, Insane Up Beta. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Truly, it helps a lot. Okay. It's okay. Okay. I mean, if that's what your Patreon name is, you know, that makes sense. Yeah, you a hypester on Patreon. You a hypester on Patreon. Because that is the name that I would use in the scroll anyway. So, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. Yeah, so I'm starting to do, I did a behind the scenes stream on Tuesday that was only for patrons. I know often y'all aren't really there to get perks, but just know, apparently that stubbornness is very, very good for this channel. You know, even if you're not in it for the perks, I am starting to do more behind the scenes streams, so keep an eye out for those if you're interested. Thank you, I appreciate it, IAB. It means a lot. That means so much. Y'all, Olaf, IAB, y'all is real ones. Y'all is real ones. What are we connecting this to anyway? Something? Some kind of function? We wanted to descend something or something? I actually didn't want to get rid of all this code. It's very nice of you. Dunk Y offset. I don't want to actually lose that, even though it's very simple. Why should I type it again when I have it right there? So I'm gonna need to create a whole function that just does that. So we'll say function on, what are we even calling this? Dunk ascent timer. All right. Really, it's like when it times out specifically. So I might want to be more specific about what that's doing. Dunk ascent timer timeout. And then we'll say on, I'm just gonna call it ascent timer timeout. Keep it a little simpler there, so we don't have too much going on. On ascent timer timeout. And then we'll paste that. We want to make sure we change that Y offset at that moment. A one shot. Yeah, definitely a one shot. I guess I'm not sure how that's gonna work with, like, if you do it multiple times. I'm a little curious how this is gonna turn out. So I'm not exactly sure. And we want to add it as a child. Dunk ascent timer. I will spell it correctly, I've decided. And then we just have to play the timer. So we want to say that when that offset begins, we might need to give it a little extra time because this is going to take a second for it to come down. There's something to think about. Is this going to work? Because we need to actually set this up sooner. My bad. We don't want to set this up here. I'm making a mistake. This needs to be put in the ready function. I see that now. That needs to be in the ready function. So that means it's happening as the game starts. And then we want to say here, dunk ascent timer start, and then we'll give it the duration. Dunk ascent timer duration. And now that duration we're gonna need to update, which I'm not exactly sure how that's gonna work, if I'm being honest. So we would need to increase that every time we start a grab, right? Or reset it back to that. So maybe I will do like a constant here. Constant dunk ascent timer duration. Same thing, 2. And whenever we do the grab, I would want this, I want the dunk ascent timer to be reset duration to be reset to the constant. Is that how that works? Because I think we need to make our own timer. I don't think we can use the timer this way. I don't think this is how this works. I think this is wrong. I feel like this is wrong. This is very confusing. This is kind of why I didn't want to set this up, because it just confuses me and it makes me feel stupid. And I don't think I'm stupid, but it makes me feel stupid. And it's why I didn't want to set it up this way, but it is a good idea. So I'm gonna have to draw this because my brain can't do this. So what we're doing is we're saying when the grab occurs. There's a grab. When the grab occurs, the orb is gonna descend. When the grab occurs, the orb descends. When we release the grab, really nothing, it doesn't matter. Releasing the grab doesn't even matter anymore. It doesn't even do anything anymore. It's basically meaningless. Because it's going to be based on a timer, right? So the grab is also going to be starting a timer at the same time. So we grab, it descends, and the timer starts. And we could even say the timer doesn't start. Timers start duration reset. So the duration resets and the timer starts simultaneously. Every time we grab something. When the timer ends, then it's going to ascend. Right? And that's it. That's all there is to it. It's that simple. I think that's actually all we have to do. So the way this is set up is if we grab, this is saying if it has already descended. Wait, if it hasn't descended yet and we grab, then this is in theory resetting the duration, descends it, and that's it. But this isn't starting the timer. Whereas we want to say the timer does start. I feel like I need to create the timer differently here. We kind of don't give a crap about if you let go, if you're not grabbing anymore. We don't even want to worry about that. When the timer ends, it's going to run the onAscent timer timeout function. And that function brings it back up. But let's say you press grab again. Is that gonna create another timer? I don't think so. I don't think that's how that's gonna work. So he grabbed it, it came down, I let go. Letting go doesn't matter, so that's taking 2 seconds, so that's good. If I grab another, I mean, it doesn't, so it definitely isn't increasing the timer. Because in theory, you'd be able to chain together, kind of like combos, right? In a sense. Not really, but kind of. So the timer definitely isn't getting updated, the duration. If I wanted to update the duration, I feel like I need to build the timer differently. Because we're not actually seeing that timer count down or anything, right? So, you know, if I say dunk ascent timer duration, if I try to print that, I do not believe that we're gonna see that change at all. That's just gonna be 2 constantly. Even if I grab this, that's not being modified at all. That's not reflecting how much time is left on the timer, right? Now it is quite interruptible, which is interesting. So as it starts to go up, if I grab something else, it comes back down, which is good. However, if I grab something and then grab something else while it's down, it's not extending it at all. It's still gonna zip back up. It's still gonna time out and run that function. So what I'm not exactly sure of is how to extend it. I know we can do it. I just need to remember how to do it. And I know people smarter than me would already know how to do that, but we'll figure it out. So I need to create a timer, which means I'm probably gonna have to make sure I multiply it by delta time and stuff, or else it's gonna be weird at different frame rates, to say the least. If we're gonna be updating time like that. Because this line right here is doing absolutely nothing. There's nothing to update. There's nothing to change. And I guess that's why Dragon Blade was also suggesting, like, having it be the player misses their chance to, like, justify it retracting early or something. Which, I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like designing a feature in because it's easier than not, if that's not what the game is supposed to be. I mean, interestingly, it is staying down, actually. If I grab a bunch, it kind of is staying down. As long as I get it really quickly. Maybe it is working. Maybe the timer needs to be even longer. Is it fine? Maybe it's fine. Yeah, it seems to be staying. I guess it is keeping it down. I guess that's delaying. It's restarting the timer every time. I wish we could see the, like, can we? I wish we could see, like, the progress of the timer. Can we? Time left. Get time left. Yeah, tell me that. Maybe it's working fine, and 2 seconds is... it just is shorter than I think it is. That's good. This is good news. And this will just return a float. Am I using this function correctly? I don't know if I am. So now, right now it's 0. The timer hasn't started. So it's printing a bunch of zeros. When I click it, it goes up. Wow. Okay, I guess we're in good shape here. Really hard to look at that while I play the game. I think it's gonna be a lot easier if I spawn more things to grab. So we're gonna make some more cows in here. So I don't have to struggle so much to grab multiple things. Give me some more things to grab. These helicopters are in my way. Yeah, I guess 2 seconds is just shorter than I thought it was. This is fine. It's staying down pretty well. You know, it feels a little annoying that it like starts going away. I wish it was more responsive. But what does that even mean? You know, at some point it has to be. So okay, so the reason why we did all this is so that we can calculate the retraction, right? So we want to say that when, not just when that timer ends, because when it's 0, right? When it's 0, it's not actually ascended yet. When it's 0, it begins the ascent. So we're gonna need some other value to like guess how long that took for it to ascend, essentially. You know, I guess the worst part is how, like, the dunk does feel very in the way, which I'm not liking. That concerns me a little bit. It's transparent, and we could make it more transparent. But it obviously makes it more optimal for whatever you're grabbing to be right here. Because as soon as you grab it, it's gonna basically be in the dunk position. And all you gotta do is like click and hold for a second for it to get in there. Which is an interesting mechanic that emerges here, and I don't know what I think about that. Now, I'm not saying most of the things that you can collect and dunk are gonna be right in the middle. What's up, Dylan? Welcome. How long did it take for me to learn Godot? About 6 months, but probably, I mean, let me rephrase it. That's how long I've spent learning it, about 6 months. How long did it take me to learn it? I mean, in some ways, you're always learning an engine, you know? I have a long way to go. There's so many things I still don't know. I'm so new to this still. So I'm gonna be learning it for a long time. But, and also you should know, I never did any text coding before Godot. So I've been learning that at the same time as learning Godot. With all that said, I would say I probably was like getting the hang of it within a few months of picking it up, probably. Like, I feel like I could make, so I do a game jam every Friday, a 1-hour game jam, 6 p.m. Eastern every Friday on this channel, tomorrow, in fact. And I didn't start using Godot for those game jams right away. But when I did, I feel like that's kind of when I started getting the hang of it. I don't know if that helps you. So maybe like a few months. Does that kind of answer the question? Maybe. Where's my Godot? Oh, it's right there. It's right there. Adjusted transparency based on cursor proximity. Interesting idea. I like that idea. That's a cool idea. Yeah, so I started about 6 months ago. This is my first time using Godot 6 months ago. And I mean, you know, at what point did I learn it? You know, I don't know. I don't know why I did 3 finger quotes. When did I learn it? I don't know, you know? It's just so hard to say. I feel like I've been constantly learning it since then. But if I started 6 months ago, and then the first game jam that I did, Godot is free. Yeah. Oh, it's super free. It's free and it's open source. Is both of those things. Mega free, deeply free, super free. Where was the first Godot game jam I did? Oh, I did this one in Godot. Yeah. It's awesome. I love Godot. Oh, this one I tried to do in Godot. Did I? Oh, this one I tried to do in Godot. I mean, it seems like I started using Godot right away. Like within a month. Oh, this might have been... I might have done GDevelop for this one, actually. Did I? No, I did Godot. Wow. So, I mean, right away, I was doing a 1-hour jam in Godot. So I might even say it took me a month. It looks like here I used GDevelop for this one. Yeah, so it took, so if I want to be technical about it, I would say it took me about a month to feel confident enough in Godot to try making a game in 1 hour in Godot. It took me about a month to feel that confidence. I would say the first time I had a successful like game entry was maybe this one. So maybe it took me a few months to feel like really confident. So 1 to 3 months. That's what I'm going to say. 1 to 3 months. And yes, it is free. I like that idea a lot, Joe, making it transparent. So then I do have to think about how to do that. How do I do that? I guess we could say like if the cursor is, we could probably detect if the cursor is hovering over it, actually. It sounds doable. It sounds very doable. It's a really good idea. I like that. Let's try that. That's a cool idea. So right now... Hey, kitty cat, what you up to? Hey! Don't look for foam. My cat is looking for foam to chew on. Which would be fine if he just chewed on the foam. But he doesn't just chew on the foam. He swallows it. Do you want to cuddle? Is that it? Come on. Come on. Come on, cuddle. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's go. Come on. Yeah, it's all right. Come on and cuddle. Come on. It's all right. Yeah. Mommy likes to cuddle. It's okay. All right. Yes. You're a very sweet cat. You are. I love you. I love you so much. Oh my gosh. He just wants love. That's all he wants in this life. And food. Oh. Okay. So the raycast... I don't even know if that we need the raycast, to be honest. I might be able to just say the score dunk when mouse enters it. It might be that simple. I think it is that simple. Oh, you're a sweet boy. You're a sweet boy. Mouse entered. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. That's such a good idea. Thank you so much for that suggestion, Joe. Oh my gosh. I'm updating the credit immediately. Immediately. Toot sweet. That is a score dunk credit if I've ever seen one. If we have the position of the orb in screen space, we can get the distance to the, oh true, the distance to the cursor and scale the alpha channel of the orb node. So we would want it to be full opaque. I think 255 for alpha channel when the cursor's over it. That's how I would do it, but I mean, there's probably multiple ways. I like your idea. You have you. Did my cat summon you? Did you summon Insane Alpha Beta? Oh, because we talked about alpha channel. Gotcha. So that's what the alpha in your name means, is that alpha. I see. Not like the Greek alpha, but like transparency. I didn't know that. Whoa, okay, Joe, so if I was gonna do that, how would I get the position of the dunk relative to the camera? How would I even do that? I mean, I can get the position of the mouse on a 2D plane. I guess I could just decide on a point, right? Okay, alright. Oh gosh, where would I even do that? Do I do that on the camera? Where do I even put that script? I guess I'd put it on the score dunk since it affects the score dunk. I like your idea. It's just like, it's like not a way I would normally do things, but I'm very interested in doing things that way potentially. I'm interested. So here's what I'm gonna do to start. I'm gonna just print, get the mouse position, right? We're just gonna fetch that mouse position. Go ahead and get it. Let me just get this line. If I just print the mouse position here, there we've got these two coordinates. So if I say the dunk position is approximately, you know, it's not going to be a procedural position, but if we say it's right on here, 576, I'll say 575, 150. 575, 150. I don't know how to calculate nearness at all. So that's a vector 2, right? It's a little magic numbery. Variable dunk, or like, I'm gonna make an export. Export dunk 2D pause equals vector 2. 5, what did I say? 575, 170? I already forgot. It's very magic numbery. Never a good sign in code. Uh-oh. I mean, I guess the bad thing would be, I mean, so I'd need to somehow fetch a similar 2D position based on the position of this. I don't know how to do that. 140. 150? We'll say 580, 150. I gotta make sure I remember to cancel my memberships before they charge me for the money I don't have. What? Insane Alpha Beta, what are you talking about? Are you going into debt because of supporting this channel? Are you serious right now? I already forgot the numbers again. I already forgot. Did we say 140? I already forgot them. I already forgot the numbers. The magic numbers. No, he's playing with my hair. This is why I need to change my hair. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's grooming my hair. He's eating my hair. 150. We'll say 150. The tricky part is finding the orb positions in screen space. I would set a constant vector 2 to that value. Yeah. You calculate the distance between the thingies, right? That makes sense to find out how near it is. Yeah, pretty much. I'm just not sure how to do that. You're not? Okay. Okay, as long as everything's okay. I do know what you mean, though. Keeping track of subscriptions is real. So we just pick this magic number here for dunk 2 position. And then... we have our mouse position, and we want to check to see if, now, if I want to compare how close it is, would I just subtract them? So I'd say mouse position minus, I don't know which one I'd subtract first, generally don't know. Mouse position, or we'll say, dunk distance from mouse equals mouse position minus dunk 2D pause. Yeah, you're up there. If you go this method, I would comment it heavily to make sure that magic number thing isn't forgotten. I know there's a better way to do it. I'm just trying to think. All right, take your time. Vector 2 dot distance to vector 2. Ooh. So I could say dunk. Thank you. 2D position. Hey. Dunk 2D position. Dot distance. Is that dot 2? Hey, come on now. Underscore 2. And then mouse position. Nice. And then we could try printing that. Identify our dunk distance from mouse not declared. Oh yeah, we're declaring it here. Print dunk distance from mouse. What is that gonna say? What is that gonna say? So right now that number is 700 way over here in the corner. When I'm up here, near the middle, it's much lower. And there it's almost 0. So the distance is low. This is good. So then I need to say the smaller that number. So now I need to do another little math thing. This is good. This is good. The smaller that number is, we need to get closer to a minimum threshold on the dunk opacity. Even when you unlock the locks, that cat will absolutely still play with your hair. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. Hopefully it'll be more buoyant and harder for him to get to. It'll be like, you know, floating a little more. Maybe. And maybe it'll like not knock around as much. Like, look how fun, look how like cat fun this looks. This is like a literal cat toy right here. At least it won't be as tempting, maybe? There's a built-in function in GDScript, I think, for this. I'm trying to remember it. Okay, all right, take your time. Thank you. As someone who lives with 7 cats, I consider myself a mild expert in catology. I can see why you would say that. In that case, I can see why you would say that. Yeah, our math people have stepped out or are lurking. So it's left to us, who can only do our best. Luckily, Joe has some experience they can draw on, potentially. So, in terms of, let me start setting up the alpha stuff. Lerp. Right, because that would do it gradually. True. So I guess what I'm wondering is, how do I take this number that's between... Did someone say math? I thought you might be lurking. So one thing, so we got the timer thing set up. And one kind of thing I'm noticing is, and I don't even know if this is really even related to anything other than it just kind of is a problem, but the orb is often covering up things you're trying to grab, potentially, right? And so one idea that Joe had was that the closer the cursor is to the orb, the more transparent it becomes. And so we've got a value that calculates the distance between the mouse and the orb, and that's what's printing down here. So if I'm way down here, it's at like 800. If I'm up here, it's closer to 0. And so the next step is, how do I convert that relative distance into the alpha being higher or lower? And an interpolation does sound like a good way to blend it, but what I'm wondering is, how do I take this number, this range between, say, whatever, I don't even know what the range is, I guess the viewport size? You know, it kind of gets a little complicated, because I guess I need to, like, calculate the viewport size. Lerp will do that. It will actually adjust. So that's the other thing, is I need to find the minimum and maximum so it can understand what the distances should be, what the relative... Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, so I don't know how to describe this in math words. But somehow I need to scale that alpha against the relative distance, or the distance between these two. So you think Lerp will do all of that? Lerp can't do all of that, can it? Math words are scary words. Returns the result of a linear interpolation between this vector and by amount weight. Really? So will the weight do it? Wait, this doesn't make sense. You can find viewport, but I just set it to like 300 or something. And if over 300, just make it alpha 100%. I like that. That sounds much easier. That sounds much easier. Oh, so I could even do it. I could even scale it. So then the other thing becomes like the minimum. So I don't want it to be totally invisible, right? I only want it to be partially invisible. We want to translate translate 0800 to 0255. I might not be explaining it perfectly. Is there a math function that you know of that's ringing any bells? Yeah, I like that. Translate. That sounds like that should mean what you're saying. Or that should be saying what you mean. I would say 0 is a little too far. You just multiply? You just multiply. All you gotta do is multiply. multiplied by 800 over 25, over 255. And I also want to set a minimum so it doesn't go all the way to 0, which kind of adds another complexity to it. Multiply what? The interpolation? Okay, so we have the distance. Let me also, while we figure this out too, get the, so I have to update the surface material, which is always fun. Do I have the mesh readied? I don't. On ready variable mesh equals, I'm gonna access it as a unique name, which adds a little % sign next to it, which makes it easier to reference in case I move it. Mesh get surface override material. I don't know if that's what I want to do. We are kind of doing something like this on the body parts. So let me see how we did this before, because I don't remember. On the body parts, it's a little different. Let me see if I can find just any albedo information here. So we set a color here. This unfortunately doesn't include alpha. So we need one that does include alpha. Oh my. Where have we done this? I feel like we've done this recently. I'm just trying to remember where. Let me search for color. Stormrun! Welcome, good to see you. How you doing today? If it's a vector 2, like Joe said, you just multiply the vector by a float. Godot should know what that means. I take it back. Lerp isn't for this. I forget the GDScript interval resizer thing. Whoa. Just got off works. Welcome back from works. Welcome back. You deserve a break. I'm kind of just trying to improve that which got set up yesterday. There are some things about it that could use some improvements, and it's taken me in a lot of different directions. Specifically, we have this idea about making it more transparent the closer your cursor is to it, the orb that descends. And besides trying to figure out how to convert cursor position into alpha, I'm now trying to remember how I set up changing the alpha in general. Oh, we did it right, but that was for a 2D thing. I guess I can just add the fourth value on there, potentially, and it'll just understand. I'm not sure if Lerp is correct at all. I thought there was some built-in function, but yeah, we should be able to multiply the original range by a magic scalar. You cut out a shower, jackhammered the concrete slab the house was on, and ran new water lines for a 10-foot walk-in shower we're installing. Whoa. Dang. What an accomplishment. You jackhammered the concrete slab a house was on. That's cool. And ran new water lines. That's a lot of responsibility. That's a lot of responsibility. Oh, he just emerged He's like, who are you talking to? What you doing? What you doing? You want to cuddle with me? It was like he was walking through my arm cave. Hello. Oh, that was so cute. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh, I just love you. I love you so much. We just want to convert the original range into a different one, just scale by a certain value. Yeah. And then Lise just has to figure out where to put that value. Or the end result. I think multiply the distance by 800 by 255. Then set the alpha to that value. Alright. Alright, well then I'll try that. I'll set this aside for now so we can at least get the right values that we want. Ow! Oh, he's just kneading. He's just kneading on that knee. You're doing some knee needs? Ooh, that skin is thin, buddy. Ouchies. Oof. Wow. That is... wow. It was kind of strange digging dirt up into the bathroom. Like $1 million house with a treasure dig in one room. Whoa. That's gotta be so wild, working for rich people like that. Wow. Wow. A treasure dig in one room. And you're just like making a mess of things. You're just making a mess of things. And it's like earth. Like you're bringing earth into the inside. Ouchies! Okay, ouchies, buddy. Ouchies. Oh, he doesn't understand how much it hurts. He did rise from the shadows. Oh, buddy. Oh, it hurts me so much. Oh, he keeps putting his hand back. He's like, no. I'm gonna grab onto the part of your knee that hurts the most. That's where I want to grab. It makes the most sense, logically. Oh, he went back. Oh, gosh, buddy. Alright, let's see if we can calculate these values. Forget where I'm putting it for now. Let's just see if we can calculate it. Earth didn't belong in such beauty. It's a cool contrast. There's something beautiful about that contrast. Listen, human, this is how I show affection. It is my primal instinct. Oh, it is your primal instinct. Okay, so if we have that value, which is currently represented as dunk distance from mouse, we want to take that, so we multiply the distance by 800 over 25. Dunk distance from from mouse times 800 over 255. Although I will want to set a clamp on it so it doesn't get that low. And this is dunk opacity. And then if we print dunk opacity, that should be something interesting. A number between 0 and 255 relative to the position of the mouse? Hell no. I've done it wrong. I've done it wrong. I've done it very wrong. I mean, it does seem to get near 0 here. But when I come out here, it's like 3,000 or something. Seriously though, one of our cats had super sharp claws, so every time she was kneading, it hurt like a bleepity bleep bleep. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta trim them. I have a cat like that. I think he secretly sharpens his claws when I'm not looking. They do. Their tongues are freaking strong. Rogi wrote a thing. Okay. Nice. Exciting. Let's see what we got. Whoa. Constant distance max 300. Variable alpha % float. Current distance float. Called every frame. Delta is the elapsed time since the previous frame. Right. Oh, I see, because you pasted it in. That's how I interpreted it. I don't remember how they get the fancy code blocks, but somewhere in here they've explained how they did it. I thought it was Friday and the jam was today. This is the chillest jam ever. The chillest jam ever. You were right on time, Stormrun. Well, a little late, but still. Right on time for playing people's games, to say the least. So in the process, current distance equals get viewport mouse position length. I think that's kind of what we're doing. It's not really what we're doing. That's okay, Rogi. Yeah, it's somewhere in here. I don't remember how far back. Probably really far back. Dragon Blade would know, but they went to bed. Ouch. Ooh, ouchies. You don't need to worry about current distance. I just needed it as an example. Alpha % equals clamp current distance divided by distance max. 0.0, 1.0, print alpha %. Whoa. Oh, so all I gotta worry about is this? Interesting. Ouchies. Ouchies, 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 ouchies. That hurts. So this is the clamp. This is like the minimum and that's the maximum. So if I were to say like 0.2 or something, that would be the smallest it could be. I feel like I'd want it to be like maybe 0.2, 0.7 or something. I don't know. Something like that. And we say alpha or dunk opacity. This is what dunk opacity. Clamp just makes it so it won't go over 100% opacity. Distance maximum. What is distance maximum? What do I put in there? So I say dunk distance from mouse. Distance max is chosen by me. Okay. I see. I see. And is that a vector 2? It must be. Okay, so if that's a vector 2, let me just see what... If I print dunk distance from mouse, let me see what I want the maximum to be, because I'm not sure. So maybe like, the maximum would be the most solid. It's a float? Oh, okay. It's a float? Oh, you're right, it is a float. My bad. I feel silly. That makes sense. Okay. So I guess I'd want it to be, like, maybe even right around here. We could say 180. Maybe 200. Let's say 200. Max distance is most solid. Okay. So I'll say 200. Is a float just a whole number above 0? A float is a number that is a decimal. So a float could be 1.0. It could be 1.1. It could be 0.6. And an integer is a number that isn't a decimal. So that would be a number like 1, 2, or something. I don't know what Pierogi's talking about. Just remember it like this. Float is a decimal. An integer is not a decimal. That's my non-math explanation. I'm explaining it better! That's amazing. So I'm gonna say at export variable dunk max opacity distance equals 200.0, and we'll ask it to infer that. I always get floats and integers mixed up. I kept wanting to use the wrong one in UE. Yeah, I don't know. To me, the word float, I'm just like, oh, it's more floaty because you have more decimals. That's how I remember it. With more variation, you can be more gradual. Therefore, it's floaty. An integer is just whatever. You know, it just is the other one. It's just a one without decimals. I don't know, I just remember that one. So, what the hell did I name that? First of all, you need to make it a constant, and you can't export it. Dunk max opacity distance. Okay. So comment this back in. Dunk max opacity distance. It's such an obnoxious name. So now we'll just see what that number looks like. I still don't have a place to plug that number in, but we'll just see what it looks like. So it's 0.7 out here. As I get closer to the center, look at that, it's closer to 0.2. Nice, now it's 0.2, now it's 0.7, it works! Wow, that's awesome. That's so cool. That is so cool. Wow. We did it. Joe Rogie, we did it. That's awesome. The number is 0.7 when I'm far away. When I get closer to the center, it's 0.2 or closer to 0.2. Dude, it's beautiful. Wow, math to the rescue. So, I'd also probably want to add an exception, by the way. I don't even know. I don't even know what I want to do. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Because I do still want it to be visible. I'm worried it's going to, like, not be visible anymore. And I don't know. We'll see. So, now I just need to figure out where to plug that into. That's going to be the next fun challenge. How do I do that? Let's see. Maybe ChatGPT can help me with this one. There's a chance. Yeah, so I don't know how they get the super fancy one. It's somewhere up here. I swear it is. Maybe if I do Control F in here. Oh, and they've done it here too. Node.alpha equals something. Really? Really? I don't know how him jumping and smacking his tail on my microphone completely turned it off, but it did. I feel like someone at some point asked how to do it. But obviously I can't figure out how. It's probably like a website you can find it on. Juklopluck in Discord, it's the following thing. Yeah, but there's a code block, but then see there's ones that do the colors, which is different. There's some way to get it with colors too. And maybe it's what Insane Alpha Beta is saying. I'm not sure. Oh, Rogi's got some color. Or Insane's got some colors too. We take that value and multiply it by node.alpha, I think. Really? I mean, I just don't know. I don't know if ChatGPT will be able to do this or not. I feel like I don't understand. How GD script change mesh alpha albedo surface override. Reddit says to use keyword Swift. Oh, that does sound right. That does sound correct. What? I've reached the limit of messages I can send to Bing within 24 hours. What are you talking about? The hell I have? The hell I have? This is the first time I've used it today. Get out of my face. What you talk about? Nonsense. There's the things that were written. There's the things that were written. The things that were written? You mean over in the live chat? Live text? To modify a mesh node, access material. If your mesh has a material override, you'll find it material override property. See, it's already making mistakes. Spatial material, I feel like might be an old thing. Meshes can have more than one material. You can access them using mesh surface get material. Get surface material. Yeah, I got that. Right, but then how do I update it? Oh, it's not helping me. Okay, but I want to change the color and alpha of the albedo of the material override. Tell me, show me how to do that in code. Oh, nice, Roger. We should pin it. Wow, it looks so good. I don't want to like micromanage you, but it would be nice if here you can repost it if you want, so we can pin something that has your words on it. But wait, what is, we can pin multiple things, right? To get fancy colorful code blocks, use the following syntax. So like if I say that, then I could pin that. That way it's like more clear and people don't have to search for it. We could just pin that message. But if you want to get the glory, you could copy and paste that if you want, and I'll pin you doing it. Pin that? Are you sure? Okay. All right. I guess I'll take all the credit. It's my credit now. Glory Schmory. Thank you guys for figuring that out. Press shift while hovering on a Discord message. Why? Whoa. That's cool. Look, there's more stuff. Oh, that's a hot tip. Thank you. I often mark things as unread if I forget to, if I like check something, but I want to remember to read it later. Thank you, Edward. You guys are just coming with the advice. It might be the modulate property, which I think all nodes have. So in my, and I could be wrong, but I think modulate only works for control nodes, but I definitely could be wrong. I really could be. Replace your mesh instance with the actual name of your mesh instance node. Variable material, your mesh instance material override. Material albedo color, set your desired color. Are you sure, ChatGPT? And then we just update it. But I would need this to happen constantly. Okay, alright. Okay, ChatGPT, I'll try it. Sounds like it might not work, but, you know, whatever. Oh, we need to indent it. Call this mesh. There's no way this works. Right? This isn't gonna work. Let me see if this makes it look different. Chaos. Absolute chaos. Invalid settings albedo color with type color. Yeah. Yeah, dude. You made that up. You made that up. Material override. The material override for the whole geometry. Yeah, I don't. I think there's a transparency applied to the whole geometry as a multiplier of the material's existing transparency? What? Seriously? Is that gonna work? But is it gonna work? Dunk opacity. But is it gonna work? Is my question. It is! It's working! Wow! Look at that! Just doing the inverse of what we want. What? Well, AI may not have helped me, but it did give me the clue that I needed. It did get me on the right path. That is awesome! Wow. Okay, we just need to flip the values around for some reason. Why do I need to do that? Why do I have to flip it around? How do I do, wait, how do I flip it around? What the flip-flop? Literally? Do I need to switch dunk to position from with mouse position? I don't know what to do. My math is not able to math. Like that's the wrong thing, right? Can you look at the transparency again? The transparency applied to the whole geometry. Try flipping 2 and 7. Will that work? The transparency applied to the whole geometry as a multiplier of the material's existing transparency. 0 is fully opaque while 1 is fully transparent. So it flips it around. It literally flips it built in. Value's greater, because it's a multiplier, I guess. Value's greater than 0. Yeah. Will force the geometry's materials to go through the transparent pipeline, which is slower to render and can exhibit rendering issues due to incorrect transparency settings. Values greater than 0? Unlike using a transparent material, setting transparency value greater than 0 will not turn off shadow rendering. Okay. Oh, and it already clamps it. It clamps it automatically. So I think we could even get rid of the clamp. Go back to script. 1 minus clamp. I think we can even get rid of the clamp. Because transparency already does it. Does that sound like something we should do? And so I could just say set transparency And what is it that we're doing? We're doing 1 minus the clamp? That? You want me to do that? That seems wild. But wait, what if I just did this? Is this sacrilege? Am I doing something deeply obnoxious? Is this silly? Like, what am I doing? Is this wrong? Yeah, it's wrong. It's very wrong. Dunk max opacity distance minus dunk distance from mouse. Oh. Whoa. Dunk max opacity distance minus dunk distance from mouse divided by dunk max opacity distance. Alright, let's see what we got. How did you know that? How do you do this? Oh, that didn't work though, to be fair. I might have done it wrong, but to be fair, it didn't work. It's actually just staying at 0.7. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe, I mean, we could try what, Joe was saying. I feel like somehow it's gonna, like, complain and be like, these numbers don't make sense to me. But maybe it'll just figure it out. Yeah, it actually isn't. That didn't work either. Now it's locked to 0.2. Because I guess the condition is never met. It doesn't ever go below it. Or above it or whatever. Try the 1 minus clamp. That is, I just wanted to make sure. Am I understand? I wasn't sure I was understanding what Rogi was saying. Literally, we're just doing 1 minus clamp. It's weird. Wait, it's not weird. Oh, that does work. Yeah, that works. We didn't replace clamp with set transparency. Oh, you were saying put that in set transparency? I'll try that still. I'm not sure what the error was that it was giving. Dunk max opacity distance minus dunk distance from mouse. I thought maybe it was getting angry because it didn't like what we were putting in there. I feel like it's like, what are you jamming into here? How dare you jam this stuff in here? Expected 1 argument. Maybe I need to put it like in a variable. And then it will be happier. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a problem. I gotcha. Oh, I see. It's like, cause I put, yeah. Yep. Yeah, that would do it. That'll do it. Thinks it's too many arguments. Something is fishy. It's completely invisible. What is it? Well, now we don't have a variable. I don't even know what it's doing. Variable. Dunk opacity equals all of this. And then I'll say print that so we can see what it's doing. Plunk it in here. Dunk opacity. I'm already concerned about this, I'll be honest with you. Since it gets invisible, it's like so hard to see. But okay, so it's printing giant. It's not clamping. That isn't clamping anything. I don't think that clamp in whatever clamp it's talking about. I don't think it's the same kind of clamp. That is unclamped. That is deeply unclamped. Transparency is clamped between 0.0 and 1.0. It is clamped. By is clamped, does that mean that it doesn't, it's not saying that it clamps it, it's saying that you better not go outside of those values or it won't work? Is that what it means? Maybe that's what it's saying. Rather than try 100 minus. Alright. Where? Just somewhere? Won't that be like 96? Or something? Put it here. Dunk opacity equals 100 minus blah blah. Remove dunk max. You're smart. I don't even understand what I'm doing. I'm just following orders. So it's saying 99. Well, it's not that I'm not willing to keep trying it. Is it really 1 minus? Is it? Oh, this looks better. It's going into negatives, but it looks better. Oh, not bad. Yeah, no, I think it works. I feel complicated about it, but it works. Right? This is good. This is what we want. The numbers are interesting because they go down into negatives, which I don't. Again, oh right, I see. Right, because the transparency is clamping it. Oh, this is fine. It's clamping it, so it doesn't matter that it's going into negatives. Oh, this is perfect then. This is great. This is what we want. Nice work, everybody. I would say it's a little strong. We also have some problems with the abduction, but there it goes. There we go. Nice. I would say overall this works. Now what we lose here is our own custom clamp. Yeah, I just realized that. That like just dawned on me. That did just dawn on me, like at the same time I think it dawned on you. Oops. Well, you know what? It was cool to see in principle that it works. You know, like I think that aspect was interesting and valuable to learn, that it clamps it. So cool. Yeah, awesome. Excellent work. Genius is in the house. But it turns out we don't even need to do it that way. We don't even want to do it that way. Goodbye. Goodbye, all that work. Goodbye. Vi. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was actually really interesting. Thank you. I bet you could clamp dunk opacity. Oh, wait, come on back, come on back, come on back. All that work, come on back. Oh, yeah, you're probably right. I mean, at that point, I might as well keep it as dunk opacity. And, like, put that in here. Right? So say clamp what this equals. Oh, 0.2, 0.7. Like that. Then we can keep it cleaner with just saying dunk opacity. Yeah? Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely, 100%. Nice. I'm gonna increase this a little bit. It's a little too invisible for my taste. This looks good. It's still a little, I guess my biggest concern, like, as I look at it, is like, is it too hard to see? You know, we kind of lose, because we get some visibility behind, which is nice. I'm glad we get that visibility back. But I'm starting to question whether this makes sense as a thing to put in here, which is scary because it means we just did this as a fun exercise. It also feels like the feedback is a little confusing. Like why is it? I'd almost want to add in more solidifying. Or at least some more conditions. Pro YouTube strap, I learned. If you want to reduce delay of Lisa's stream, set the video speed to 2 times and it will catch you up to basically live and go back to normal speed. Whoa! Dude, I'm gonna do that on my stream monitor. That is genius. That is so smart. Wow. I just set that up on my, because my stream monitor sometimes gets behind and I have to update it. That is an amazing tip. Insane Alpha Beta. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. That's gonna keep me way more up to date on what the stream looks like. So I can catch when the internet goes bad. Thank you so much, guys. I feel like we put the credits out there. But I'm starting to question whether this mechanic makes sense, if I'm being honest. For real, like, oh, such a good idea. You make it go from like a 30-second delay to 5 depending on the stream. Right, yeah, really, really, really good tip. Really, really good tip. The stream is now in 2 times speed. I'm currently watching the stream in the future. Send help. That is scary. That is actually very scary. Wait, why is it not sorting it? It keeps moving Joe down below. Do you see that? There's Joe with 4. When I go to sort it, look what it does. It like goes up and then it comes back down. What in the world? Why would you do that to Joe? This leaderboard is biased. Is one of them broken or typed wrong? I don't know. It's just a number. It's just a number. He's trying to put Joe in that cell, but the calculation in that cell is wrong. How? It's 4. And they all have the same formula. I mean, like, yeah, it's like fine, I guess. What if I increase it beyond 4? Make it 5. And try to sort it. I think Google Sheets might be a hater. This is unacceptable. I'm gonna let it go for now and just assume it's a fluke, and maybe next time it'll sort itself out, and if not, I'll look into it. But I'm not sure what I think about this, even though it's deserving of credits, and I'm really glad that we're exploring this. Recipes Joe Smo at the bottom, but not forgotten. I'm reading your messages before you even send them. That's awesome. That's very trippy to think about. But it's like, you know, there's something, it's like as a player, I feel confused. Like, why is it getting invisible? It almost makes me think instead of having it get less visible, it should just be less visible. I feel like, and it's very sad to say this, but I feel like this code isn't necessary. I'm gonna comment it out for right now. And we're gonna say is beautiful transparency, beautiful mouse position based transparency code that turned out maybe isn't useful here. Okay, that's what we're gonna put in there for now. It's there but not forgotten. No, 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 no. Oh, I'm not ready to let go of it. But do you see what I mean? I don't know if you can like feel it. Like the way I feel it over here on my end, it feels wrong. It just feels like it's trying to send a message to the player that is unclear. But the reason why we did that was because now that there's a timer on this, it hangs down for longer, right? Which means if there's stuff in the distance, it's blocking it. Which makes me think the orb needs like maybe just like a redesign. So it's still transparent, but not as hard to see through. Actually, I think we can probably update it live if I play this. Oh, but it won't be visible, unfortunately. So that's actually not that helpful. Alright, Storm Run. You know, and so that makes me think, like, do I want to change, like, the shader a little bit or something? It's all good. You can always bring it back later, but if it doesn't fit with the gameplay, then it's better to get rid of it earlier than later when you design other gameplay elements around it. I know that's right. Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's like that shadow is so strong at the bottom. But I don't know that there's an easy way to... Okay, so I can thin it out. I like the toon appearance of the shadow. But its thickness is causing issues. But like I still want it to be visible as an orb that is there. I mean, the orb is gonna get redesigned fundamentally. Like, this is just a placeholder orb in so many ways. But I don't know if you can, like, see my concern, like, in general. With it, because before, it retracted as soon as you let go of something, which made it easier to see things in the distance right away. But here, it might stay there for a lot longer, especially if you're chaining together multiple grabs. Which, see, now I'm clicking through the orb to get things behind it. And something about that feels wrong. There's a lot that feels wrong about this. And it just makes me concerned for the future of the score dunk. Or what to even do with the score dunk. Yeah, maybe reduce grab range. You know, I wanted that to also be like an ability, right? So like if you like right now, this is like maximum grab range. Like I can grab things really, really far away and it's ridiculous. Kind of, sort of. I'm trying to grab these. There we go. And so I would like that to be able to be variable. So if you have a certain power up, you can grab really far away. So I wouldn't want to change the entire game mechanic potential just because of one visual thing that could in theory change. I could also make the dunk smaller. The dunk got a lot bigger when we moved it closer. So like there's that. But it's still going to be in the way a little bit. Yeah, maybe I mean, and then it's like, if the dunk is so small, move to the left or right instead of the middle. Yeah, I mean, that makes some sense. You know, it feels kind of ridiculous. So, like, if you're, like, grabbing something that's, like then everything on the right or the left, whatever the opposite direction is going to be, like, harder to get it there. You know, which feels kind of arbitrary. Like, why is it harder to bring things from one side over the other? You know, like, that just feels... I mean, to me, these are exciting decisions to be trying to make and problems to solve. Because here, the prototype is getting more to a point where we can, like, actually say, how does the game feel? How can we make these choices feel different? Like, I like that we're at this point. But, you know, it brings up some questions. Ideally, the score dunk would be above the play area, right? But, you know, if we do that, then the character is going to have to get smaller. Everything's going to have to get smaller, and it's going to be harder to see everything. So it's like there's like a really difficult, careful balance. I mean, I wonder, I could try making the score dunk overall smaller. We are apparently already scaling it sacrilegiously. I didn't even realize we were scaling it. That must have been an accident. Whoops. So there it's a little smaller. Which is better. It makes for a smaller target area, for whatever that's worth. But, you know, there's still things in the distance that in theory I can click on. I could push it up a little higher. We could bring the camera up. The camera does need to come up a little bit, actually. So let's do that. Let's put the Y offset is higher. Higher is a bigger number. Gonna make it higher or lower. That does make it higher, but that's way too high. Oh no, but that's changing. That's okay. 4.6. So we'll have to also push the orb up higher. The orb's coming down too far now. So I have to adjust those offset values, excitingly enough. You know, not great that this system is so fiddly. Dunk Y offset 5. That's it, the position that it's at normally? Yeah, so now it's way higher. And it's not gonna come down far enough, of course. So then I have to recap. There's probably a magic number in there somewhere now that I think about it. There definitely is. It's this. So we want to say dunk ascent distance. And we were saying, we weren't doing negative there, right? I don't think so. Dunk ascent distance, and then here as well. Dunk ascent distance. At export variable dunk ascent distance. I increased it by 1, so we'll want to say 2.5 instead of 1.5, right? I think so. It's coming down a little far there. It's coming down a little far. I'm a little surprised by that. Oh, I guess I didn't have to restart it. We can just change this value. Also, we do not want to export this because those need to be adjusted together. That's going to cause problems. Yeah, it needs to come down a little further. But this isn't bad. This is a little better. I feel like it's okay. It's not bad. Let's bring the orb down a little more. So instead of, oh, I didn't have to restart it. That's fine. Let's make it 1.3. You know, further, 1.6. Are you set on the whole orb being visible? No. It can be cut off that helps visibility. Oh, that's interesting. Like just like a half orb. That's a good idea. Yeah, I'm not set on it being visible necessarily. Yeah, you're right. It could be cut off. Right, that'll just get us like a little extra space. I mean, at this point, this is actually a little bit too far. This is actually pretty good. Like I'm clicking and that's actually not a bad solution. This is actually pretty good. Yeah, maybe I won't push it down all the way. That's enough for you to know it's an orb and it's ascending and descending. Good point. You know, I wish it was bigger, just so it was like more attention grabbing, but I guess it could be bigger still. And I think certainly I want to adjust the offset, the Y position of the thing that gets abducted, so it's easier to see it in there. But yeah, this actually isn't bad. Okay, now I kind of want to keep it bigger. I don't particularly want to scale it to do that, so let's not. I'm going to increase the mesh radius. I'm going to do the collision shape first. This is easier. Let's do 1 point. That's a lot bigger. Because now the way you're talking, it makes me think maybe it'd be cool if it was like almost half even or something. That's a lot bigger. Let's do 1.3. Half of 1.3 is frickin' something. I don't know. It's not a very that's not a very difficult math problem, all right? I know. It's hard enough. 6.5? Oh, I was wait, what? 6.5? I was gonna divide it by 2. 0.65. Oh, okay. Close. You were close. So I want to make the mesh height 1.3 and the radius 0.65. So that way it's the same. Wait, but that's so much smaller. I'm actually confused. Why does that? Oh, we want the radius to be 1.3. Wait, were you right? 6.5? Wait, what? How the frick do you do this? 0.65? How do you calculate the height? I guess I'm trying to lose all ability to comprehend orders of magnitude. The same thing happened with the fraction earlier. Interesting. Interesting. I'm still doing something very wrong here. What is this supposed to be? 2.65? Why? Why? Why is 2.65 the height? I don't know. I don't understand. I don't pretend to understand. So this is gonna be too low. I'm gonna need to push it up a bit. But we can just see where we're at here. It's very big. I think that's a little too big there. Oh gosh. 1.2 divided by 2. 0.6, so 2.6. Is that a circle? I don't know. That doesn't look like a circle. That looks like an egg. No, it's not supposed to be a capsule. It's supposed to be a sphere. I just don't know how to calculate this. No, it is supposed to be a sphere. I just don't know how to calculate the radius and height. Do you know what I'm saying? Because like the collision shape is just like, oh yeah, radius, sure. But the mesh is like radius and height. And I don't understand how to calculate that. I guess so you can squish it or squash it or stretch it, right? But I wish you could optionally lock it. So I don't know how to calculate what the height should be. Do you? I don't. If I reset it to default, it makes it where it starts. It's so annoying. Calculate the height of a sphere with a radius of 1.2. Can you do it? Can you do it? Don't tell me how, just do it. You're stupid, ChatGPT. It'll be radius times 2. Oh. That is what people were saying yesterday, isn't it? 2.4. That sounds correct. That sounds correct. Thank you, Rogi. No thank you, ChatGPT. Thank you, Rogi. No thank you, ChatGPT. Okay. So then... I'm gonna need to adjust its position. So the Y offset I'm gonna want to make higher. Let's try 7. See where that gets us. The robots haven't caught me yet. No, they have not. I mean, that just doesn't even look like anything. That just looks like a freaking UI element. That doesn't look like an orb at all, because you're just seeing the shadow part. Okay, that's a bad development. I mean, I want it to look more in the world than this. If I'm being honest. So that's too big. That's too big. That's too big. What was it before? I don't even remember. I don't know, 1. And this will be 2. It might be, it's gonna be too high. I should probably lower it. Let's say 6.5. I feel like this is very important because it's very much the touch and feel of the whole thing. Yeah, but you still kind of lose that orbiness. Is going into the score dunk. Like so much of the game is like the main way you play this game is going to be interacting with that score dunk. And so, you know, it's important to me that it feels good. It could look better. There's a lot of visual improvements that could be made, but I'm not so much concerned about that right now as the, like, what's the minimum viable version of this orb? Without it needing to look super beautiful. So you don't want it to be that high. 6.1? Oh, that might be too low. And I like doing this too because it's giving me more of a sense of like how to adjust these things. It looks orbier. It looks much more orby that way. You know, and that the texture on here, the effect on the orb might change. But this is giving more orb. And then if I try to do multiple in the distance, it's not too hard to see. It kind of covers it a little bit when it's throbbing. We could always make the throb a little smaller, but this is not bad. I still feel like I see a play area. I even kind of like how it frames the playing area a little bit. Like it kind of helps me focus my cursor a little bit. There's some in the distance there. They're a little too far to grab anyway. So I would say I would put a limit on how far you can grab for sure. But not the limit that was coming up before. It's like here, that is too far, but this isn't bad. This isn't bad. This feels pretty good. I think it could look orbier still. So I'm like debating, do I want to try to bring it down just a little bit more? Then have to shrink it. I like that it's kind of large. It does seem like overkill for the size of the things we're putting in here. It'd be awesome. You know what would be cool? And this is ridiculous. but it'd be really cool if like everything in there was like bouncing around and they were like knocking on each other and floating inside of the orb when you stuff them in there. That would be hilarious. Like there's just like no gravity in there, but they could bump into each other. That is an overscoped feature right there. But it'd be cool. Yeah, this is not bad. I'm kind of having fun. I'm kind of enjoying myself, actually, which is very exciting. Does it look like an orb? I don't know what I think it looks like. You know, and if the lighting was just a little different, there's so many little things that could change, like, how orby it looks. You think it looks like an orb? Alright. I'm enjoying this. Because other than me wondering that it's cut off too much, I think it feels really good. If someone asked you to describe it, they'd say orb or sphere. Alright. Then I think this is good. We still have to figure out the calculation part, but now that we have a timer, that should be pretty easy. Which is cool, I think, maybe. And then the other thing is I want the position of the meat object to be lower. So right now, when it goes in there, its position, it's whenever this gets called right here. Dunk is at position. On dunk is at position. When it's been dunked, it takes the dunk position and it moves the object to that position. I kind of want to add an offset on here so it goes a little further down, which I guess will be minusing. That would be a minusing operation. Abduction Y offset. That must be what that was for. Abduction Y offset. I've set it to 0.5. That's quite small. Down is plus because positive Y is down. Really? Well, what? I believe you. I'm surprised. So I want to say plus abduction Y offset. 0.5 seems very subtle. Seems very, very subtle. Oh, oh, right. I just said, I forgot to say, whoops. We need to just only add it to the Y, of course. So I would want to say dunk position X, dunk, and then we'll do it in parentheses. Dunk position. I mean, I could, dude, just don't do that. Don't be silly. Just make the offset a vector 3. Zero 0.50. Much simpler. Alright. Still seems in my head that it will be too subtle, but I don't actually know. What? Are you sure about that, Rogie? I mean, you must be right in some way, but it's not visible unless I've put it under the ground. But I did it to such a slight degree. Is this a 2D thing? This is a 3D thing. We're in 3. Oh, you're saying is what you think a 2D thing? Maybe. Maybe it is. That would suck to remember. Yeah. We subtract it. 2D, 3D devs be like. 2D versus 3D devs be like. A misconception because 2D. There we go. Now we see them right in the center there. So you get the satisfaction of seeing what you've abducted. Yeah, trying to get them to collide around inside of there sounds supremely difficult. I'd have to create a collision space that was carved out in the middle. 3D upwards might be towards sky, not sure. Right. But then 2D isn't? I'd have to carve out, I'd have to make like a collision shape that didn't have collision in the middle. Turn them all loose, turn their gravity down, and trust that their collisions against each other won't break them through that orb. Like, the considerable amount of difficulty there, just not a good thing. We could even say, you know what we could do? We could have, like, the numbers getting added up right in there. Like, the calculation... Maybe the calculation should happen before it gets abducted. Why am I so set on the calculation happening after it goes up? The calculations just happen as soon as it goes in there. But you know what would be even more satisfying? The calculation! Let's go. Like the noodles in the bowl, yes. Instead of inside collision, you could make them appear like how you made the noodles in the noodle game. Oh, just like fake their positions. I mean, wow, that would be so hard. Because the noodles, and so what, my gosh. What Rogi is talking about, by the way, you can find this by going to the bottom of the Hyper Gamedev channel. If for some reason you're interested in my Unreal Engine exploits, there's a playlist at the bottom of the channel. And I was making a noodle game. This one, you can't even find this video. I had to private this one, unfortunately. That was a sad day. I had to private this one because I doxed myself in here on accident, and there was no way for me to edit the dox out. And there was network issues throughout here. This is when I was having internet problems. So actually, you can't watch this one. This is your only chance to watch it. See, we had network problems. This was a messy situation. But basically, you check those out. Yeah, for sure. I've got a whole I got like 30 videos in here that I did in Unreal Engine. From me, the first time that I tried Unreal Engine to when I stopped because I liked Godot more and I wanted to do Godot. But yeah, they're all in here. Except for this one. This one I had to private because, like I said, I doxed myself and it had a lot of problems anyway. But mostly because of the docs. And YouTube won't let me edit it. So I could like re-upload. You know what? I honestly might re-upload it and just have it be unlisted and put it in this playlist. I might do that someday. But yeah, so basically the game was about dropping noodles into bowls, right? That was the whole idea of the game, is we spawn noodles into bowls. And the noodles wouldn't stay in the bowl. They would just like the collision once they got in the bowl was deep chaos, was severe chaos when they were in there. So the system that I had come up with, or we had come up with, was that when the noodle goes into the bowl, it actually gets destroyed. So it disappears. So the noodles on the table would actually stay there. But the noodles in the bowl would delete themselves. So that way I could replace them with fake noodles that would appear instead. And so those noodles I would one by one set up ahead of time. And then for every noodle that was detected to have been deleted, a fake noodle would get added in and it would look like it was piling up. And so what Rogi was suggesting is that I come in here and for dropping these in here, instead of having them collide, putting the humans, the cows, all the animals, having them arranged in different positions, ready to represent. The problem with that is then we have to set up a system that knows that it's a cow or it's a human. It needs to know what type of human. It needs to know what animal it is. And so that just kind of requires like a bunch of, I don't know. I mean, it's starting to look a little overscopy and maybe not worth it. But it's definitely a cool idea, and yeah. Because we can even just like animate them like randomly like bouncing around within a certain area. And then just have to make sure that whatever we put in there looks the same. We could even start doing silhouettes to like cut down on that maybe. So the humans would just turn into a silhouette and we wouldn't have to worry about what kind of human it is. But we would have to know if, was it a cow? Was it an octopus? Was it whatever? Anyway, it's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea and I appreciate it. So here's my other idea. Is that before the orb retracts, and this can actually be combos. You could get more points the faster you get them. This could be a mechanic. This could be like a feature in the game. So if you get more before the calculation happens, there's gonna be like a plus. Like it'll say +1, +2, +3, +4, +5 for every one that you add in here before the retraction. And then once the retraction is done, that abduction number will increase by that amount. That way you're getting that feedback dopamine hit of increasing these boom, 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 +1, +2, +3. How long can I keep the combo? Keep the combo going. Oh, I missed the combo. And then you get the score boost. Honestly, that sounds awesome to me. I really like that idea. That's some work though. That's some effort, but like, I kind of like that. I'm kind of into this. Okay. Okay. Cool. So, I mean, let's get the calculation first. Because I need it to fundamentally calculate it. Because right now, when I grab and put one in here, no matter how many I put in here, it only calculates one. It doesn't calculate multiple. And the calculation timing is off. So let's get that set up and then we can figure that out. Did that cow move outside the bubble the second you ran? I hope not. Did it? So like you're saying something that I put in there, did it go away when I ran? I don't think so. It is, the calculation is a little weird, and it is disappearing before the bubble fully disappears. So you can see the cow disappears before the bubble does. It's hard to tell, like, what... I feel like I just miss it sometimes. I don't think so. It might have just been like a coincidence. So right now, that calculation of the things that occur, how many things were put in there, and then it hides, it actually deletes the cow or the animal, is right here. Oh, right, so this is still looking for the Y position. I still haven't updated that. I did something really similar to that with the score updater one time, but it didn't look too good because I'm terrible in game art and VFX. Me too. Me too. I am very, very much very, very much interested in just getting bare bones stuff, programmer art and all. So I have a feeling I might have a similar result as what you did. It sounds like I might have a similar result. You rewind, it's check. False alarm. Okay, cool. Thank you for rewinding. I feel like not enough people rewind. And I understand, like, you don't want to miss something that's live, but, like, it's kind of a nice thing about YouTube versus Twitch, is that you can even do that. So I'm glad to hear someone's using it. Somebody's using it. It may not be everybody, but it's insane alpha beta. Alright. So this is still be determined. This is why it's deleting the count too soon, because it's checking position. What we actually want to say is that when it times out, well, actually, this is kind of an issue, because we need like another, this I don't love. We actually still don't have a good calculation point. Why don't we still have a good calculation point? Can you guys, I think Pierogigon maybe, if you're still here, can you remind me what the timer was supposed to help with? Because when the timer times out, bam, it times out, right? It times out and then it interpolates back up. I guess what... I don't think this actually solves anything. Timer timed out. And then it goes back up. So I think I need a second timer. If we don't want it to be Y position. I don't know what good the timer has done for us. Other than it allows, I'll tell you what the timer has done. The timer has allowed us to keep the orb down for longer. So that way, every time you release, it doesn't necessarily bring it back up. And that's a good thing. But what it hasn't done is given us a calculation point or an ascent moment. We still don't actually have that, technically. Which is a little disappointing. We could try the ascent with an animation, because it might be less important that it's locked to an axis. I don't know. I'll try scrolling back in the messages to see what Rogi and Dragonblade were suggesting. Oh, no, it doesn't save all the messages. Dang. YouTube, why you no save all the messages? Well, I guess I could always rewind the stream. It's a bit unfortunate. That's a bit unfortunate. Alright, let's see. Let's just rewind the stream. Actually, let me do it. I'll do it over... No, I'll do it here. Wait, what happened? Oh, well, I realized I don't actually remember how setting it up with a timer was going to help us have a better calculation point. I don't remember. Because the timer times out right there. Not when the ascent is complete. The timer has helped keep it down for longer and extend that descent time. Like, we have now a long descent time if you keep the combo going. But what we don't have is a moment of calculation. But I thought you and Dragonblade were explaining how, at some point, how the timer would help with having a calculation point. Am I wrong to think that that was true? Am I mistaken? because we're still using, I mean, maybe I need to not use the interpolation, but I don't even know how I would move it otherwise, because it's sort of set up to make sure all of its movement is automatically interpolated. The timer would extend to the entire animation. Oh, that's what I kind of was worried about. Yeah. It doesn't. It doesn't. The timer stops right there before it. So, I mean, I'll set it up, but you'll see. Okay. Got it. So we still don't actually have the calculation point. So what I'm thinking is we just set an arbitrary second timer. And we say that once the timer times out, we just have to make sure that timer also gets extended if the player brings it back out again. That's kind of the tricky part, because while it's getting, and I think Dragon Blade was even suggesting a little bit, like the player isn't allowed to like pull it back again. Which feels like an unnecessary punishment to me. Oh, so you're saying if it's out of view in the viewport? Interesting. Is there a signal for on screen? No idea. I have no idea. Well, this is just a area 3D. No idea. Godot Godot detect if something is on or off screen. Visibility nodes. What? There's a whole node for it? You don't say. Visible on-screen notifier 3D. Detects approximately when the node is visible on screen. What? That's awesome. Okay. I accept. I accept. Yes. I will use this. There are a bunch of groups already in the tree. One of those groups may be on screen. That's true. Okay. So if I say screen exited, if I put in this ready function, visible on-screen notifier 3D, screen exited. This is amazing. This seems like this will work. On-screen exited. Sorry if this was already explained, but if you don't mind, what do you mean by calculation point? Oh, my pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for asking, because you're not the only one. If you're confused, someone else is going to be confused too. Thank you for asking. My gosh, I apologize. You've helped me be better at streaming my game dev, so I can remember I should explain these things while they're happening. So this is the calculation point. And basically, when we abduct a creature and the orb ascends, after its ascent, I want it to calculate how many things were abducted and then update the score based on that. So that's kind of what I mean by calculation point, which, wow, that makes no sense if I don't explain it. So here's like abductions at 0, so we'll say that's uncalculated. And if I grab this cow and drop it in here, it goes up and then it calculates it. And I want the calculation point to occur later. I want it to occur when the orb is off screen. Right now, the calculation point is based on the Y position. And that's not good. That's not good. Because since it's based on the Y position, let's say I jump, it's going to calculate it early. Because the orb is following the character. So now the Y position has updated and the calculation has gone too soon. Which is just like messy and not intended or correct. So, and you know, said the Y position also doesn't work. Well, the Y position does work, but other things don't work. For example, the timer that determines how long it stays down and when it starts to retract, that timeout isn't when it's off screen. That timeout is when it starts to go back. But Rogi had the great suggestion of maybe checking if it's off screen, and then the internet has taught me that Godot has a visible on-screen notifier 3D node that will tell us when something leaves the screen, which just sounds absolutely perfect. So now I'm trying to set that up, not based on the Y position and the ML. I need to create a function called on-screen exited. Func on-screen exited. Smack all that in there. If dunked meat is not null, calculate the score, and then update the score, and then delete the meat. Oh, wait, okay, alright, what? Non-existent function screen exited in base visible on screen notifier. Oh, I forgot to connect it as that's cute. Okay, we want to say screen exited dot connect. On-screen visible notifier is super useful. I didn't know about it until recently. Literally my first time. It's my first time. It saves me so much coding trouble. I was like about to like skip a heartbeat thinking about dealing with that. Okay, so I can't say that it worked. I can't say that it worked, but we don't have errors. So something is happening? I guess it's not considered off screen. We might have to look at what the size of the node is. Oh, look, the on-screen notifier is way down here. Is it counting cows in the orb? I don't understand. So, well, the counting, I haven't set up the counting yet. That's next. That's next. But this is why it's not seeing it, because it's way down here. We need its position to be up quite a bit higher. There we go. Kai guy, fake noodles, insert drooling Homer Simpson meme gif here. Man, I kind of miss making that game. That was like, I loved Unreal Engine. I still love Unreal Engine, but I don't know. At some point, I didn't really care about that project, you know? Like, I was just making it because. I was just making it because. This project I have a little more interest, like personal interest in, so I'm just more invested. But that was a fun project. I think someday I'll go back to that project, probably. Welcome in, Kai. Good to see you. How's your GDevelop journey going? You don't have to rotate it. You don't gotta do all that. Oh, it's pretty cool that we can like adjust its size and stuff too. Seems pretty useful. Let me actually just get a nice dead-on view. Would be very helpful. Why is a dead-on view so impossible to see? Oh, there we go. I see. Wait, I don't see. It's fine. This is good enough. If it's just like right there, that should be plenty good enough. Calculate. You hear calculate. I love that you're catching up. I love that you're rewinding and catching up. I think it's such a wonderful feature that YouTube allows live streams to enjoy. Calculate. Hey, it worked! It calculated! Visible on-screen notifier! I love it. I love it. I love Godot. I love Godot! Alright. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for screeching, for yelling, all of that. I think we could even, and we could even lower it a bit. Yes. That way we can have more control. Oh my gosh. This is perfect. This is perfect. This is the perfect thing. This is the perfect thing. Oh my gosh, I love it. This is exactly what I need. And it's probably gonna be, you know, it doesn't matter if the screen size is different. You know, I mean, that's not really changing but whatever. It's just great. Yeah, Rogi, you really helped me a lot there. You helped me a lot there. And you can't see the calculation because it's off screen, but that's something to think about. That's something to think about. I need to get my UI fixed up a little there. That really shouldn't be pushing off to the side like that. I mean, it should, but it also shouldn't. Cool. This is fabulous. Wait, why did that not count? Oh, probably because it deleted before it went up. Alright, cool, great. So, multiple calculations time. Now that we've got that, it is multiple calculations time. Now, Rogi's idea of counting how many things are in a group, I think is a great idea. And I think can work well for us. So we have the grabbed group and the meat group. But we want to create yet another group. And that group be the dunked group. The dunked group. Now we have a signal going out if the meat enters the dunk. We also have a signal going out if the meat leaves the dunk. So we can easily remove it or add it to the group. Yeah. This is all on... These are all being called on here as functions. So meet enter dunk right there. I don't even think we're using isn't dunk anymore, by the way. Oh, we are. Oh, okay. No, we definitely are. All right. Very good. So we want to say self add to group dunked, self remove from group dunked. Done. Before you even got to step 2. Calculate get tree get nodes in group size. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. I love it when people come with code. Or not, but also yes. So this will be in our score dunk calculation with our beautiful on-screen exited. So right now, what it's doing is it's checking. So there is one, Rogi, there is one extra thing I should tell you. Which is that I left room for the possibility. And I am keen to release this possibility from needing to be in the game. And that is that potentially certain abductees are worth more than others. Because if you think about it, what would the aliens rather have? Human limbs or cow limbs? Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to judge, but I think maybe they're going to get a little bit more use out of the human limbs. Maybe that's very specious of me. But generally, I kind of think that's not necessarily necessary. I wanted to leave that possibility open. Make more groups. Right. So if its score value is this or that, add it to a different group, and then it calculates it differently. Dunked humans group, etc. Wow. Wow. Okay. Alright. Alright. Very well. So be it. So we'll ignore the score value, and I'll just get rid of that now. I mean, I could... Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It could just... I mean, right. I mean, well, it'd be a little tricky, so I'd have to start, you know, labeling... Right now, all the meat is treated equally. So we'd have to have a way to label whether it's this or that. I mean, I could say, you know... Here's what I'll do. I'm going to just comment it out for now. And I'm going to say... Have this value, or make it... Have this value... Add the meat to a different dunked group depending on that can be calculated differently by the score dunk. If we decide to have meat, if we decide on meat, on different meats, this is quite a comment, having different values, use this or another value to add the meat to a different dunked group that can then be calculated differently by the score dunk. Variable dunked humans, integer, variable, yeah, something like that, right, maybe, kind of. I don't know if I understand that, but yeah, something like that. I just realized I'm watching the video from like 10 plus minutes ago, waiting for Lisa to catch up to chat when I'm behind, or it rewinded on me. Oh no, Kai Guy, I was admiring. You can see where I was reading your messages by when I put them up here, because I did. But I was actually admiring that you were looking at the old version, because it's kind of nice that you can rewind in YouTube, I think. So I'm kind of glad you got to like see what we were up to before. And join in on that. It was actually delightful to revisit. But one tip I try to give is that if you're watching a live stream on YouTube, there is a way that you can catch up pretty easily. So I don't know if you know this, but there's this live button down here. And see how it's got a red... Oh, see how it just went gray? If it's gray, you can click on it, and then it will automatically catch you up and it'll become red. But when you go behind, it becomes gray. And so that's one way you can always check to see if you're behind or not. I was getting to it. I was getting to it, Insane. And Insane Alpha Beta told me about this cool technique as well, which is if you set the playback speed to 2 times, it'll catch up for the most part, or at least much more quickly. If you have a bit of a delay, it'll catch up to the live moment much more quickly than if you didn't. So if you do have a delay, this will like keep it caught up, which is like a really cool trick. There it went, it caught up. And then it will go normal speed once it's caught up, I guess. There it goes. Now it's normal. Kind of wild, kind of cool. So those are some tips. Those are some live streaming tips, some live stream watching tips. Calculate human value times dunked humans plus cow value times dunked cows. Variable dunked humans integer. Variable dunked cows integer. Yeah. That makes sense. Human value. I'm having an existential crisis. Yes, it is now been decided. It is now true. There is a value on human life. This just in. Well, this is all theoretical. If we decide that it makes sense to calculate them differently. And I'm not sure if that makes sense yet. So for now, we're just going to keep that here. Rogi, I don't know if I'll ever remember to come back here and see those messages. But I'm sure we'll figure it out. Alright, so for now, that's not there. But in theory, it could be. Which means I need to make sure that the score dunk isn't looking for score value anymore. And instead, we wanted to check. Now, what was the other code you did? Yeah. I'm glad you did it, though. Something group size. There it is. Calculate. So score equals get tree, get nodes in group. Wow, look at that. Dot size. Amazing. That's it? Too few arguments for get nodes in group. Expected at least 1, but receive 0. Oh, right. I should probably say what the group is. That might help. That might help a little bit. Alright. Let's see. Is it already fixed? Get these helicopters out of my face. I have to actually get more than 1. Ooh, it didn't. It's already not calculating them. So it didn't calculate 1. Am I not adding them to the group correctly? Perhaps? Are we sure that they're in the same node tree? Because the group size... Because we're adding it to the group... I don't know. We're adding it to the group here in this instanced scene. So I could do a print here. I mean, we know this is working. Like, this is definitely running. But if it gives some comfort, we can say print cow. It might be helpful, actually. Cow entered group dunked. Or we could say cow or meat. Meat is in group dunked print meat has left group dunked. Maybe it's leaving it early. It could also be deleting it before it calculates it. I don't think so. Oh, it leaves it. That's why. Because it's leaving it. That's why it's not working. I wonder why. Why is that getting set to false? Maybe it's getting set somewhere else to false. It is not. So the only time that it should be getting set to false is if the cow leaves the orb. Oh, because its collision is getting turned off. That's why. Because we're turning off its collision. So therefore it leaves it because the collision is off. So that's a little tricky. Because the problem is we do need the cow to leave the group, or the meat to leave the group. If, say, you grab it, you touch it, now it's in the group. If I pull it away, it needs to leave the group, right? If I let go of it in the dunk, the collision goes away. Do you need a function for leaving the orb? I have a function for leaving the orb. That's how... Isn't it stuck into the orb until it dies? It is. So, okay. How do I explain this? I can do this. So, when it sees the cow entering it, it then emits the signal that it's entered the dunk. When the cow leaves the orb, it then sends a signal that it's left the orb. Those signals run two separate functions. One function is on meat entered. The other function is on meat left. And so when it's entered, we're adding it to the group dunked. When it's exited, we're removing it from the group dunked. Here's the problem. When it is dunked, it's emitting a signal that says meat is in dunk. Hold on. Let me see if I can... I'm not sure where this is happening. On dunk is at position. What is this one? Sorry. Dunk is at position. This runs... when? In the physics process? Oh, I see. I see. So in the physics process, it's constantly emitting the dunk's position. So we have this value that's constantly saying, I'm at this spot, I'm the dunk, and I'm at this spot, I'm the dunk, and I'm at this spot, I'm the dunk, and I'm at this spot. And that is calling a function on the meat that is turning off the collision if the meat has been dunked. That is to say, we hover over the orb and we let go of the meat in the orb. It then marks this flag to being true, and it turns off the collision. So that way, it's... I don't remember exactly why we did that, but I'm pretty sure it was for a good reason. But because the collision is going off, it thinks that it leaves the dunk. Therefore, it removes it from the group. So that's what's happening. Dunk position is better because that's when it goes to that snap point in the orb. Right. You should make it so that it's in the group dunked when it's frozen in the orb and say, oh, yes. Oh, that makes so much sense. Oh, man. Gosh, that just makes so much sense. It makes so much sense, Rogi. It makes so much sense. Man, I don't know if I would have, like, that would have clicked in my brain. I don't know if that would have clicked in my brain. Jeez Louise. Thank you. Alright, let's see what happens. It counted 1! Okay, let's see if it'll count multiple. We've got a bunch in there. Yeah! Okay, it did 2. I put more than 2 in there, I think, but maybe not. Actually, maybe I didn't put more than 2, technically. I don't remember how many I did. 4? Something like that? It should be 6 or 7. 8! It works! Yes! I mean, honestly, that's a whole nother credit alone. That itself is just like a whole nother credit. My gosh. You saved me. You saved me. Such a W. Alright. We gotta put that. You already have 2 points on score dunk? That's just not fair. Now I'm just giving you preferential treatment. I need this. I just recently started adding multiple points. Look, it's still doing it. What the heck? What the mystery science theater? I don't know. We're gonna ignore it for now. Good enough. Well, you know what? I'll deal with it later. Honestly, it doesn't matter. You know what? We'll do it later. I wonder if it has to do with the numbers. Since I'd only recently started adding multiple numbers. Like, what if I add an extra one here? Then will it sort it above? And actually, let's even add another number. Because at one point, we only ever had 1s. No, that's not it. Okay, well, it was worth it. It was worth checking. We're back at the stage questioning if I'm getting preferential treatment because I'm getting too many points. Order is... Guys, this is so funny. Progion's been coming through these live streams for years. Before I started streaming on YouTube, when I was on Twitch. And I had all kinds of leaderboards on Twitch. And Rogi was frequently topping those leaderboards. and as long as I've been on YouTube, Rogi really hasn't. Because Rogi's been really busy in life. Until more recently. And so this is what Rogi means by order is restored. Oh, man. I love it. The game loves it. All right. This is very good. This is very, very good. So this isn't even counting my idea for combos. Because now that we have this thing coming down at a certain time, for a certain time, now there's this possibility for combos. And so if you keep dunking it before it calculates, your combo is increasing. So, you know, what does that mean? I don't know anything about combo math. Like, that is to say, not like the math itself, but like what is standard and nice or annoying and unfair, right? So like to me, it's like, well, let's say if you, the more you get in there, does it, I don't know, does it need to increase based on the number you do? Like if I just do 1 by itself, I get 1 point. Oh, that was 2. Wait, why are they, uh-oh. Oh no, we have a problem. Wait, do we have a problem? Oh, we might have a problem. Before I get excited about the combo stuff, We might have a problem. We do! It's not actually freeing everything in the queue. Okay, hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Right now, it's only freeing the first thing that it sees. Because the way that we are freeing the object, wherever that is. Where is that? Oh, this is the wrong script. Here. It's only checking the last one that it recorded, actually. The last one that it recorded is the one that it's freeing. So could I just do get tree, get nodes in group, and then just like free everything in the group? Can't find property queue free on base array. Oh. Use a for loop. Oh, so have it iterate on everything in there. Okay. Gotcha. So if I just do get nodes in group, can you teach me how to do a for loop? You don't have to. I actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, Rogi, can you teach me how to do a for loop? Dragonblade made a for loop once for me, and I have that code. And I can pull up that code and reference it. I really want to use for loops, but I've genuinely never used one without somebody doing it for me. And I'm sick and tired of it. And I want to learn. Today's the day I want to learn how to set up a for loop. Oh, Joe's got me. For n in get nodes in group, for n in get nodes in group. I was typing, but now I'm refusing. You believe in me! I believe in Joe Schmo. No way, dude. I would never have guessed this. I would never have guessed this. But I mean, I can try from here. So I guess I need a colon. For n in get tree, get nodes in group. And then we just say queue free. Did I do it? Did I do it? Did I do it? Did Joe and I do it? Let's see. Let us see. Dude, for loops are easy. But I think what confuses me, n before queue free. That's what I was about to say confuses me, is what the hell is the point of the n? And why is it an n? Why am I making it an n? I hate that. I hate doing things I don't understand. Why n in for loop? What does it mean? In Python, the variable n in a for loop has both syntactical, I would say meat, and semantic meaning. For example, it can represent the length of a container or the dimensions of a matrix. So what? Why is it the letter n? You can name it whatever you want, whatever makes sense to you. What's the history of it being an n? Local variable. Like, where does that come from in coding? And why is it an I? Yeah, what about an I? Why is it not I? What's the difference between I and n? My understanding has always been that I is a good choice since loops are typically for iterating or traversing with a known index step. The letters J and K follow well since nested loops are often needed and will most instinctively know J. I is just a variable. You can say anything. Right. Okay, alright. I'd say for meat, I will do meat. I promise. I'm sold on meat. Alright. Okay. I took some liberties when typing. I'm on phone. I won't copy it. Meat. For every meat in get tree, free the meat. It still kind of confuses me a little bit. Like, I how do I read this? For every meat in get tree, get nodes, in group dunked, free the meat. I don't like saying that sentence. Am I reading that correctly, though? For every meat in there? All right. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it works. For loops apply to arrays, so it's gotta be a list. Yeah. I'd say this code meets the qualifications. Nice. You're pretty good at these. I, to my mind, in a for loop, has always been synonymous with integer. Whoa. It's interesting. So you say for every element of the list, do this to every element. For every element of the list, do this to every element. Okay. Let's see if both are gone when it calculates. They are. It did it. For loop. For loops are cool. So yeah, you're reading it well. For every meat in the group, queue meat free. Thank you. Thank you so much for just like affirming like what I'm trying to understand and like giving me some context, because that's why I often don't use for loops, because like the syntax just doesn't make sense to me. And I know in some ways that's a me problem, but now it's not. And you've helped me, Joe and Pierogi, and even Insane a little. Thank you. All right, so now they go away, and now I ask my combo questions. Not necessarily to you literally, more in a general sense. Normally, you get 1 point if you just get 1 cow. If you smash 2 cows in here, and I wanted to calculate a combo, I gotta look it up. I don't wanna, I'm just gonna look it up. How to index. Oh, index, integer, iterate. I kind of thought like iterate. How to calculate. I love, so what you're telling me are these numbers, or these letters, these variable letters in these coding equations are just kind of up for interpretation? That's because math background says Z is integer. What? Why? Z? How to calculate combos in games. What? I don't think this is the kind of combos. What is the formula to making combos in fighting games? Z is fun to write in fancy script. Oh, okay, that's fair. That's actually fair. I gotcha. I gotcha. Dear God, Google, please stop. Please stop. I need to put uBlock on here. Index is probably a better way to think of it. Exactly the same as you index an array. Right. This is not helpful. Quora, you suck. I don't know if you know that, Quora, but you suck. Just so you know. I guess I need to say fighting game. Like, am I multiplying them? Do I add them? Like, what makes good combo logic? I'm asking generally, not specifically. I don't expect anyone to answer. How do people make combos? How do people make combos? How the hell do you make... I don't think that's the question they're asking. How combos work in fighting games. This is not really that helpful. Combo theory? This is not helping me. It depends what you want. How valuable do you want the combos to be? I want them to be valuable. I don't know. Pretty valuable? Give me some examples? I don't know. Welcome back, Stormrun. The more strong the combo multiplier, the more essential combos will be. I guess what I'm not sure of is, like, how do I... Okay, so... I feel like I need to paint this. I feel like that's the only way. I don't know. I don't actually... This kind of hurts my brain to think about. Like... I don't know how valuable I want to be. I want to experiment with different multipliers and see if it feels fair. Is kind of what I want to do. It's impossible to get a good score without combos. Is it impossible to get a good score without combos? Or do you want a balanced approach where combos help but have risk or reward? Yes. I don't know. I mean, I guess what I want is I want the player to be rewarded for quickly smashing as many things into the orb as possible. Now, there are risks to it, because if they accidentally put something in there that hurts their karma, that would suck for them. So the risk and the reward would be built into that. But I just want to reward players who are fast at putting things in there. I want to train the player to quickly gather meat, as much meat as possible. That's it. And I'm not sure, like, how much I want to reward them for that. Just, like, experiment with different reward numbers. See how that feels. I got carried away with my game. I got some trees imported from Megascans, but all the trees are dancing erratically. Oh no! Megascans are awesome. That sounds entertaining. Trees dancing erratically? I kind of like that. Let's raise calculate to the power of 2 and put a multiplier in front that we can adjust. What? Raise calculate to the power of 2. So I would want to say, how the hell do I write that? Do I literally put a power 2 sign in there? Is that it? Did I just do it? 2 times points for each item in sphere, unless none added for 5 seconds. If bad karma added, breaks combo. Whoa. So if I put 1 in there, it gives me 3 points. Thanks, Stormrun. If I put 2 in there... Oh, they got deleted. That's a different problem. Okay. Wait. No, they didn't get deleted. 3? Uh-oh, I don't understand the calculation. I don't know. I just put a caret and then a 2. I just put a caret and a 2. That's all. I just need a caret and a 2. I feel like that's wrong. I feel like I've done that wrong. Surely I've done that wrong. I don't know what that is doing. But yeah, thanks, Stormrun. Instead, duplicate the size things and multiply it by itself. Isn't that to the power of 2? That's what I thought it would be. Duplicate the size things and multiply it by itself. Pow function for exponents. Whoa. So whatever times itself? Yeah. Where'd my music go? Where the hell my music go? Give me some more of that free YouTube music. math.pow. Literally? I would type math.pow. Pow? Oh, like power. Whoa. So if I do dat pow base exponent, I'm basically constructing a quadratic function so that more combos, more score. Wow, yeah, right. So I have no idea how to calculate combos. Yeah, right. That's that. Wow, I don't know how to do that. MathPow sounds like soda. It does. Can I find property pow on base int? What is math? Put 2 in pow? Wait, I was lagging for a bit. Not sure if my advice is even relevant. Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how to do combos. That's okay. Put 2 in pow. Can I find property pow on base integer? Seems like you should be able to figure out that. Global scope pow. My cat Max was sleeping, stretched and fell off the table. I just went back to sleep where he fell. Oh, cats! Cats! Oh my gosh, cats, why are you catting? That's so cute. He said, that is deeply adorable. Pow is looking, oh, it's looking for a float. Oh, it looks for a float. Pow is gonna be on the outside of the long size thing. Then comma 2. We have to make it a float though. And I think that the size is an integer. So I'm concerned about that. Oh, it's not mad. It's not mad at me. It's not mad at me. Let's see what happens. I guess it can convert it to a float automatically. All right, put 1 in there. Now it's 1. Good. I put 2 in there. Oh, now it's 5. Whoa. 1, 2. Oh, I couldn't get more than 2. Wait. That went up by 4. Oh, that makes sense. 4, yeah. So I put 3 in there. Wow. Cool. Okay, okay. This is too much. I was about to be mad if it was mad. As if integers can't be operated on. Psh. Yeah, psh. Totally. This feels like overkill to me. So for context about the game, you will beat a level in this game if you get to a certain abduction number. So every level will require you to get a certain number of abductions. And if you hit that number, you advance to the next level. And so, you know, I would want to say it's reasonable to do 1 at a time and not do any combos. And that isn't a miserable way to play the game and get through it. But combos are going to have advantages and make it better. And I should probably make the combos more important than getting you through the level more quickly. But so if I were to make it half, like power of 1.5, that's going to not work, right? Because that's not how powers work, right? Now you can multiply the whole thing by a float and round it so that it's not weird decimals. Whoa. Is a cow worth 3? Make it 2. The cow is worth 1. But what we're doing now is I'm trying to figure out how I can do combos. So that way, if you get multiple things in there before the dunk retracts, you get more points. Adjust the multiplier so that the combos don't scale so harshly. I was like, so the combos ain't scale so harshly. And I'm not sure if I want things to be worth more or less yet. Humans versus cows. But I don't know if I'd make cows be worth more than humans. That seems absurd. And that 3 was for 2 cows. Or not 2 cows. No, that was a while ago. That was for something else. You're right. 1 cow was 3 earlier. That was because I was doing a mistake. Make it if you put 5 in within 5 seconds apart, then you get an extra 2 points. Yeah, right, something like that. So I'm like not sure how I want to calculate the combos. Something like that. Definitely cows worth more. They got more meat. Fair. Fair. So for now, the way the lore is working is that the only reason the aliens want meat is because they can transform into the animals that the meat derives from. Or really, it's not even the meat itself. It's like some other part of the animal's DNA or structure that gives them the ability to transform. So it's not like a per pound basis. It's just like a DNA thing or something. We don't want to think too hard about this. This is not to be thought too hard about. Somehow having an entire specimen allows them to transform into it. What won't allow them to transform is something I want is like, if you have good karma, the innocent humans are going to leave little gifts outside the house. So they'll go into their freezer in theory and they're going to leave out like frozen steaks and things. And you can use that to heal, but you can't use that to abduct. So the aliens aren't interested in abducting meat. They're actually interested, which is now I'm thinking I need to rename some things. I need to refactor some things. Because the aliens aren't actually interested in meat, they're interested in entire specimens. And that allows them to morph into the specimen. There's gonna be a fan page, they'll come up with hidden lore. I love that. I would love that. Okay, so multiply that whole thing by a float and round it. Okay, I think I understand that. So we've got the score being power or get tree. How do you, wait, isn't there a way to like do multiple lines without breaking the code? I really want to do multiple lines. GD script multiple lines code. Do you know what I'm saying? No. Prefix each line with a hash symbol and comment it. No. Wait. Not multi-line. Break long lines of code into multiple lines. Yeah. I feel like there's a way to do that. Use 2 indentations on the second line. What? Slash. Backslash. That's what it is. So if I do a backslash, that'll be 1 line, right? And nothing will break and everyone will be happy with me? Nice. Got it. Multiply by 0.5 or something. It's the indentation, I think. Evidently, we just have to do a backslash. And then we can break lines up. Can I break things up in the middle of a code? Like, can I literally divide the dot? I'm just curious. At this point, I'm just curious. I think it's gonna work. Because it's not giving me an error. Nice. Cool. Alright. So then Rogi is saying multiply by 0.5 and then round it. So I guess I might want to parenthetical this a little bit. Give us a slash. And then say times 0.5. I guess I don't need a parenthetical. Times 0.5. I'm gonna slash it here. I know this is wacky. I'm just trying to make it more readable. Need parentheses for round. How do you round? We're rounding in a float. Round F. Oh, okay, that's pretty easy. So we'll just say round the thing. Gotcha. Cool. Do I want to say round F? Or can I just say round? I guess I can just say round. Round all of this, like that. See what happens. Let's see what happens. So that should be 1 point. It is. If we do 2, that's 3. Nice, that's a little less. This is not bad. Add 2 on here to go to 6. Wow. Okay. Nice. And if I add 3 in here... Oh, I didn't make it. 1, 2... Oh, I didn't make it. 1, 2, 3. 13. 3 or more will start going up. That seems pretty fair. I just did a bunch. Whoa, that's a big combo. This is where Godot's bulletin ID could use some work, I think. The user shouldn't need to use this GDScript / trick. Oh, the IDE. Oh, I see. Yeah, the integrated development environment, I think is what that stands for. The user shouldn't need to use this GDScript / trick to wrap their code into a multi-line code block. Interesting. I do have wrapping turned off. You can actually wrap code. What I don't like is wrapping everything. So I like wrapping some things. Well, actually it is wrapping. So we can do it like this. I guess I don't like the way that it wraps it, and that's why I wanted to do it myself. Because the way that it was wrapping it was just like kind of confusing to me. Whereas this, I kind of like gave myself a little more control over the wrap. Let me see what it looks like without it. Yeah, I don't know. This to me just looks a little chaotic. You know, we just have like one little bit here at the end. It's kind of like, I don't know, it just kind of like bothers me. And then like the variables like in the middle, it just like looks kind of weird. Whereas to me, this looks just a little more readable. So I don't even know how they would fix that. I believe you though, that could be fixed. Can't you pop the script tab into a new window? Or is that a later version? We can. I think we can. I can. Indeed. I could do that. I don't usually do that though. But you're right, I could. Maybe I should do that more often. Maybe I should do that more often. I guess because I usually don't do it. I just didn't. It sounds like you're saying I really shouldn't be doing the backslashes, is what you're saying. like please don't do the backslashes. You're not literally saying that, but it sounds like it's a turn off. You don't like having it in a new window for more space? I don't know. It's just different, you know? I'm not used to it. And then, like, I guess if I come, I don't like how if I click over here, it's gone, and then I gotta keep alt-tabbing between it, as opposed to having it up all the time. I just feel like I prefer it being embedded, and I'm just kind of like used to that workflow, and I like that workflow. Maybe I should try popping it out more often. Like, I kind of wish the game was embedded in a window, even. And not popped out, sometimes. Sometimes. I wish that. I don't always wish that, but sometimes. And, you know, this I have as set to always on top. So that way I can come over here and it doesn't go out of the way. Maybe you can set the script window to be always on top. That would help a little bit. But I guess, like, I kind of like it being embedded. That's just me. Someone made a black hole in a bottle 4 days ago. Someone made a black hole? Okay. Come on. Nah. Really? This is from a very serious scientist guy. Black hole made in a water bottle. I'm pretty dubious. I'm pretty dubious. Where is this? I don't see anything about this. Source. We want sources. It's not a water bottle? I'm looking at Google News on black holes. It thinks I'm in Ohio. Good. I'm not. I don't really believe it's actually a black hole like the one we hear about from astronomy. Okay, so it's just not true. I see what you're saying. I mean, it depends on what size your screen that you're using. Maybe for you, on a larger screen, it works fine. Sometimes, except when it doesn't. Except when it doesn't, and I'm hacking in backslashes. Right, like a black hole on Earth. We're just all gonna be like... Oh, that's so scary to think about. It might not have let me post the source. Oh, put it in live text. Put it on the Discord. I think it's something that resembles a black hole or has some shared properties, and news outlet likes to embellish. Yeah. Somebody's embellishing. Somewhere along the line here, somebody is freaking embellishing. Anton Petrov on YouTube. They do that with serious science all the time, and it's just a grain of truth. A YouTuber? A YouTuber? Someone just created a black hole analog using quantum effects. Here's the article. Nature.com. Rotating curved space-time signatures from a giant quantum vortex. Whoa. Joe is vouching for Anton Petrov. I mean, this seems to have sources. It seems like a well-written paper. I suppose I have to watch the video to understand what we're looking at. I don't know what analog is. I don't know nothing. Well, it's certainly over my head. Wow. Nature.com. Is that like a journal? It's better than digital analog. Yeah. Gravity simulators are laboratory systems which small excitations. Oh, I can't read this. This is too dense. Here we demonstrate that despite the inherent instability of multiply quantized vortices, a stationary giant quantum vortex can be stabilized in superfluid. The fuck? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I think I'm gonna need Anton to explain what the hell this is. Noted. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna add it to my Lee's Later playlist. That's my playlist where I watch things for entertainment purposes. I will add that. Thank you for the recommendation. It comes from Joe and Stormrun with high marks. So we gotta at least, I gotta give it something. They got a black hole in a superfluid that can't escape. I hope that's what it means. That it can't escape? Yeah, I hope that it can't escape either. I also hope that it can't escape. Please God, no. The original definition of analog is something that is similar to something else. The two are said to be analogs and analogous. Oh, thank you, Kai Guy. Okay, Oxford. Okay, Webster. Okay, Rogitz. They need to launch it away on a rocket far from Earth. I know, right? I hope that's not what it means. I don't want a black hole at all, even if it can't escape. We're learning. We aren't not learning. Tell me we're not learning, because you'd be wrong. We're learning. Oh, I moved to a different script. I was like, where's my code? I'm gonna do my hacky backslashing. It'll never be far enough. I know, right? Like, wait, but think about it. If we're unleashing black holes into space, that can't be good. That can't be good. Is that how it all ends? We thought it was gonna be nuclear warfare. Actually, it was just some nerds who tried to make a black hole. That's funny. And that's why your aliens invaded Earth, got sent a black hole.
How do they have this black hole technology? We must go get more.
Google based. Oh, okay, nice. Nice. I was pretty convinced, Kai Guy, you typed that. But black holes are so cool. Yeah, they are. They're as cool as I understand them, which is not much. It is not much. My favorite thingy in space, so fascinating. Look at us. Look at us just amazed by the wonders of the universe. Yo, I'm gonna be rescheduling a member stream coming up. When will that be? That will be April 8th, because there's gonna be like a once every 40 years solar eclipse or something. Not next Monday, but the Monday after that. I'm gonna reschedule that member stream for Tuesday, because there's gonna be this amazing solar eclipse, and we live like a few hours away from one of the like best viewing points. So we're both taking off of work to go look at a solar eclipse because space is awesome. It's like, wow, scientists are right about stuff. Things are cool. Everything's cool until you don't have until you don't have mass anymore. Yeah. Start a black hole on Earth. Profit. Oh man, I would say dot 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 dot. I'd be screaming, "This is so cool!" While my body experiences spaghettification. It is called spaghettification. Are you gonna get those glasses? Yeah, I think so. I think we're gonna do it all. We're gonna do the whole thing. We're gonna do whatever it is that you do. You should get those glasses, right? So your eyes don't burn. Yeah, it's an event. We're like going to like a university that's holding an event. So it's gonna be very well monitored. We will be in good hands. I think a black hole, thank you. I think a black hole is just a lot of mass, like a star, but so big, like it's sucked back in. And then all black holes eventually merge, and the Big Bang happens again after the last drop of matter is added. What? That sounds very specific. You're taking off work for a road trip to see the eclipse too. Really? Yo, it's like a major celestial event that only happens once in a while. Like, maybe never again in my lifetime. Like, okay, I'll go. Let's do it. YOLO. Why not? I love myself. I want to have that experience. That's cool, Kai Guy. Maybe I'll see you there. Probably not, but maybe. I think there's like a band, or like a certain there's like certain areas on the planet that will be able to see it. Oh, it's not within driving distance. I'm sorry. I think it's like 3-4 hours away for us, so it's a bit of a trek. And everything happens in the exact same way. I might even be overshooting it. It might be less than 3 hours. Everything happens in the exact same way because 1 + 1 always equals 2. You're tripping me out. Why are you tripping me out? Oh my gosh. Okay, so if I want something that pops up and tells you information about your combo, it's going to need to keep track before the calculation gets made. Right? So our calculation, while it will actually dunk the calculation when it exits the screen, I actually want it to be calculating before it exits the screen. Right? So I don't even want this on here. I actually want this somewhere else. If I really think about it. I would want this to be calculating every single time that something dunks, honestly. Every time something dunks. Right? And then I don't think we need this anymore. And we'll make it a global variable. Oh no, we still want to get dunked meat, potentially. So I'll leave that. And then I want to say variable score. Hello, Edward. Hello, Edward. Variable score. How have your Roblox exploits gone? Roblox exploits. I don't know if this will work like I think it will. Now, the only thing is, I'll need score to clear itself, right? Oh, wait. I'm making a mistake, because we're creating the score variable here. Don't want to create it there. Good, nice. I don't want it to create it there, and I'm going to need it to clear when it calculates. I can't not say calculate. So after that happens, I want score to go back to 0. Actually. In theory. Am I doing things that don't make sense? Maybe. Let's just do one and see what happens. Yes, we are doing things that don't make sense. What if I don't set the score to 0? Does it work? Because I want it to pop up with your combo along the way before it calculates. Oh. Let me see. Print. Meat is dunked. I would think that then it should update it. Shouldn't it just update it every single time? And I could put it in the process function or something. Meat is dunked. So it should be calculating it. It's just like not staying up to date. Or it's undoing it somehow. Am confused. Show me what score is when that happens. I mean, it's probably gonna be 0. Actually, show me score all the time. I gotta stop soon. Null, okay. I guess I need to make it 0 to start with. Now it's 0. So it's calculating it at 0. Is it... That's interesting. Why would that be 0? I wonder why that would be 0. Get nodes in group. Is it not... Oh, I see. My backslashes... I think my backslashes failed me. I think my backslashes failed me somehow. I don't know how, but it didn't... It stopped working. And now it looks like Dookie. But okay. Maybe that might have been the only problem. Okay, let's see. Score is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Oh. No. Still not working. And this function is definitely running. It's getting the nodes in there. And if I move this... Okay, fine. Well, what if I move this to... the process? Do you work then? Like, that feels ridiculous to put it there. But I'll do it. Screw it, I'll do it. Oh, then it works. I guess that function just isn't being called at the right time. Maybe because it needs to... It's like... Okay, I think I might know why. It might be that at the time that this function runs isn't the time that it's added to the group dunked. Like, it's added to the group dunked after this function runs. Maybe what's happening. So, alright, I'll just put it in process. I think that's not a big deal. Right? To run a for loop in the process? That's like, fine. Nobody cares. Okay, so then if we do 2... Oh... Wait, 2? That should be... 1, 2, 3... That should be a much higher number. 4... Oh, it is working. Okay. I thought if we did 2, it would go to 3. Wasn't it doing it to 3 if we got 2? Did the rounding calculation change? That's interesting. If I get 2, it's just 2. Maybe I'm bugging and it always did 2. Maybe we should have 3. And that gave us 5. But then I also remember Progigon saying that we'd notice it at 3. So maybe I just was wrong in thinking that it happened elsewhere. Let me put it back to the way things were. Oh, the for loop. Why did I think the for loop was there? It's not. That's not where the for loop is. If we create this when it exits, I remember seeing 3 square of 2 cows. Right? Right? Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna get score out of here. So that way. Oops, I think I still have another error. Oh, I need to put this above that. Was that after putting 1 cow in? After putting 2 cows in, I remember it getting up to 3. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that too. I could have sworn we put 2 in and it got up to 3. One, 2. I guess I'm imagining it. Kai Guy, I think we are wrong. I mean, I guess I could if I wanted, if I did times 0.6, if I really wanted. That might push it up enough. Because right now it's 0.5 times cows to the power 2. Right, that doesn't mean anything to me. Those sound like things, sure. 1, 2, 2. If I keep bumping this up. But then I guess if that bumps up, then the multiplier is going to be considerably higher elsewhere. 1 cow should be 1, 2 should be 2, 3 is 4.5, which rounds to 5. Wow. Math. Yeah, maybe I just, okay, alright, that's fine. Maybe the 2 cows for the score was before you multiply by 0.5. Yeah, I think it must have been. I think it must have been. Yeah, oh, Kai Guy, that makes sense. There went up to 3. But now when I do more than 3, it's probably going to be a crap ton. I think it might have deleted them before it calculated it. 1, 2, 3. 6. So it doubled it. I don't know if I hate that. So wait, how would I calculate it if I want to just calculate it? If so right now I have it at 0.7. What does that be? What does that make it? You said if it's 0.5, 1 is 1, 2 is 2, 3 is 4.5. What does 0.7 make it? I think the value is still carrying over old decimals, so it's a bit inconsistent. So it might be 1 off. Wait. I'm confused. Where? When? Wait, what? Right now? At 0.7? 3, 4. So like if you do 3, it says 5, but it's technically 4.5. Okay. So also I increased it from 0.5 to 0.7. If you do 3 and then 3 again, it's 9, not 10. Oh. So wait, if it's rounding it, shouldn't it be obliterating the decimal? That'll make it happen even more. I thought rounding would get rid of the decimal. So why would it keep that? Why would that stay? It's rounding after the fact? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Print score. So this will print it just every time it calculates. It's not rounding then adding. It's just rounding a value that keeps increasing. Oh, it's not printing anything. Wait, it did. Oh, I see. It deleted it. Okay, 1 is 1. 1, 2. Oh, I didn't get it in time. So now it's at 3 down here. 1. Oh, I missed it. 2, 3. 6. But that's not where the decimal would appear, is here. 6. So this is... Are you sure? Because the score is being sent over. And it's being calculated elsewhere. Computers get quirky dealing with decimals. It's not being at... What's that? Is that what's inside the round? I'm just printing. So here we got variable score being created when the calculation occurs, which right now is off screen. I don't want it to actually be calculating off screen, but right now it is. And as such, it's saying create the variable for score every time it exits, and then it runs the round function with to the power of get tree number in group to the power of 2 multiplied by 0.7 rounded, and then it emits that value where it gets added separately somewhere else. And so then I'm just running a print right after that so we can see what the result of that is. Does a score signal add the rounded value? Yes. Correct. Right. Right. So I don't think it's going to be inconsistent in that regard. I think we're okay. So then getting 2 cows will give you 3 points. Cool, cool, cool. Yes! Confirmation. Okay. So 2 cows will give you 3 points. 1, 2, 3 cows will give you 6 points. 4 cows, or people, will give you 11 points. That's a lot of points. Three, 4, 5. I don't know if we're gonna make it in time. I didn't. 1, 2. So the reason why I say make it in time is kind of this other problem that we're gonna resolve actually in just a second, which is that the cows and the people despawn once the terrain goes off screen, which means that even if it's in the dunk, if I run off screen, it's gonna delete it before it calculates it. You probably also mess around with the power too. Ooh, like how? You can make the goal higher. Yeah, exactly, Storm Run. Yeah, I don't know what the goal is gonna be at, but I'm thinking we do make it quite high. If Godot lets you, you could change power 2 to power 1.7. What's that gonna do? What's that gonna do? Is that just gonna be a little different? The power will influence how much it scales up with bigger combos. The multiplier eventually will evenly scale down all values. So if I do 2, we're doing to the power of 1.7. 2 is 2. I want 2 to be 3. I want 2 to be 3. I don't know much in this world about math, but I know I want 2 cows in a combo to count as 3. That much I can tell you. 2 cows 2 points. Boo. 1.9 to the power of 1.9. Give me that 3. 1, 2, 3. We got 3. If I add 1, 2, 3 in there, 6. So I probably won't notice, if that makes a difference, I probably won't notice it until we're at like really big numbers. So there's 4. Oh, look! Instead of 11, it's giving us 10. Yeah, that's better. That's better. I like that. I mean, that's a lot of points. That's like 10 additional points. But I guess at some point I have to accept. I guess I could say, I guess I could do 1.85. Why does this remind me of the Guardians of the Galaxy 3 ad that keeps popping up for me lately? The scene where their comm buttons are different colors. I haven't seen that. Baby cow enters the bubble. Baby cow? I have not seen the ad. I think they know they're barking up the wrong tree with that ad. Orange is for green, green is for purple, purple is for red, blue is for... Oh, like that brain game where like you have to like match the names of colors with words or whatever. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Okay, at 1.85. At 1.85, we get a 3 with 2 cows. With 1, 2, 3 cows at 1.85 power. Ooh, it's 5 instead of 6. Nice. Better. 1, 2, 3, 4 cows. It's 9. Wow, this is cool. Thank you, Rogi and Joe, for giving me this formula to work with. Yeah, move sliders. I like this. He sent me something in Discord to help visualize it. We're gonna be visualizing things today. I thought you said corn, not calm. I thought so too. I thought it also said calm or corn. Why do we gotta call little versions of things weird names? Why can't it just be a baby bird, a baby cow? Yeah, there are weird names for things. That's accurate. Whoa. Kai Guy, I'm sorry I haven't seen that commercial. But now I bet you that you've mentioned it, I'm gonna see it. And I'm gonna be like, wait, that's what Kai Guy was talking about. Unfortunately, this is bright mode hell. So, I'm afraid I can't. Oh, we got contrast. Never mind. I'm sorry, I got really excited about that. What's up, Rio? But you're all 2 is for 3, 3 is for 5, 7 is for 11. What? Yeah, I guess that is a little confusing, isn't it? A is the multiplier, B is the power. Did you just make this? What the hell is it supposed to be doing for me, Rogi? A is the multiplier, B is the power. Okay, okay. I think right now it's at 0.7 and 1.85. The steeper it is, the more it scales up with power. Oh. So can I see the 2 and 3 thing? Like how 2 cows equals 3? And then you can drag A to scale evenly. evenly. Are you gonna release this game on Steam? Wish list here. Yeah. My plan is to I want to iterate first. I want to release this game, this version of the game, on itch.io for free, open source. When this feels like a complete thing that you can play and get to the end of it, and I can say, yeah, that's the game that I had in mind, generally speaking. I'm not going to worry about the art being perfect, none of that. I want just like a general vibe of the game captured, and you can play it. I'm going to put it on itch.io for free. And I'm going to get feedback from you guys, from randos, from myself, and based on that feedback, I'm going to make the game again. I'm going to make the game again. And that remake is one that I would either want to iterate on again and ask if what people think about it. I will do that, but depending on how it turns out, yeah, like a remake, that version would go on Steam, if that makes sense. So for now, I'm just kind of building like a prototype of the game, and you guys are helping me. I might remake it from scratch, yeah. I honestly might. And I might do it by myself, too. Because, you know, not like on stream. I might like make videos about it or something, but... You know, because this is also me just learning how to use Godot, how to make games, and with your guys' help, we can get this up, and then I want to take it... I know lots now, yeah. Then I want to take it and make it better, and maybe even like work with a team who, you know, would get a cut of those Steam sales. But that's not what this version is. This version is just learning and seeing what it could be. Complex trigonometry on stream, you bet. It costs $100 to put a game on Steam, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it does. It sure does. So you better be sure you're gonna sell for at least $100. So when you say even it out, Rogi, I don't think the graph helps that much. Oh, so I can't see the 2 and the 3 thing. It says so much to me, I promise. I bet it does. That's what I'm doing with my games. They may be real later, but right now it's all learning. Yeah, you know, I don't really love that pressure of like, you know, like I'm making a game and I gotta put it on Steam, I gotta sell it. Like, I don't, you know, for some people that's really important, you know, because I have a bit of privilege. My partner has a good job that is enough where they can support me and them. Like, we don't have super nice things. We can't buy extra stuff except on rare occasions. But it's enough that they're not hurting, we're not hurting, if I'm not bringing in a second income. And so that gives me the freedom to be able to work on this game without needing to, like, make a living at the same time. And because of that, you know, I'm gonna take my time and I'm gonna learn what I can, and I'm not gonna put that pressure of I must put it on Steam, I have to work towards putting it on Steam, like that. I don't need that stress. I want to just like enjoy myself and learn, and that's where I'm at. I can see the 3 and the 2 thing. Nice. Exponents are like a virus for numbers. They start off slow, then get out of hand real quick. Cool. Okay, cool. So what you're saying is Plague Inc. is just like a lot of this. Peek's head in... Is the scary mask stuff gone? Oh no, it's back! It's again. You're adorable. If you look on X and find 2, go up to the curve and see what Y that's at. It'll be close to 3. If you look on X and find 2, okay, there's 2. and then go up, and it should be near 3. Oh, right, because it's rounding. So it's half. Wow, look at that. Okay, this is cool. So it's at 2.5, and that's why it rounds up to 3. So we're probably not going to be able to cut much closer than that if I want to equal 3. I wish I could set it to always keep it at 2.5, to like lock it in at 2.5, and then show me what's the lowest 2 point, like how can I get it just right at 2.5? I don't even know what I'm saying. This curve doesn't round, of course not. I couldn't do the crunch thing. You guys are very confident doing the 1 hour jams. Well, yeah, and I do like the experience of that. I mean, here's the thing, like, you know, I'm okay with failing the 1 hour jams. I'm confident that if I fail, it'll be okay. You can, but I forget the keywords in Desmos. Whoa. I actually prefer GeoGebra, but you need to sign in to share, and I couldn't be bothered. Wow. Something in dev discussion. Okay, Edward. That's cryptic. It's very cryptic, you know. Okay, so I feel like we're about as close as we can get. I mean, if I put this at 0.6, now I can see 2 is well below halfway there. If I say 0.69, it's just below it. 0.695? Oh, 0.695 seems like it'll cut it. Let's try it. 0.695. Failing is just learning the wrong way to do things. Still learn something. I agree with that. Trial and error is the way I like to think about it. More than failure and success. 1, 2. Is it 3? It's 3! Alright. What happens when we get 4? 1, 2, or 3, not 4. If I get 3, it equals 5. Nothing different there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it gonna be 9? Is it gonna be 8? It's still 9. Okay. I don't think I can do 5 from here. You can reduce the power and increase the scale to get it too, if you want to see less drastic growth. I do. This is useful, Rogi. Reduce the power and increase the scale. So if I bring the power down to 1.5 and increase the scale to 1, that's too much. 0.9, too much. So what I'm looking for is I want this 2 to be right in the middle here. Why is it angry at me? Oh my god. A equals point. What did I do wrong? I broke it. Rogi, I broke it. There's 2 A's. Oh, okay. Thank you. So if I reduce the power down to like 1.1. Oh, look at that curve. Ooh. This is interesting. This is very interesting. I can play this game. This is a game I can play. 2.508. Okay, so we want to say 1. Dude, this is so helpful, Rogi. I need this. This is like combo calculator. I'm going to save a copy of this. I got to sign in. This is my combo calculator. It is almost a straight line. It is, but look, if we zoom out, so maybe this is too much. Maybe this is too gradual. I think this is the first time my random math has actually produced results. Yeah, I think this is too linear. But maybe not. Maybe linear is what I want. Because all I want is for 2 to equal 3. And then let's go from there. This might actually be really good. So 1.17 and 1.1. The power of 1.1 times 1.17. And let's see what happens. What's that gonna do? This is exciting. This is like really fun. Okay. 1, 2 equals 3. It does. 1, 2, 3 equals 4. Whoa! Oh, okay. Wow. So down here in the left is where I'm looking. 1, 2, 3, 4 equals 5. So it's just adding 1 to it because of how linear it is. Interesting. Now suppose this. I just want it. I'm removing the equal sign. What are you talking about? I want it. This is what I think. Eventually, I guess, and I don't even think I need a power of, I don't think I need any of that. Because I think I know what I want now. Oh, in the past again. Oh, Kai Guy might be in the past again. Yeah, Kai Guy, you're in the past! Here's the new formula. The score equals, the combo is that you get an extra point for every cow that you get in there before the dunk disappears. That's it. No formula needed. The formula is cool, and I couldn't have figured this out without having this graph to play around with. But I think ultimately that's what I really want. Is you just get like a bonus point for every cow or human that you've added into there if you're getting a combo. I think what you described is just ×2. No! Nuh-uh! Really? Wait, are you serious? Did I just describe ×2? No. ×2 after the first cow. Alright. Alright, fine. That's fair. Why make it scale more? You shouldn't be able to just like get it infinity. Is that like an objectively bad combo? Would that make people mad? Like, this is kind of when I say, like, I don't know if I'm breaking like combo etiquette or something. Like, how dare you make a combo that's just ×2 after 1? We achieved the goal of figuring out what you wanted. Yes. Yes. What I think I want. We're back down to my level. Oh, times. Yes, we're just doing times. That's it. Rogi, I wish I needed this. I did need this, but I don't need to keep it. So the score, so we have to say if it's a little tricky. It's a little tricky though. Because somehow I do need to tell it to wait for multiplying only after 1. Right? So if I say, let's do this. Variable score equals, can I do an if statement within an equals? Probably not. You got me. If I say if, or let's do it like this. If getTree dunk size is greater than 1, or is greater than 1. I'll say greater than or equal to 2. If it's greater than or equal to 2, then create a variable called score. Or let's do it this way. I'm gonna say variable dunked meets. Meets. I already have a meet in dunk, don't I? I do. You can if state within a variable. I can? No, I went to chat on my phone, but watching on TV. For some reason, TV. Oh, that's interesting. TV being behind. What does that mean? TVs? Maybe like if it's like a smart TV or something. Somehow they're slower. Interesting. I'm gonna say variable meets. I'm gonna say dunked meet group. Dunked meets in group. Terrible. I noticed smart TVs being behind too. Really? Wow. And I'm gonna set that to getTree get nodes blah blah blah. Increasing speed to 2 times works for that too. Oh, nice. That's a great tip. So then we'll say if dunked meets in group is greater than or equal to 2, then the variable score is dunked meets in group times 2. Pseudocode in Discord? I don't know. Maybe. I didn't think I needed help, but now I'm not sure. getTree get nodes in group dunked size set to 1 add 1 score. getTree get nodes in group dunked size greater than 1 add 1 plus get. What the fuck? What is this saying? I think maybe it's called ternary. If you ever get curious, you can look it up. Ternary? What's called ternary? The variable if statement within a variable. I don't understand. I like what you're saying, Rogi. Let me cook, and then if it doesn't work, the thing down there is making it so it doesn't multiply the first cow times 2. Oh. I stopped short. I stopped short. I said, what the fuck? I censored myself. Right? Did I? Is that what I did? The first cow counts for 1, and after that, every other cow counts for 2. If the size is set to 1, add 1 score. If it's greater than 1, add 1 plus. Okay, actually, this does make sense to me. Actually, this does make sense. If statement within a variable declaration. You know what, Rogi? This kind of does make sense to me. Now that I kind of look at it. And now I don't know which one I'd rather do. I don't know which one I'd rather do. They both seem like they might work. If dunked meets in group is set to 1, which is pretty much what you're already saying. Variable score equals whatever, that number. You did not censor fast enough. Oh no, the beauty of rewind. I'm sorry. Sometimes my emotions get the best of me. The idea is not to never cuss. The idea is to strive for not cussing. Not in our lives, just during the live stream. It's about restraint. Slip-ups are okay. But what concerns me is the slippery slope that is created when we're just a cussing stream. We're just cussing left and right. Someone comes in for the first time and they're like, ooh, this is a cussing stream. I see we cuss here. What else can I get away with? This is an adult stream. That's what I want to avoid. And YouTube algorithm stuff, but mostly the first thing. Oh, but variable score is being created here. I see, so we kind of need that ternary thing. I guess I just create score here, just variable score. Just create it right here. Variable score equals 0. Really, it's score update, if I'm being honest. What else can I get away with is really the problem. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. And I actually am really proud of myself for articulating that. Because that's truly my concern. It's not even like, you know, being prude or anything. Proper or something. It's just like, it's that slippery slope. I don't want to create that opportunity. This math kind of relates to my Game Jam game. Oh, the spinning one? I did figure out why my clock hand was speeding up insanely wildly. The clock hand acceleration variable was being multiplied to VS just simply set. It was being multiplied to versus just simply set. Wow, nice, good catch. Yeah, that seemed to be quite a bug. But hey, I love that you learned it. I'm glad your G-Develop journey is going well. I feel like I've seen plenty of streamers who swear and it's still clean, but maybe that's just the streamers I personally stick around long enough to see and I just missed the others. I mean, look, I feel like what you consider clean is maybe not what I consider clean. And I don't think clean is what I'm looking for. It's not necessarily clean. It's edgelords that I'm not interested in. It's edgelordiness. It's a certain, I don't know how to explain it. There's something about it, about a certain type of chatter who is enabled by certain behavior, depending on many, many variables. It's more of a preventative measure. Yeah, maybe the moderators do a good job. That could be as well. That could also be. But I hear you. You know, it's like I'm not intending to assert that more cussing will equal the types of, you know, attracting the type of behavior that I don't want. It's more, I want to reduce the chance that that behavior might be attracted to becoming prevalent in the stream. I think Lee's carries. All I do is be present sometimes. Yeah, the mods don't do anything here. They don't have to. I mean, the community, we have like a really good community. And what are the chances that, and often the mods aren't here when that one person comes in, and I've got the mod tools right here. I don't even have to type anything, or I have a touch screen over here. I just tap, tap, bam. Like, it's so easy for me to ban people. So, like, you know. If it was like so fast I could barely keep up, okay, that would be difficult. What OS do you think the Neuralink runs in? I don't think it has an operating system. I'm pretty sure it doesn't have an operating system. I think it's just picking up on waves and then emitting something. I don't think it's that would be very, very problematic if it had an operating system. All right, what the hell am I doing here? We're creating a score update, and we're saying if dunked meets in group are greater than 2, score update. This is my non-roguey version. If the score is greater than or equal to 2, Iosh is a prime example of people you don't want coming to the stream. You remember, Edward? Yeah, exactly. And that was exactly the kind of moment where I was just like, boop, boop, ban. Oh, I can ban you. Doop, doop. And then they came in with an alt account, and I was like, oh, boop, boop. Didn't need a moderator for that. Yeah, exactly, Edward. We're all human, but appreciate your restraint on cussing. Okay, onward. Thank you, Kai Guy. It's thoughtful of you to say. Onward, more like Edward. The non-roguey version is almost the same as the roguey version. I just take 1 point away for each combo. Really? Oh, you sure do. It's interesting. Need to whip out the IP ban. I don't even know if I can do that. How the hell do I do that? People like Ayash only promote other people to be toxic back to them with an endless cycle of infighting. Wisdom. That track fits the game. Oh, this is the one that I screenshotted the other day? Because you said it sounds like it would be good in the game. Nice. I gotta code this quick so we can play it while we listen to it. I realized you could just do -1 at the end. I complicated it a bit. It's okay. Yeah, this is the song. Oh, we want to say score update. Will you ever have a gamedev Minecraft server? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, someone else could start that. I mean, maybe. Like, maybe. Maybe. If someone else started it, that's... Please don't. I don't even know. No. That's a hard no. Ryzen Villager. I'm just not like much of a gamer in that sense. Oh. I mean, I am, but I'm not. I don't really like Minecraft that much. I don't like playing popular games. I don't like playing the latest and greatest. I mean, I'll play a game if I want to play a game. It's not like, oh, that's popular, I want to play that. But like, I just tend not to be attracted to, you know, because I know some streamers are like, oh, this game is popular, I'm gonna stream and play it. Not me. Micro server just means something else to moderate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then if it's a hyper game dev one that someone else starts, now that represents the channel, and I'm gonna be worried about it. So please don't do that. No. Only fun with friends. Yeah, okay. I don't think I've ever like played it with friends. I've played it by myself with strangers. If dunk meets a group greater than 2, score update, dunk meets ×2. If it equals 1, then just do it what it does. Does this work? Did I do it? Is this coded? I don't know. Technically, I don't know. Okay. If I do 1, we get 1 point. If I do 2, we get 4 points. Wait. Oh, that is what I wanted, right. I guess that is what I wanted. If we do 3, you get 6 points. So it just doubles it for every extra one you get. That's not what I wanted. Maybe I do want -1. One, 2, 3 gives you 6. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I couldn't get a 4th one. Sometimes I just know these things. 1, 2, 3, 4 is gonna be 8. But then it's kind of like, why is it doing that? I feel like we should say ×2 multiplier. You know, ×2 seems like a good multiplier. It's like easier to communicate, right? If we have like a ×2 appear, ×2, ×2. Like, that's really obvious. I guess what I'm worried about is like beating the game too quickly. Because if we say, or it taking too long, I don't know how I feel about combos. It really takes a lot of control out of it. Gameplay-wise, you know? It's easy to overcomplicate these things. Yeah, Minecraft isn't pretty fun in single player. It isn't pretty fun in single player? Adding combos does make it harder to balance since score is how you win. Yeah. And that's kind of why I wanted it to be like a little more limited than like ×2. And just scale up the required points to get to the next level. Right, but then what's the point of the multiplier? Unless you change the win condition. You can do different meat values instead of combos, which can introduce strategies without annoying scaling. True. I mean, then I'm thinking from a lore perspective, what sense does that make? Because every human, well, maybe some humans are more valuable than others. You can also have a message that says score boost or something. I don't know, seems functionally equivalent to me. Or the power function could do a slow build. Right. Right, maybe I do want the function in there. But it kind of got to a point where it's just like adding one extra one in there. Maybe it needs to be like there's certain bonuses. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand what makes more sense. A young cow probably isn't as useful as a fully grown adult cow. Yeah. Spider upgrade? Maybe. To an alien. Have a different colored or pattern cows for different points. Wait, I think I know what I want. Have you guys ever played Downwell? Downwell is like this $3 game you can get on Steam. I like it a lot. And it's something that I've taken a lot of inspiration from. It's a, my Switch is upstairs, where I have the game. You watch me play it, yeah. It's a roguelike. It's actually like a very great game development study in terms of like simplicity coming together in a really like tight, solid way. I guess I don't need to play it. We could just look at a video of it. Downwell. It's not really that important to see what it looks like, but it's fine. But basically, you're falling downward, so it's similar to the game I'm making in that you're constantly moving, and there are some things that stop you, and you have these gun boots, and you get combos by jumping on top of enemies. This person is not playing very well. This person is playing pretty badly. To play better, you want to jump on as many enemies as possible in a row, and then your combo... Yeah, it's by Devolver. Really, you know, this person made it, and then Devolver, like, published it for them. But it's an indie game. It's, like, pretty much a solo dev game. It just was... They got lucky. They were able to get it published by Devolver. And they're not just lucky. They worked hard. But so the more enemies you jump on, the higher your combo gets. And the higher your combo gets, the closer you are to getting a boost. So if you get like 5 enemies in a row, your gun boots ammo refills, I think, or something like that. If you get 15 combo points in a row, then you get a gumboot refill and like more gems or something like that. If you get 25 combo, then you get extra health, more gems, and your gun boots refill or whatever. It's not quite like that, but it's like you get increasing bonuses in different ways. Yeah, it's a roguelike. Yeah, so this is very much a game I'm taking inspiration from for the game I'm working on, the Alien game. I want it to also be a roguelike. Yeah, this game is awesome. I love this game. I find it a little addictive. It's really satisfying. And it has great synergies. Not just with your power-ups and your builds, but the mechanics themselves. So the jump button is also the shoot button. And shooting, you know, it's not always good to be shooting things. And like buying something has a lot of trade-offs. Everything is balanced really well. Like the trade-offs in everything you do. Nothing is like one thing. Everything that you do has like cause and effect in different ways. It's really, really, really well made. So yeah. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that when you're collecting cows, if you get 1, 2, 3 combo, maybe you get extra health or something. Or if you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 combos, I don't even know if I want to say that. Maybe like 1, 2, 3 things, you get +1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things, you get +2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things, you get +3. You know, so it's still gonna have scaling, but it's like, instead of being every single additional one gets you more, there's like certain threshold, like every 5 or something gives you an extra point. Maybe something, or every 3 gives you an extra point. Maybe something like that. This did remind me of something I was going to say earlier. When it comes to books, people say, if you want to write a book, you need to read books. Same like goes for video games and other media. Oh yeah, totally. And also, that's kind of why I don't like playing a bunch of popular games. Like, I also just don't want to, but I am playing games that are relevant to the game I'm making. And I do that to study what I want out of my, you know, what I'm developing. So, you know, those are the kind of games that I'm trying to play right now, are games that will teach me how to make a better game that I'm working on. Or games that I just want to play to chill, but for sure. I think it's important to remember as well that it's a lot of clicking. Yeah, it is a lot of clicking. So combos at higher numbers could start feeling tedious without some sort of power-up or ability to help with that. Totally. I mean, and so to me, the thing is, and so one thing about Downwell is that 25 combo mark, there's no benefit to getting a combo higher than 25. So there could just be like a cap, right? So like if you like there's no point to keep clicking beyond that. There's just like a maximum combo that you can totally get, and then you're good. You know? So I guess what reason why I was thinking about Downwell in this game is just like, instead of having the combo be a scaling situation, it's just like there's just like a certain threshold that you hit, and then you get a bonus, and that's the end of it. I feel like that makes more sense. So if I get like 5 or something, right? Because I could just set those values and just say yeah, it's just conditions, right? You know, I do wonder about like communicating that to the player. In Downwell, you know, I think it's like after you get 5, it starts showing you how many you have or something like that, or maybe it's 3. Would it ever be physically possible to collect, say, 100 cows in one go? So just hard code your thresholds as tests? That would probably not be possible. Maybe. But like, getting cows, something that I'm starting to think about with this game is like, how is empathy gonna affect you? Because no matter what, any animals that you abduct is going to lower your empathy or your karma. And so there's a really good reason not to do cows. Cows would be, I don't even know why you would abduct a cow, honestly. I genuinely don't know why you would bother abducting a cow. Because what I kind of want is like, abducting a cow has consequences. I'm not sure, you know, that's kind of why I just want to build it out and see what happens. And be like, that feels wrong. That feels bad. You know, that leads to a strategy that doesn't make sense. Or that's an extra thing. Really, cows are more something, really where it becomes a more interesting decision is, if I'm about to die, is it worth eating a cow to give me more health? Even though I know I'm gonna lose karma. Looking to abduct a cow, any tips? This is what is so exciting to me about getting to this point in this game development, is that we can have these discussions, you know? So it's really exciting. I haven't been catching all the details. There's an empathy or karma score, I gather? Yeah, and what are the 5s floating above the houses? That's how many hit points the houses have. So if I smack it down, the house will get destroyed. And that will also be bad for your karma if you destroy houses, because innocent people live here. And so where your karma doesn't go down is if you eat whoever's trying to attack you. Which is a little, it's not really true. Because here's the other thing. Let's say you have really low karma. The innocent humans will start attacking you to the point where they overwhelm you and you lose. Killing helicopters is good for karma. Yes. Or you don't lose karma. I don't think you, I don't know. I actually am not sure about gaining karma. There's a lot of things I'm really not sure about and are kind of up in the air. But the idea is that the innocent people are being oppressed by a militaristic, you know, group, if you will. And you, the alien, are also under attack by the militaristic group. And so if you attack this militaristic group, the helicopters, soldiers, things like that, you don't lose karma. If you attack innocent people, you do lose karma. If you lose karma, you're going to have a harder time, and the game is going to be more difficult and more punishing. And then my idea has been, at the end of every level, if you beat the level, your karma refills. But I don't know. I'm not sure. And then maybe there is some tally, like it refills, but it can stack in terms of like how it's like, I guess there would be like your empathy on a per level basis, and then maybe an overall karma. And if your overall karma is a certain height, you'll get certain power-ups and stuff like that. I don't know. I'm still kind of working on it, but this is the vague idea. I was just about to say, if you don't see a reason why the player would do something, then it shouldn't even be part of the game. Yeah. I mean, that's so for me, my goal is to take the idea that I have and realize it. And then decide those very things. But I think it's still a little too soon to tell. Just because, like, I don't know why it makes sense, doesn't mean I think it's worth removing at this stage. I feel like at this stage, it slows me down to decide if I need to remove, like, a whole feature that I'm planning on. And so I just kind of want to implement it and see how the game works. And then and this is why I say, you know, put it up on itch for free, let you guys play it, let you guys try it. And then if people are like, you know, this didn't make any sense, if I'm like, this didn't make any sense, you know, then think about how that would be reworked, basically. I want it to be kind of unbalanced, so that way I can figure out how to balance it. You know what I mean? I was just thinking the alien could cook the cow and give the humans food. I mean, the thing is those cows belong to somebody, right? Like they're coming from farms. So like you're stealing innocent people's property in that sense. You could put a cute chef hat on the alien. What in overscope? What if I attack no one, only animals? In theory, the game would be much more difficult because you would be losing lots of karma. I brought that up because you were like, I have no idea why the player, yeah, I know, would do this. Yeah, I know. And that was me. Well, so that wasn't me deciding why to remove it. That was me deciding, how do I make it meaningful? Do you know what I mean? I'm not trying to get rid of things. I'm trying to figure out how to make things matter. So why did the aliens come to Earth in the first place in this lore? Just to collect cow DNA or save everybody from militaristic group? All right, let me catch you up. Let me catch you up on the lore. There's zero upside for the player, but then you mentioned you get health back. Yeah, look guys. It's a work in progress. It's an idea, all right? I love that you guys are engaging with it as if it's a game, but it's not a game yet. All right, let me tell you the lore story here. All right, let me catch you up, Kai Guy. Let me catch you up. So, on the aliens' home planet, okay, the aliens look like this. This is what the aliens look like on their home planet. They're just heads. They're just heads. And on their planet, there are these space winds, W-I-N-D-S, winds. Winds that create pearls by creating friction between them. Thinking like an oyster or a clam that create pearls in there. They create space pearls on this alien's home planet. All right? You get the story? You're good? Are you saying you get it? I see what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying. Well, we're telling the story. So, all these little heads on this planet see these pearls. And this is kind of the history of this alien. And they have discovered that they have a special secretion in their glands, in their saliva, that allow them to create magical things out of these space pearls, including but not limited to their own bodies. So their bodies are actually the space pearl with like biological components that have fused in with that pearl. and that creates their head and their body. And this is them on their planet. Are these aliens with a head and a body? They don't have arms, they don't have legs. All they have is a head and a body. And this is their life, for the most part, in their history. Until one day, in a great space race, humans sent animals into space. And this is true. Mice, dogs, monkeys, bugs have been sent into space by humans. And one of those animals landed on this alien's planet. And one alien did what they do, which is secrete their juices all over it, which essentially ended up being eating the thing. And when they did that, they grew the limbs of that animal. Because they have this magical pearl that can do magical things. And so the alien who got these limbs is like, yo, we need to go to this planet Earth and we need to get more of this meat stuff so that we can all have limbs and do great things. And with these limbs, we can salivate all over more space pearls and do things like build our civilization, make domiciles, or whatever it is that we want to do. The limbs are going to make it easier for us to build a great civilization. And so that's why the aliens are invading Earth, is to get more animals or humans so they can have limbs to do stuff on their planet. And so you actually are going to start the game as just a head with a body. And like Pac-Man, you're going to be consuming cows. Those are going to, level 1 is going to just have cows. And so the first transformation you're going to have is going to be into four-legged creature. And this will introduce you to the mechanic of having the limbs and things like that. Thank you, Insane Alpha Beta. Thank you. I am going to add cutscenes. I will be adding cutscenes. 100%. And then at the end of that first level, a cow farmer is going to come out and protect their cow farm, because you're out here eating their cows. They don't like that. And abducting the cows. And then in order to beat that level, you have to eat that boss. And eating that boss, that farmer, that human, will give you human arms and legs. And then we'll have the character that we see here with the arms and the legs. Well, it's missing some limbs because we've been getting hurt. But that's the idea. Meanwhile, you're not the only one. Because remember, there's multiple aliens. So a bunch of you have been getting human limbs, and you're out here ravaging the planet, causing all kinds of destruction. And the humans aren't that happy about that. So they start to protest you. They're saying, please stop eating us. No more eating us. We don't like this. Aliens bad. And something happens. The aliens feel guilty. They feel guilty for eating the humans and abducting them. Why do they feel guilty? Because they have gained something that is not only limbs from the humans, they also gain the human ability to feel empathy. And so they feel bad for ravaging the humans. Well, during this, a militarized force is like, well, we gotta take out these aliens. And unfortunately, we're gonna have to kill some humans to do it. We don't want to. It's collateral damage. So next thing you know, the protesters are being rained down upon with bullets and missiles, and the aliens are dying too. And this forges a union between the aliens and the humans. For they now both hate the violent authority. Now you, the player, have the choice to honor that union or not. And so you will continue on to the next level, now with your normal health, your limb health, and your empathy health. Which means eating the everyday people, abducting the everyday people, eating the cows, abducting the cows, will reduce your empathy. However, if you abduct and eat violent authority, then you're good. You can score points doing that. You can heal yourself doing that. No problems. All is well. That is the lore of the game. And so what benefits you'll get from keeping your empathy high include such things as these little houses will leave health buffs outside of them. So let's say the humans have frozen meat in their freezer and they leave the meat out for the aliens to collect, and that'll give you some health buffs. If your empathy is low, they won't do that. If your empathy is really low, then they're going to start attacking you, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on the player to the point where they suck, right? So that's pretty much it. That's pretty much as far as I've gotten with that. I hope that gives you some context as to what the game is about. And as for... Hello, Tincho. Welcome back. I just got done explaining the lore. Am I in a better mood now? I am in a better mood now. Thank you for asking. I am in a better mood now. I now have the score dunk able to collect multiple meat objects. So we can score multiple things at a time. It comes down and it goes up timed just the way I want it. I don't know, I was just getting frustrated before, but I'm not frustrated now. And then I started trying to add a combo system in there. And I'm not exactly sure how I want to implement that yet. You weren't expecting that much backstory? It's awesome you love the cartoon storyboard too? Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the backstory is very important. So with the recap of the story, I think maybe there are special upgrades you get only for abducting humans/cows, thus giving players a reason. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. I mean, because here's the thing. Back on your home planet, the aliens don't care about your empathy. They don't care about the karma. So you can, and here's the other thing. Between every level, because the only way you beat the level is by getting more abductions. And so every time you beat a level, your alien homeland will offer you new technology, new upgrades that can help you, you know, play the game better. And I think it'd be cool if those upgrades were based on what you abduct. And yeah, you're right. So I was thinking maybe with cows they could increase your speed because you have 4 legs or something like that. Yeah, actually, Insane Alpha Beta, I like what you're saying here. This is interesting because the cow form, so if you were to eat cow to get health, that means your character is going to turn into cow legs, right? You're going to lose your arms and you won't be able to grab anything because you'll have cow legs instead of arms. And the only upside of that will be that you run faster because you have more legs. And cows do run faster than humans. I looked it up. Considerably faster. And so maybe that could be an upgrade that you get if you abduct enough cows. I like that. Insane, that is... I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a whole heck of a lot. That does answer the question of what's the point and what we can do with it. Very much so. So gameplay, obstacle types, grabbing, ability copying, health parts, power-ups, and abilities. So I'll add this. Speed boost tech. And we'll say abducting quadrupeds. Is that what you call them? Do they have a better name? Quadrupeds. Abducting quadrupeds yields or makes it more possible / likely to get a speed boost power-up option or something like that. Cows, etc. I also like that dynamic of making amends with the people versus pleasing your homeworld. Where does your allegiance lie? Yeah. But, you know, it'll come with weird... There's gonna be weird balancing stuff, right? So, like, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not a genius who has in mind how all the balancing, how all the choices will affect the gameplay. I don't know. I just have this base idea, and I want to try things and see what feels wrong. And because, you know, I've set this up and we're sitting here having this conversation, I can ask myself, well, what's the point of abducting cows? Like, that's just not something off the top of my head I was gonna figure out. But now that we're starting to get the game into more of a form, we can have these discussions and come up with these ideas, which I think is really, really cool and exciting. So I don't always have the answers, but I'm definitely gonna ask questions. Thanks, Insane. Tincho says, have you seen the little game I made while stream yesterday? I didn't see it. I submitted it on the Games by You channel Discord, the Goofy Brick Cat game. I didn't, but I saw that you made it. I will definitely check it out on Friday. For me, it's like, I try to check out things during the week, but sometimes I just like don't have time. But every Friday after the game jam, I always go through on Discord and check out everything people have put up there and see what they did. So on Friday, I'll definitely check it out, unless I miss it or forget, but I don't think I will. So that's my final time that I'll check it out, or the last chance for me to check it out. And then I'll let you know. And you don't have to be there if you don't want to. I can post the link. If I know you weren't there, I'll post a link in the Discord of the clip of me checking it out. It sounds like fun. It sounds cool. All right, so as far as like combos go, I feel like a little indecisive. You can make it? What? It's gonna be late. It's gonna be late. All right. I'll see you there then. And if you fall asleep or something, that's okay too. I don't know how I feel about the combos right now. And the reason why the combos came about is because we added a timer in. Which in retrospect, I don't actually need the timer anymore. But this orb stays down for a longer period of time if you keep grabbing things and dropping them in. And so it kind of presented this opportunity, well, if you get stuff in there before it retracts, now we could put in a combo system. It just kind of offered the possibility for a combo system. See, if I don't keep up with it, it'll go away. I just turned on my Xbox and the volume was at like 200. Oh no. Oh. The cats turned up the volume. Oh my gosh. Wicked felines. No, they don't mean anything by it, obviously. They were like, we're gonna really bother a storm run. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I think is that ×2? If for each one that you add in, for each extra one you add in, if you add in 2, you get 3. If you add in 3, you get 4. No, I guess that was ×2 what I was saying before. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know how I want to do it. That 2x speed thing really does work. There is 0 delay for me. I'm basically seeing you live. That's awesome. You deserve to see it live. The Xbox sound coming on rattled my house. Oh my gosh. Oh, like the boot up sound effect. All right, I definitely need to give Insane Alpha Beta a game concept credit here. That was a pretty helpful game concept idea. Where is game concepts? I need to like alphabetize this. There it is. Well, I'm gonna not put a multiplier in there for now. I think for now, the combo gets tabled. And we just have it be 1 for right now. Slowly climbing up the leaderboard. Indeed, indeed. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not sorting properly right now. So if I go to sort it, it'll like keep it. It's not like updating. I don't know why. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But when I go to sort it, it just like keeps it down. I don't know, I'll figure it out. But yeah, you getting up there. You getting up there. So we'll just say that the size, we'll say score update equals dunked meets in group. And so that should just give us however many are in there. There's something you did last time to update it, but I forgot what. Really? Well, me too then. I also forgot. That gives us 1 point. If we get 2, that gives us... Oh, I deleted them. Oh, that's the other thing. Right. So that's the other thing that I wanted to add in. I forgot. I wanted to move this to the process function. I totally forgot about that. I don't actually want this in here. I wanted to put this in process. So that way we can see the calculation before. Which is a little tricky. It's a little tricky. If I come into process, because I also need to reset the score back to 0 every time. What is this lagging? Oh, because it zoomed? Ugh, I hate when Godot zooms the script editor. It's so annoying. Because it takes a while for it to like load it after you zoom it on accident. It drives me nuts. Okay. So I'll put this in here. Yeah, wow, it's working well for me too in Insane Alpha Beta. Like on my stream monitor. It keeps keeping up so well. The ×2 speed. I just saw like my screen go gray in the corner of my eye. That was awesome. Okay. So I want to say, don't create this variable here. Put these up here. Only saying, but I don't appear on the live hyper section. It's another subscription or something like that. Oh, so that's for people who contribute during this live stream. If you donate or, you know, gift a membership or become a member for the first time during this live stream, then it appears up here. The list you're thinking of is this list. Thank you for letting me know about that, because I didn't realize that that was confusing. But this is the list that you come up on. That makes sense that that's confusing. I see now how that would be confusing. Actually, I need to add Henry onto that list, because Henry just joined up. Does that make sense, though? No, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that that was, like, not clear. But I see how that isn't clear. Yeah. This is just for people who contribute during this live stream. Yeah. And then the other scroller, I usually just run it at the end of the stream, but sometimes I think I should run it more often. So you all get more glory. Someday it'll matter more when I make videos, I hope. Since those will be watched a little more, especially to the end. So I want to constantly be updating the score update to how many dunked meats are in the group. I don't know if I'm going to be able to actually check this variable here. I feel like this might not work, now that I think about it. I don't think that's going to work. I think we need to say, just create dunked meats in group. This is going to be a little messy, now that I think about it. I'm streaming too long right now. Get tree... So I'd want to update dunked meets in group equal get tree get nodes. Score update dunked meets in group, and then we have to say that after it updates it, score update needs to go down to 0. The reason why I'm doing this is so that it calculates it before the score dunk disappears. Okay, good. So that's working. If I put 2 in here, that's going to go to 3. Nice. Cool. And so the advantage of this, it should be... but that deletes it ahead of time. That's a little surprising. So let me ask me this. If I move the print down here to process. You want to be there? Oh, shoot. Right at the end. Tincho. Thank you. Thank you. 20 ARS. Thank you for the 20 ARS. I appreciate it. That means a lot, Tincho. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Let's go. Yeah, you should be up there now. It takes a second, but it should be up there. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Let's go. This has been a very supported stream. This live stream has brought in some support. I appreciate it, y'all. Thank you for that. Thank you. Let's go. Yeah, I believe there's Argentinian pesos. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I want this to print. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Someday I will donate something that you can use to buy a coffee or something. Don't worry about it. And if you don't, that's okay. Honestly, the membership is really helpful. Thank you, Tincho. It means a lot. I appreciate it. It's the thought that counts. It's the thought that counts. Thank you. Let's go. It's a slow rave moment. Your money is weak. Here, it is strong. In here, it is strong. That's what matters. It's a slow party. Raven time. That was your idea, by the way, Tincha. Thanks to you, we even have that. And here I can forget about the country economy for a second, just chill. Yeah, forget about that here. This ain't a place for all that. Ain't no thing. Of course, Tin Show. I don't expect none of that. Interesting. Oh, because it leaves the group, so it updates it. Oh, okay. That actually makes sense that that would go away. Wow. I was hoping that it would keep the record of it if it deletes it, but I guess it wouldn't. Because it keeps updating it. Because the group size is going to change. I would need to... I guess I could say every time you... I could have the score update. Every time something exits it. That would be weird. Economy in the US isn't so great. Yeah, I don't know. We're starting to border on some political discussion here. I don't know what to say about that. Oh no, that doesn't work. Okay, never mind. Okay, that doesn't work. Alright, so you know what? What I'm gonna ultimately need to keep that deleting from happening is going to be to instantiate the meat. Because right now, the humans and the cows are spawning in on the terrain. And the terrain deletes itself when it gets past the player. So if I put a cow in here and I run away to the point where the terrain gets deleted, the cow won't be counted, right? But in the future, the cows and stuff will be spawned in independent of the terrain, which means it won't matter if the terrain deletes itself. The cows will stay there. So, for now, that's a little broken if you go too fast. But, at least now, we can collect multiple ones. I'm gonna say that's a good win. I'm gonna say we did some good work today, and I'm gonna go ahead and roll that outro. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm gonna roll that outro. Because I feel really good about this progress today. There's so many things I still want to add. I want... in here, it to say update the player. I could even do that real quick. Great stream. Thank you, Insane. Nowhere is the economy good if you ask the right person. It is no point to think about at this point. Yeah. It's just a thing that adds conditions to your life. It's a shame. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. It's... Yeah. You know what? Not even gonna say anything. Not even gonna say anything. You said it all. You said it all. Yeah, I would want, you know, it to tell you that number. That'll be the next thing I work on. There's no reason why I would do that right now as we're sitting here. Like, that's not something that I should be working on. You know what I love? How am I gonna... I just want to remember. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put a label 3D on the score dunk. We're done here. I'm moving on. We're wrapping up the stream. But you know how it can get sometimes with Lise. Is sometimes she can't quit. And that's okay. We love her anyway, despite that. Maybe because of that. Maybe that's exactly why we love her. She's talking to the third person now. That's how you know it's late and it's time for bed. I'm gonna put a number right here by the score dunk. Alright. I'm even gonna give it a flag that tells it to appear a certain way. Hell, I'm even gonna have on ready variable score count. Score count. I'm late. It's late. I'm tired. Ignore that. You saw nothing. And we'll just pop that in there just so we can appreciate all the work we've done today. This music, by the way, is by Freaker. This was made in dreams. Score count be chillin'. Yeah, it be chillin'. Exactly. Score update. Or we want score count. Text to be set to a string version of score update. That works, right? I did that correctly, didn't I? Maybe. There's a chance. There's a chance I did that right. I didn't do it right, but that's okay. It's chilling. It's ready for me to fix and update next week. But we got some great achievements here. Now that's there, and I know what to work on. I know what to work on for next week, and that's gonna be getting that score count to pop up there. Maybe some combos. I really want to get that healing. Maybe we'll get that healing. But these were some awesome achievements today. Thank you everybody for helping me. It means the world. The only things that are left to do is to let you know the people who support this channel. Over there on Patreon, we got these wonderful folks. You can sign up on Patreon to help more directly support this channel. It means so much if you do. Thank you, Insane Alpha Beta, for joining that list today. I appreciate it. You can join Patreon for free, by the way. Head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, and if you sign up for free, you will get a newsletter in your email inbox that includes that secret live stream that happens every Friday after the game jam. You just come right over here, and you go to join for free, and then you'll get that newsletter, and you'll know about it. I type up a whole newsletter, too. It's like a whole thing. You're there in spirit for now, that's right. But if you do want to join with your monies, either on Patreon or on YouTube, you'll get up on these lists. On the day you do it, we'll put you up in here. You'll get access to emotes and special member streams. Patreon gets a whole extra live stream. There's all kinds of extra stuff. So consider joining up and getting some of that extra stuff, or just supporting the channel because you like the channel. Thank you for doing that. It means a lot. It means a lot. If you're watching this after the live stream, hello! Thank you for making it this far. You made it this far? Dang. I hope you're subscribed. I hope you're subscribed. I mean, you've been here for a while, or at least skipped around to get here. If you want to keep going places, I got somewhere for you to go. Tap or click in the bottom left to see the last devlog that we did. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one we're gonna do. That's if you're watching after the live stream. I'll see you guys later. Thanks so much, and Game Jam is tomorrow! Game Jam tomorrow!